I need to feel complete, complete. Your voice is so sweet, so sweet. I need to feel the same, the same. I know that we can be plain. As I sing deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul bleed, heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul bleed.
There's been more of scientific discovery, more of technical advancements and material progress in your lifetime and mine than in all the ages of history.
I scream your name, I shout so loud so we can claim our flame, our flame, our flame, our flame, our flame. As I sing deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? I need to feel complete, complete. Your voice is so sweet, so sweet. I need to feel the same, the same. I know that we can be plain. As I sing deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul bleed deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul bleed.
There's been more of scientific discovery, more of technical advancements and material progress in your lifetime and mine than in all the ages of history.
I scream your name, I shout so loud so we can claim our flame, our flame, our flame, our flame, our flame. As I sing deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. I need to feel complete, complete. Your voice is so sweet, so sweet. I need to feel the same, the same. I know that we can be plain. As I sink deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul flee deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul flee.
There's been more of scientific discovery, more of technical advancements and material progress in your lifetime and mine than in all the ages of history.
I scream your name, I shout so loud so we can claim our flame, our flame, our flame, our flame, our flame. As I sink deeper, feel my heart skips a beat. Will we keep this secret? As I feel my soul flee.
Cars, but I didn't know if they were locked down or the same lap or.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to an almost sunny Snetterton, of Norfolk's finest. Here we are again to enjoy some incredible racing. It's the turn of the classic cars. This time we saw the newer generation of racers yesterday, and now we have race number 1 for today, the Swinging 60s, the oldest class in the Classic Sports Car Club lineup. And leading the way is car number 59. That is Sam Polly. It's a very minty green Mini Marcos. Joining him on the front row is the number 23. That's the Ralph and Charlie Budd British Leyland Mini. Row 2, Tom Peed in his number 5 BMW, bright orange car. And number 16, Ian Staines in an MG Midget. Row 3, number 133 is Kemp and Lochnan. And joining them is car number 1, Tim Cairns in the Austin Healey Frog Eye Sprite. Row 4 is number 77, Richard Merrill, alongside newcomer to the club this year, number 99, Simon Benoy. Row 5 is car 33, Gordon Elwell, in his Healey Sebring Sprite, has sometimes been seen with Helen Elwell. And number 182, Stephen Osborne, rounds out row 5. Row 6 is the Crudgingtons in car 21 in their Mini Gem Mark 1. They've had that car for nearly 30 years now, so that car has got a lot of heritage behind it. And Martin Reynolds, now Martin Reynolds should be out there in the number 27. He's had a lot of trouble today, but hopefully we will see him in the Ford Anglia. Row 7 is the 148 Rollers and Hassel Cortina, alongside number 26, which is Daniel and Dennis Pickett in the MGB Roadster. Row 8 is number 79, the Fraser and Fraser Cortina, and in 16th position, the 159 Stowe and Doyle MGA. Row 9 is car number 40, that's a two-car team, Phil Stader and Mike Henney. Now, Phil Stader has gone out there in the MG Midget. That will swap over to Mike Henney in his Turner Alexander Mark II. And joining him is Mark Lautman in car number 20, which is the Austin A40. Row 10 is 175 Trevor Peters and 144 the Rude House Mini. Row 11 is 141, which is Richard and Rory Longdon in their Mini, and car number 62 Charles Marriott. Row 12 is 231, the Davies and Davies car, alongside car 55, which is Steve Adams in the smiling Triumph Spitfire Mark III. Row 13 is car number 82, Brent Fowler, alongside the Brian and Brian car number 70, the MG Midget. Row 14, 174 is Richard Perry, alongside the Barton and Dunbar car number 18, which is newcomer to the club, the BMW 1800 Tisa, which has had some trouble in qualifying. And in 15th row is car number 17, Waterhouse and Richards, and the Radio Caroline 648 BMW of David Cornwallis. And starting at the tail end of the field is car 131, Joel Wickham in the 2002 Ti. Couple of pit lane starters. Car 715 is Simon Evans in his Mini, and car 51 is Ian Hewlett in his, I believe is the MG, got the green MG this time around. There's the field being led around Coram now. We'll be getting the first race. So the Swinging 60s Group 1, so for the smaller engined Swinging 60s, it's been divided into two groups. The second group will be seeing out today's racing. That's the bigger engine cars from the era. That's not to say that these guys won't put on an amazing show. Now the pace car's peeled away. Mini Marcos on one side and the British Leyland Mini on the other for the start of the first race of the day. And away we go. They may be small, but they are still noisy, and the Mini Marcos and the Mini nearly coming together as they're coming down towards the first turn. Keeping it on the straight and narrow for now, screaming down the Mini with the outside manoeuvre and a fair amount of 20-degree angle. They tend to take their corners. Nicely done, and that's actually left the Mini Marcos quite standing. Great move there from the Bud and Bud Mini. Excellent manoeuvres. They now come through the chicane come through the hairpin, beg your pardon. Whoa, that's Tom Peed. It's alongside the Mini Marcos now. The 59 car has not had a good start at all, but is now starting to get into pace. Has just about fended off the orange BMW as they now come onto the first straight, and there's another Mini side-by-side. That's the MGA, I think he's side-by-side with, heading down towards Agostini. Oh, that's a lot. No, it's Beckett's one. There's Ian Staines having an argument with the 23 Mini, so that's the MG Roadster that's now coming into the lead of the category. So already we've had several leaders of this race, and we're not even half a lap through.
No, we're not, definitely not. And straight away, action off the line here. Like you say, the Mini Marcos and the Bud Mini, the number 23 machine, side by side all the way down to turn one. The Mini using its really short wheelbase to just skip around the outside of the Mini Marcos. I saw that Marcos actually race at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. Fantastic machine to watch. Really, really adorable car. You really cannot underestimate how small that thing is until you stand in front of it. But a great field, really good variation between all of the cars here, and fantastic pace there by the number 33 machine of Gordon Elwell, the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite, absolutely legging it down the Bentley straight. He's going to get one at least down there into Brundle and Nelson. Doesn't quite get the second position made, which is the beautiful Alfa Romeo just in front of him. But through Brundle and Nelson to go. This is once again, Chris, a bit of a battle of the cars that have got the straight line speed against the cars that can nip around the corners again. This is what we're going to see pretty much all day, isn't it?
It's what we saw primarily yesterday as well, as we are currently looking at the Hassel and Rowlands Cortina stuck in the middle of several cars there. Oh, Tim Cairns in the smiling Sebring Sprite. Nicely done. Can he get the move done? Oh, almost impact between himself and the Mini Marcos. That Mini Marcos seems to be going backwards a little bit. What a great shame. Sam Polly getting that one on pole. He didn't believe he got it on pole until he saw it for himself. So sprinting away is Ian Staines in the midget. Then it is the Bud Mini doing a great job hanging on in there. Sam Polly is hanging on to third, or was when he crossed the line, in the by his own words, the minty green flavoured Mini Marcos. Right behind him, Tom Peed. Great effort there in the BMW. And they are chopping and changing all over the place, as you can imagine. But yeah, this is the one of the joys of Snetterton. He has something for everybody. You've got these long straights where the bigger engines can really get the horses galloping, and lots of twisty bits for the smaller engine guys to start to really show their strengths.
Yeah, the Mini Marcos right back up behind Ralph Budd now in that number 23 Mini. He's going to have a look into Agostini. Doesn't quite get it done this time round. He's holding that inside line though. Ralph Budd hopping and skipping the car through the left-hand hairpin. Looks like the Marcos is in front, and it's going to use the superior power and what I believe is longer gear ratio out of Agostini through Hamilton and back up into second position. Now he needs to very carefully thread his way onto the back straight now, does Ralph Budd, because right behind him in that beautiful, I believe it's the Cortina, is Sam Peed, is it? Peed, sorry, it's the BMW, apologies, I got it confused. There's another red Cortina taking part today, and I got very, very confused indeed.
Yeah, it's Tom Peed in the 2002 TI that's right with him. He's having a great run. There's that on stream at the moment, number 77, one of the few Alpha Julias that we've seen. There's Richard Merrill in the wonderful white car he's got there. Is Ian Staines leading the way in the MG. Lots of tyre smoke further down the field as well, so lots of people really pushing their cars hard. Now Sam Polly back up into second position now after a sort of bit of a struggle start. Actually, Tom Peed has gone up into third. He's ahead of the Bud Mini. Oh, and slightly further back, that's the Sunbeam having an argument with the other Mini Gem. Well, that's a Mini Gem. One's a Mini Marcos. The 21 is the Mini Gem, and being piloted by the Crudgington pair. Father and son, Pete and James Crudgington. There is Tom Peed fending off the advances of the Mini. Now the BMW should be able to gallop away from the plucky little Mini. And Ian Staines is just enjoying having some free time up front. Now the front four has come past us on the start finish straight. Sam Polly getting the new fastest lap of the race so far. Of course, that's going to continue to come down as the cars get a bit lighter and people get a bit braver with the right foot. As long as nothing breaks, of course. There's lots of scrapping going on. Number 27, Martin Reynolds, the local construction boss, has had all kinds of trouble. His Mustang just would not get going at all, and he was having some fuel mixture issues with the Anglia. It's lots of fighting further down the field as well, as you would imagine. The 175 car of Trevor Peters in the Austin Healey Sprite side by side coming into the first turn. Well, indeed, lots of people. Ian Hewlett also side by side with the Roadhouse Mini is doing a great job there, maintaining his positions. And there's on car number 18 on stream at the moment. That's newcomer Harry Barton. I believe that car was recovered back on the back of the low loader during qualifying, so a bit of trouble for the newcomer. But not seeing too many of those 1800 TCs, but he's had a bit of trouble. It's good to see it running here. There's the Mini Gem, car number 21. They've had that car some 28 years. It's 140 horsepower and something the size of a shoebox. So they have some good fun with it. But that's you put Mini on the name of anything in this kind of era, and you're going to have some fun with it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's one of the things about these cars that I absolutely love is the fact that they get so. Well, it's not even a lot of power in these days, but back then, it was a massive amount of power, and these cars are so quick. The power-to-weight ratio is truly phenomenal, and those Minis as well have some real poke about them. It's just the top end with the really small wheels that they have on them. It's quite tough for them to squeeze some really good top speed out of them down the back straight. So
we've got someone in the pit lane. I just saw that on the camera. We didn't quite see who it was. I wonder if it was the Fraser and Fraser Cortina that came to mind. Now, if it is the red and yellow accented Cortina, that's a great shame. And that car had a bit of an incident at Donington last year. It came out to do its qualifying run, and the bonnet slammed straight into the windscreen. So
it's a red MG that we've got in the pits. We've actually got a change for lead going on though down the straight.
Oh,
the Mini
we do.
Marcos making a move on the left-hand side, flies past as if the number 16 of Staines was not there. Third place still remains the way of Pede at the moment. Fourth place now is car 1, which is Cairns, getting ahead of the Bud Mini, but this is a fantastic scrap for the lead. The number 77, that beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulia GT, making its way down the straight, just in front of the number 99 car, which is another one of my very favourites in this field, Simon Benoit in the Hillman Imp. What a great little machine that is.
That is a great car, that one. Ian Staines has actually managed to maintain the lead. And there's the Fraser Cortina I thought was in the pit lane earlier, so there's car number 79. As I said earlier, it did have an unfortunate incident at Donington. Just as it came out to do its qualifying run, its bonnet decided to come up and slam it over to the windscreen, and that was the end of their day. The end of their qualifying run, I should say, as the lead continues to be scrapped between Ian Staines and the Grudgington car. I beg your pardon, wrong one. Sam Polly in the Mini Marcos. There's Tom Pede in the BMW. He's fallen a little bit off the lead battle at the moment. Still well in there though. If these top two come to grief, Ian Staines having a great run in the MG. Yeah, Sam Polly couldn't actually believe that he put it on pole until he saw it for himself, which is very modest of him when I was chatting to him earlier on. There's Daniel and Dennis Pickett. We see in the white MG having an argument with Phil Stader. The pair of midgets having an argument there, and there goes the Mini Marcos again. On the back straight, on the Bentley straight, heading down towards Brundle. He's nosed into the lead. Is Ian Staines going to use the lighter car to try and outbrake him? Not this time. So Sam Polly back up into the lead of the race as he comes through Nelson. And it's not going to stay that way. These two have been having a great scrap, and it looks like they're going to continue to do so. Tom Pete's got a great ringside seat for the battle going on ahead of him.
We've got a BMW in the pits, car 131. They very conveniently just lifted the bonnet up just as I looked at it, so it showed me what number it was in the pit lane. The bright orange machine of Joe Wickham.
Joe Wickham, that 2002 Ti. I wonder if that was a car I saw earlier. Side by side again. Ian Staines is still doing what he can to hang on to the lead. What a fantastic scrap they're having right at the front. He's trying to close off the Mini Marcos, but Sam Polly's having none of that. More power in the minty green car, through into the lead. But Ian Staines just using the agility of the MG to keep himself in check. And Tom Pede has fallen a little bit off the back, as mentioned. Tom Cairns is still going in the number 1 car in 4th position. But this is brilliant stuff between the MG and the Mini Marcos.
Great way to start our day here, isn't it? There's 2 battles shaping up behind as well. The Bud Mini against the number 33 Elwell Austin Healey Sebring Sprite, which could be a really good battle going on. And then just behind that, you've got Merrill and Benoit as well. Those two starting to close on one another, so I think we could see some battling very, very soon.
Oh dear, looking at the stream, number 27, Martin Reynolds' troubles are continuing. That bonnet is not the right shape at all. Oh dear, he's just not had the only break he's had is things breaking on him.
I was going to say, I thought I'd seen someone's bonnet flapping before, but I didn't quite pick up which number what it was, so that's been confirmed for me, thank you.
And
But it's properly on one corner, it seems quite bent out, doesn't it?
And there is the 131 BMW, as mentioned, Joel Wickham. Sadly, that car is not looking too hot, although he is getting back in it. Now, is he looking to drive it back to the paddock, or is that terminal? They don't seem to be in a hurry with it, so I would suggest that he's probably not going to see the track for the rest of the day. Great shame. We never want to see cars retire so early on. It's still plenty of racing going on there. There's the Alfa Giulia we just saw having a great scrap there. There's number 16, that's Ian Staines. Still chasing off after the Mini Marcos. Now Sam Polly's got himself a bit of a lead there, a second or so between the two cars. So he's really starting to get that Mini Marcos back up to speed. So he had a bit of a shaky start, but he's certainly recovered that now, back into the lead. He's going to hang on to it. Well, just hang on to it for another half an hour. It's easy for me to say. Lovely side-by-side going on here between the Mini and the MG. Oh, that looked close from that camera angle. Very, very close indeed. There's number 51, Ian Hewlett. He started from the pit lane. He's working his way back through the field, catching the back of Mark Cloutman's Alston A40. That's the fight we've just been looking at as well.
We've got our leaders back with us once again, and Staines really closing in on the brakes here behind the Marcos, but just cannot get the legs of it on the straight. As long as the Marcos is within, I'd say, a good few tenths of a second getting onto any straight, he has got the advantage. Really hugs the pit wall as well, make sure any aerodynamic advantage he can gain is gained. But I tell you what, Pede in third place at the moment in that number 5 car, he's really closing in on Staines and Polly. I think he could be a challenger for a win in this one. It depends on, obviously, how it goes at the midpoint. He needs to just make sure he keeps himself nice and consistent as this race continues. The battle a little bit further back is starting to get closer and closer as well. We've got the Alfa Giulia in the pits. No, probably one of the prettiest cars in the field, no disrespect to any others, but it's creeping into pit lane.
Great shame. Great shame indeed. As we look at on stream, that's Mark Cloutman in the pink Austin A40, fending off the advances of number 51, Ian Hewlett. And also, oh, that looked close. That's the 175 car of Trevor Peters, the Austin Healey Sprite, nearly slamming into the back of the green MG there with the Mini that he was fighting with earlier, right on his tail. And the Alfa Giulia has indeed come in. That's number 77, Richard Merrill. A great shame there that's gone on there. A black and white warning flag has gone out for 159. That's
Stowe and Doyle, isn't it?
It is Martin Stowe, Shaman Doyle in the MGA. Oh dear, that's more than likely a track limit warning has gone up to them. There's probably a 5-second penalty they're going to earn post-race. And Mark Cloutman's gone very deep going into the Wilson hairpin there. And the Mini, so the 231 Mini did manage to nip back ahead of Trevor Peters. That is the Davies and Davies Mini, newcomers to the club. The side-by-side, look at that, coming through the left-hander. Very, very close, but the Austin Healey manages to nip back ahead during that particular exchange. So fighting going on through the field.
Yeah, it really is. None of these guys giving up an absolute inch, and to be fair, too many inches being taken by some of them as they abuse the track limits. But it's an interesting thing to see, because from where we are here in
Trevor Peters, sorry to cut you off there, Jazz. Trevor Peters has spun at Agostini. We just saw the MGA as well bounce around on the grass in avoidance. Oh dear, so at Agostini, that's Austin Healey's not wanting to move. Hopefully he can get that one going again. He has got it going again, but that's lost him a whole bucket load of time.
I was going to say, before that, where was he? He was 18th before that, so he's way outside the top 20 now, that is for sure. The two leaders come past us again. They've got a little bit further ahead of Pede this time round, and if anything, Staines has got closer to Polly. Staines actually doing his personal best last time round, a 2 minutes 20.8. Fastest lap of the race there was a 2:19.433 by Polly. Pede, his best lap was only 0.05 of a second slower than that, so those two on equal pace. Side by side for 5th place across the line, though. Elwell is now ahead of Bud, and then just behind them we've got the 99 and the 148 side by side as well. That's Benoit, and then the Roland's Hassel machine just going with them. Very close indeed. That Ford Cortina Mark 1 just making its way up the order. But there's so many of these duos breaking out, and the Alfa Giulia is back out on track. That's the best news I've had all day so far.
Yes, indeed. Richard Merrill getting that car back out there. I did wonder whether he was going to park that one, but he has got that one back out. And now we see Martin Reynolds' car being looked at, and looks like they're going to try and squash the bonnet back into position. Good old club racing fixing. Hit it with a hammer. If it doesn't work, hit it with a bigger one.
Yep, or harder.
Or harder, yes, indeed, or a combination of the two. So lots of great scrapping going on as we got another side-by-side potentially coming over the line. That's 62 and 55. So Steve Adams in the 55 car and Charles Marriott in the green and yellow midget having their own scrap.
That Triumph Spitfire Mark III's got a very, very similar to the one of the low costs that we saw yesterday. It's got a very tall roll cage on it, considering how low slung the car is. You see a lot of them with these sort of very distinct roll cages that they seem to disturb the shape and the flow of the car, but they obviously, we know why they're there, let's face it.
Absolutely.
A bit of an update on the 27. There is good old-fashioned duct tape being used all over the front of it, which at the end of the day, if you've not fixed it with duct tape, you've not used enough duct tape. We all know that.
And there it is. So if that's not going to do it, then
A hammer will.
Yeah, hammer. Combination of all factors, you will run, sir.
If you put duct tape on with a hammer, then you're pretty much guaranteed to fix it. I think
you've used every available option to you.
There you go. Engineering 101 with Chaz Draycott and Chris Buxton, everybody.
The 159 MGA has just made the move. That's the Seamus Doyle and Martin Stowe car, who's all getting the warning earlier on. So it's just gained a position on 55, Steve Adams in the Spitfire Mark III.
The lead battle getting closer and closer again, actually, this time round. It's now down from 0.7 of a second to just under half a second. So Staines has found something here. And to be fair, he's going to find the back of Polly's Mini Marcos very soon, I imagine. Fourth place still the way of Cairns at the moment in the very lovely faced number 1 machine. Looking very, very sort of lonely at the moment, unfortunately. He's got a bit of daylight around him, hasn't he?
Somewhat, yeah. Oh, and very close as they come through the Wilson hairpin. E16 of Ian Staines doing what he can to keep the Mini Marcos company. He wants the lead back again, as he's not giving up on it. Maybe he just needed to cool the car down. They're catching up to the 17. That is Mark Richards and David Waterhouse's MG Roadster.
Oh, the 148 car is into the pits now from 10th position, so that's gone flying down the order. That's the Rowlands and Hassel car, the Ford Cortina. That's an absolute nightmare for them. They were right in the thick of it as well. We've also got Minis coming in. Actually, sorry, the pit window's open. That'll be why, won't it?
That is indeed why. The Bud and Bud Mini is in.
That'll get it.
And the 144 Mini, that's the Rude House Mini, has gone out now. So they've served their stop. Now that was a shared car. That's Francesca and Rob Roodhouse. Who started that one? It was Rob, so Francesca has now taken that one over. So we look at Ian Staines continuing to stare at the back of the minty coloured Marcos, or Mini Marcos I should say, heading down towards Brundle once again. That's always where it's got its best advantage, this Sam Polly's car.
There's a great two-car team in the pits at the moment. Car 40 and Car 40X, the green machine, the MG Midget and the Turner Alexander Mark II. Two of them looking very, very good together. And apparently the 148 Cortina that I mentioned a moment ago was down on power, they were saying, after qualifying. So maybe an issue there, but you never know. That might just be why they're not quite at the sharp end as we'd expect them to be. But even still, you know, it's the fact that these guys, there's no sort of championship at stake or anything like that. They still go out there and enjoy themselves. Two people that are enjoying themselves are our two leaders at the moment. Polly has Staines right behind him at the moment. Are either of them going to come into the pits? No, they want to continue this battle and enjoy themselves.
No, absolutely. And I dare say one's probably going to follow the other in as the 23 Mini. That's the Bud and Bud car. Coming back out. Who started that one? That was Ralph.
Bud started it.
So Brother Charlie takes that one over. Now he comes right behind Tom P in the number 5 BMW. Out goes the 148 car. That's the Allen & Hassel Cortina. One's struggling a bit for power.
We've got a time penalty of 5 seconds for the 159 car coming in, which is the
That's another one.
Doyle.
Oh no, so you got the warning first time around. He's now earned the penalty, so it was indeed 5 seconds.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, there's the 17 MGB. That's the Mark Richards, David Waterhouse car that's come in. It's David Waterhouse's car that he shares with Mark Richards. He also has a Turner Mark II that he's had since 1961, so he's been around these classic cars quite a few years.
You mentioned the Triumph Spitfire Mark III earlier having a happy face. I don't think I've ever seen a happier and more adorable looking race car in my entire life. That car looks so pleased to be here. I really hope
the most optimistic car in the world.
Yeah,
number 55.
I hope Steve Adams is just as happy as that car, because honestly, everybody around the circuit watching today, if you do see the very, what would you call it? It's like a Miami blue, I think I'd call it. If you see the number 55, which has just come out of the pit lane, do give it a smile and a wave back, because that thing is an adorable little machine, isn't it?
The driver might be a bit confused on why you're waving at it, but yeah,
Tell him to go faster.
There we go, the two leaders yet again. Similar kind of gap that they find themselves in on the Bentley Straight. As mentioned before, so it's in the twisties where Ian Staines has the advantage. It's on the straights where Sam Polly is doing everything he can to maintain that lead. It's going to be an absolute nip and tuck battle, and that one may well come down to pit stop strategy as the Markov really struggling to maintain grip. Now they have to reduce the size of the wheels on that car for safety reasons, what having to keep within regulation. But either way, he's still having a great old fun with it. There's the Bud machine. I had a fantastic scrap at Donington, where your surname had to begin with a B if you were up towards the front. It was Bud, Bell, and Bull and Brown in that particular battle. I forget which Bud was involved in that, but there are two leaders again. One's in. No, they've defied me. Ian Staines has decided to continue. So leader Sam Polly has brought the Mini Marcos in. Ian Staines in the MG has chosen to continue.
Staines staying out, you could say. That was the really.
It started already. Yeah.
To be fair though, I'm not. You mentioned the reduction of the wheel size on that Marcos. I'm not surprised that they have, because I think if you turned or even lent that car a little tiny bit too far on the suspension, all you'd hear is that horrible scrubbing noise of a tyre along the inside of an arch. Almost had a bit of an incident in the pit lane there, I must admit. Car 133 was coming out as the number 5 machine was coming in. We've got the number 1 in the pits as well. So at the moment, Staines is the guy that's just going to be staying out there all on his own, quite far up in front, with there's a group of about 6 or 7 cars yet to come in that haven't yet, although they're starting to now actually, so shut up Chaz. But we've got another black and white flag going out for cars 23 and 148. That's the Ralph Budd and Charlie Budd Mini. So Charlie clearly getting straight out there. He's a good lad, Charlie. I've friends with him on Facebook, and I see a lot of his racing ventures, and he's really, really into it, but it seems he's a bit too into it at the moment.
And the 141 is the Longdon and Longdon Mini. So the Minis are misbehaving themselves somewhat, as we see the David Cornwallis in the Radio Caroline BMW leaving the pits now. But it is easy to misbehave in a Mini. One, there's not a lot of it, obviously, a bit of a clue in the name. But two, there's so much fun to chuck around.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can't really blame them. As you see there, number 99, that's the Hellman Imp that's come in, saving Simon Benoit.
I must admit, a Hillman Imp, there's just something iconic about them, isn't there? The way that on a lot of them that you see, the exhaust runs all the way completely horizontally along the back of the car and then just curls up at the end. It's just a great looking machine. Really tall windscreen, a very tall cockpit as well. The roof is really high on them compared to the low slung body. And then when it's a race car and it's even lower to the ground, it just exaggerates that look. It's absolutely brilliant. I love a Hillman Imp.
Even I might fit in one.
You never know. You never know. I thought I was tall. Our race leader, or ex-race leader, is coming back out now. The Mini Marcos making its way down pit lane. It's so tiny in this pit lane alone as well. It's like a shoe with wheels.
Yes, very much so. Have you got one for the other foot?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's definitely a size 13 though, but it powers its way out of pit lane, round towards turn 1. Now don't forget, he was in and around where the Bud Mini was before, which I think is just coming out of the final corner now, and yes, he's running down the straight, and Peed is out, but importantly, Cairns is out ahead of Peed in the number 1 car. So that Austin Healey Frog Eye Sprite jumping them in the pit lane, literally frog hopping him. No leapfrogging him. There you go. Oh, that's the way to butcher it.
Pick any combination of words.
Yeah.
Was there a success penalty there to serve? Well, Ian Staines has one, so that's probably why he's trying to get on with it.
Yeah.
Chris Watkins and Richard Merrill have penalties to serve. Tom Bell and Joe Ferguson aren't here, and Simon Benoit also has. He's got 60 seconds to serve. He won twice at Knock Hill, so that'll be why his pit stop strategy is slightly upset to the rest.
Yeah, we have to explain that if you win a race, you get a 30-second penalty to serve in the pits. It's basically like having success ballast, but served in time rather than in weight. So
indeed,
if you've started sort of running away with it a little bit, and as you say there, drivers with 2 wins to their name, an entire minute in the pit lane is half a lap here.
Yeah.
So it's certainly quite the painful one to serve, but it keeps the racing fair and it keeps the racing interesting. You know, we don't have the same winners week in, week out, and that's what we love here. Obviously, no championships to worry about or anything like that. A lot of these drivers are just out there doing it because they can, and it's a great way to go racing because there's a lot of respect in it. The competition doesn't take over people's instincts as drivers, does it? It's certainly great racing still to watch, though.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the 21. That's the Crudgington Mini Gem, having an argument with, well, losing the argument, I should say, with the 133. That's the Sunbeam
one-sided argument.
somewhat, with the Sunbeam Alpha V of Tim Kemp and Sam Loughlin. The Sunbeam decided, no, I don't want to play with you anymore. Oh, that's getting busy down at Agostini. That's the Alpha Julia, and with an MGB, and with Ian Hewlett, and Alan and Hassel. Anyone else want to join the party? There is another one in there I've forgotten to mention. There's 5 in that particular gaggle. Everyone's behaving themselves, though. There's the 17 car, that's Richardson Waterhouse, rather staying out of the way and keeping his nose clean.
We have Staines in the pit lane, and I mean the driver of the obviously the number 16 car.
Rather
I don't mean that
condition.
there's just nobody's left any coolant or oil on the ground, or at least it doesn't look like it at the moment. But he's going to be serving that penalty for winning a previous round. So Polly has gone through while Staines is still in there, and then he's going to be the last one to serve his pit stop. Now he's going back out. Obviously the number 1, the number 5 and the number 23 all going through. Is he going to stay ahead of the number 33 of Elwell? I think the answer is a definite yes, because Elwell isn't even coming into view. Actually, he's just popped onto the pit straight now. So Staines is at least going to be in 5th position, and now we'll get to witness how quickly he can come back through the order now, because he's got 3 very, very quick and very different cars in front of him, so they'll all have their own strengths and weaknesses, and he has to overcome all 3 of them.
Great mini fight going on. It's a strange sentence to say. I don't mean that you can't see them. It's a battle of minis going on here between the 231. That's the Michael and Tony Davies car having a great scrap with the 141. That's the Longdon pair. Side by side into Brundle. Well, Richard and Rory Longdon, their mini just showing how it's done, but he's gone too deep and gone off the road at Nelson. Trying to get that one slowed down, just as I say, showing you how it's done, and then you fly off the road, sir. I'll take the commentator's curse on that one. Right in front of the Richard and Ian Byron MG Midget. So they're starting to sort themselves out again. There is the mini that was being fought with. And you just show how much time that's cost. There we go. So there's that gaggle again, just being closed down. Davies at the front of that particular glue. There's the Smiling Spitfire. 55, Steve Adams.
There's a great gaggle.
Oh dear, we've got someone off. That looks like the MGA. It is. That's the 159 car.
Oh no.
Oh goodness me, that's the Seamus Doyle Martin Stowe car. That's a huge
he's just
shame.
halfway around Coram, just in our visual range. Unfortunately, as he's trudging behind the barrier, he'll be absolutely gutted to end his day so early with that one. We've got our race leader just coming across the line. Literally, along came Polly across the line now, flying past the number 648 machine, the David Cornwallis BMW 1600 Ti. They've got a hell of a lead now in that Mini Marcos over the rest of the field, but a fantastic fight for 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th, all breaking out at the moment. You've got Cairns in the number 1 machine, just ahead of Pede, and then you've got the Bud Mini, and then behind them, headlights ablaze, is Staines trying to make up some ground, really flying along. He's got a Simpson helmet on, actually. It looks like the Stig off Top Gear, and it certainly isn't a face that you want to see in your rearview mirror.
Big tripod moment there for the 231. That's the Davies and Davies mini. Bit of a lock-up coming down into Agostini. Look at this, though. They're not giving any quarter to anybody. They've been stuck together. Oh, a lap ball! Richard and Rory Longdon side by side with the 70 car. That's the Byron car. So who started in which one? Double check the list. So Richard started. That's been in the pits. So Rory Longdon is in the 141 car. And in the 231, Tony Davies started that one. So it's Michael Davies in it at the moment. He's having a great old scrap. That 4-way battle is continuing. Now, is the MG going to be able to do anything about it? Has he got extra power? He's going to be boxed in behind the red Mini, the Davies Mini. No, not quite. They have actually managed to sort that one out before they get to Brundle. The Triumph Spitfire being slightly left behind, but Steve Adams still well in that particular mixture if it does all go wrong. Into Brundle and out of Nelson. Or is that the MG having a look? Not quite. He decides not to go for it. Coming through bomb hole. That's probably quite wise. And yeah, traditional mini steering. Steer it with the rear, with the front wheel drive car. Bravo. So well, you just point the nose in the direction you want to go and just stamp on and stamp the accelerator through the bulkhead.
We've just got the battle there going on between the number 20 Austin A40 and the number 99 Hillman Imp of Benoit. They've just swapped around, I believe, on that lap. Cloutman going in front, using all of his clout down the straight to stretch the legs. Yeah, the Hillman Imp was indicating as it came through. I noticed a lap ago it was very close to the wall, but there was nobody around it to let past. So it seemed like quite an interesting thing to do. Now, our leaders are sort of lost in the pack here, and this is the thing about these races. You get so many cars being lapped and so much variation in the pace of not just the drivers, but the cars as well, that it keeps it interesting for the guys at the front, because they always have to work through traffic. Let's have a look at what the gap is for the leader at the moment. Polly has crossed the line, still the fastest lap of the race with a 2:19.433. And second place is still Cairns, but let's see what the gap has now extended to, 17.4 seconds. Then it's Pede behind, then Bud, and still Staines in fifth. Elwell is pretty much in his own county at the moment, isn't he? He's got about 3.5 working days, or 3 to 5 working days between him and the car in front.
It should have been handed a note that the 144 Mini. Oh no, that's Staines facing the wrong way.
That's turn one.
No.
That is the very first corner, so I'm not sure whether he's hit the grass on the way in or straight lined it on the brakes, but he was facing the wrong way on the outside, but he hadn't even got to turn one by the time he was off. That was a very strange moment.
That's such a great shame. Whilst battling for potentially for the lead for Ian Staines, that's all undone itself. With only 8.5 minutes to try and recover, he's going to struggle somewhat. It's been handed a note that the 144 Mini, that's the Rude House Mini, is nicknamed Noddy, and there it is.
Oh, it's a fantastic looking car though,
Isn't
really
it
good
just?
looking machine, great red and yellow livery. We had a new fastest lap of the race last time round, by the way. Previously it was a 2:19.433 by the number 59 car of Sam Polly, but it was actually Staines that set it last time, so maybe he was going that quickly down the straight he couldn't get it stopped for turn one. It's 2:19.007, so not quite into the 2:18s. We've got a change around of positions once again between the Hillman Imp and the number... Actually, sorry, no, it's not the number 20 of Cloutman. Cloutman's even further back, actually, so Benoit's had him and he's disappeared off to the distance.
Yeah, that's the Fraser Cortina he's gone past there, as we see the Mini Marcos closing in on the Noddy, as we've just been informed its nickname, as the 231 Mini of the Davies pair going tripod through the final turn. Oh, lovely jostle of position between the 144 and the 59. Lovely done. But I would imagine the Mini Marcos is going to start to stretch its legs somewhat down the start finish straight. Yes, it does. Thank you very much. I'll have that spot on the road as he continues to chase off after cars ahead. Still, there's lots of kind of clumps of cars. They're not all necessarily fighting for position, but even still, they're having a great old scrap out there. It's still wonderful to see.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like I said before, with them having somebody to lap all of the time, there's always someone on the road to race. Now, Pede has actually got up to second place ahead of Cairns, but he's stuck behind another car on the road. Cairns is going to be down the inside, and now the Bud Mini's going to close in. There's still traffic between them as well. They were side by side going through turn one, and the traffic actually got back in front of Cairns, and I think Cairns has lost the position, or either that or the car is that low to the ground. I can't see it over the barrier, which is probably the likelihood that's probably the correct answer. We have Staines going across the line now. Elwood in the 33, making his way through just behind as well. And then car 133, the Kemp and Lochnan machine.
So the battle we were just referring to. Oh, there goes the... Oh, where on earth was the Mini Marcos going? He suddenly had a dart to the grass there. I wonder if he's trying to get past the 231.
The Bud Mini's just overtaken Pede as well. Pede has really got stuck behind that traffic in front of him there.
Oh, big lockup there from the 18. That's Harry Barton. That's the BMW that got recovered in qualifying. And Tom Pete having another go at the Mini, but no, Charlie Budd's not having any of that. They come through Hamilton. And again, the tail of that Mini flicking out. Tom Pete having a great old run. He's probably enjoying that very much so in that BMW. It's a Niki Lauda replica car. It caught my eye when I saw him at Castlecombe with Pede and Lauda. He could have easily spun me a line of, yes, we shared this car back in the 60s, but no, he was quite honest. It's a Niki Lauda replica, and he's taken that to the likes of Spa-Francorchamps in the past.
Now that Mini is actually started to disappear on the twisty bits, and then he's starting to catch him back up on the Bentley Straight, but he won't be pleased with this lap so far. Obviously losing that position to Cairns after just taking it, and then having Charlie Budd go past him as well. So he's lost a podium spot at the moment, but I think in the straight stuff he should be okay. He's trying to get the power down, isn't he? He doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable as the Mini ahead of him when he's coming out of the corner. got a great gaggle of them coming down the straight now, actually, which includes our race leader. Just ahead of him, we've got the 70 car, the 715 and the 141, which are all having their own respective battle a little bit further down. But our race leader now goes on to their 15th lap of the race with 4.5 minutes still left to go, Chris.
Oh, and Martin Reynolds has parked it. His troubles are getting even worse, so the gaffer tape and the hammering didn't fix it.
That's involuntary parking, I think. That's very side onto the road. Maybe he's lost it on the brakes. I think that's up at the hairpin.
It looks like it's up at Wilson, yeah. We can't quite see from our position where that is, but yeah, that very much looked like it was Wilson. As we look at Ian Staines continuing to press on after that, after his success penalty in the pits and after his spin. He's very much on his own now. No one anywhere near him at this stage, but pressing on nonetheless. 4 minutes to go. And the Mini Gem still working his way past traffic and still maintaining a pretty comfortable lead, about 18 seconds or so last time over the line between himself and Tim Cairns.
I'm confused by that BMW that we saw before, by the way. I thought it was number 138, but I don't even have a 38 on my entry list. Is that quite the right race? It sounded phenomenal, though, I must say that. If there's one thing I love about cars, it's just the way that they sound. I'll always pick out a good sounding machine, but yeah, it's a very, very loud machine compared to those around it. We've got the Alfa Giulia just coming back down the straight now. Such a shame that they had to come into the pits for so long. And they lost a lot of time in a lot of places. Where are they now? Actually, he's still in 9th place, is Merrill, in that Alfa. So, considering the fact that he was in for so long, he didn't actually lose too much, did he? That's a really good effort.
There's Mark Cloutman in the Austin A40. Not many of those in the wild. That was a chocolate brown colour. But he's decided to go for the lilac effort. He's coming past one of the MGBs. It is 26, that's the Pickett car. And he's gone past. Fairly straightforward move through Coram. And away he goes.
I imagine he goes to every race meeting hoping that Pickett doesn't end up in the fence.
Yeah, again, you couldn't help it, could you?
I must admit, though, I do like the lilac on that number 20 car. It's not often that you see a bright pink or lilac car, although in the paddock we do have an MX-5 that is painted bright pink because the paint was free, I've been told.
The paint was free, yes. Fiat Pink, apparently, is the name of the colour scheme.
Oh, and we've had our race winner. The race has been... We've got 2.5 minutes left on here, but the checkered flag has come out, and the Mini Marcos has taken the win.
Oh, that's caught us almost. I wonder if that's because of where Martin Reynolds' car is.
Yeah.
And there is our race winner, the Sam Polly. He's done a light to flag.
Cairns takes second, Bud goes third. Pede is going to take 4th place. That's a real shame for him. He didn't have long enough to get those positions back after losing them in very quick succession. Is Staines going to come across the line in 5th? He is indeed. He's got lights ablaze and he's got the BMW right next to him. Let's just appreciate the noise this thing makes as it comes down the straight.
Lovely.
Oh, it is a different BMW to one I saw earlier. There is a number 138 in the paddock as well. So apologies, that's my mistake.
There's 18, there's Harry Barton.
Yeah.
So come over the line.
33 and 133, which were battling for position across the line as well. That's Elwell finishing ahead of Kemp and Lochnan. Then we've got the Crudgington car next up ahead of Merrill in the Alfa Romeo. But we keep our eyes out the window for car 21, the Mini Gem Mark 1. Another absolute, it literally is a gem of the paddock, isn't it, this
Lovely
weekend?
car, yeah.
And then the Alfa just behind, 2 fantastic examples. Great to see them racing together and great to have the sunshine out as well. And there is the Gem across the line, followed by the Giulia. I was so pleased to see that thing finish the race, I must admit. Car 17 just behind them, a little bit further down the order. That's 25th place for Richards and Waterhouse. A very entertaining way to start our day. We've still got the Hillman Imp to cross the line as well, just coming through the final corner. More side by side as well. And he's still indicating, I've been told. Courteous, very courteous.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Turner of Mike Henney has come over the line, along with the Cornwallis Radio Caroline BMW, and the Hillman Imp still trying to tell people. Maybe he's trying to remind people it's a clockwise circuit. I'm sure they have worked that out by now, but
Yeah.
you know, you can never have too much information.
Well, that's very true. There are a number of drivers that we've seen in modern day racing and, of course, back in previous racing series where they've just completely had a mind blank when it gets to a certain corner and not got it right. So maybe a bit of a reminder from the Hillman Imp. Car 26 across the line finishes the race in 14th place. That's Pickett and Pickett. Car 70 just behind them in 16th. That's Brian.
Indeed, so it was Daniel Pickett that started that one. Dennis Pickett would have brought it home. As wonderful swinging 60s cars round out race number 1 to kick off the action for the day.
Really entertaining race that was. Really, really entertaining stuff. And obviously we do have more swinging 60s later on in the day, which is going to be Group 2. As mentioned, they're going to be the bigger engined cars as well, so plenty of V8 roars and 6-cylinder screams. We've got all sorts coming up for you later, so keep an eye out for that one. In about 10 minutes time, we will have race 2 of the day, which is race 9 of the weekend. Another 40-minute race with pit stops. They're all 40 minutes today except the Mintex Classic K. But next up, in a few minutes, will be the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. We'll catch you in a few.
Yeah, hold on. I hadn't noticed that one. I'll zoom in on it.
We've just had word, everybody, around the circuit, if we could have your attention, that near the toilets there is a black BMW 5 Series, registration Yankee Kilo 62, Yankee Charlie Mike, that's YK62 YCM. You've done a pretty good effort and left your car locked with the engine running, so if you could tend to that, please, and make sure that you don't run out of fuel before you go home today, or try to go home today, then that would be great. That's a black, or at least very dark blue, BMW 5 Series YK62 YCM parked by the toilets. Please, could you turn your engine off, or at least do something with it? Thank you. And right on cue, Chris, we have another race.
Race time. It is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics are now taking to the field. A beautiful collection of cars. I know that's a bit of a broken record statement, but I will make it again. So, a couple of, there's many club regulars in this field, and it is on the pole is the Battleship Grey TVR of Stuart Dayburn, car number 70. Joining him is the wonderful RX-7 of car number 66, Alex Taylor. On the second row is Jeff Beale. We saw his Lotus yesterday, the Talbot Sunbeam. So he takes in third position. Then fourth is the other one. There's generally those two scrapping for the same bit of tarmac, and they will be again. That's the Ellis & Ellis number 4 Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. On row 3 is number 46 Miles Maserati in his Porsche. So we will be saying, so when we say Maserati Porsche, that's what we're talking about. And car number 30 is the bright pink MX-5 of Sam Smith. Row 4 is James and Will Dingle in Dad's car. Now they do have their own 944 S2, but that is broken, so they've nicked Dad's one. And the white number 2 is what they are fielding today, alongside number 38, the Toyota MR2 of David Bryant. On row 5 is car 54, that is Bentley and Kidson in their BMW E30 318 IS. And car number 6 is the Porsche of Bridgman, Williams and Everett, another 944 S2. Then alongside, behind them in row 6 is car number 40, the Livesey Robinson car. That is another 944. And in 12th position, car number 15, Stephen Thompson, is a newcomer and another 944 S2. Quite a popular car in this field. Row 7 is car number 28, Chris Smith, in his Ford Escort. Lovely looking car. And 188 newcomers this year is the BMW E30 of, I will try and pronounce this correctly, Roberto and Cristiano Nardone. On row 8 is 281 Smith and Woolley. That is that's their BMW 320. It's Chris Woolley's very first time out. There's a few actually drivers that are having their very first race here at Snetterton, and Chris Woolley is one of them. Then in 16th is car number 3, which is Rob Sadler and Luke Schlewitz. Hopefully pronounced that correctly. Schlewitz, I'm just being corrected. That's an E30 M3 that they are out in. And final row is 177 Simon Spooner. Again, a newcomer to the club, so we always welcome anyone new. So the car was built 5 years ago, and it's its first run out here at Snetterton. So that's another Toyota MR2. And finally, it is car number 351, Darren Claydon, in a BMW 320. Feeding their way around towards Coram now, and the safety car has got quite a big distance. Stuart Deben is not in a hurry at the moment. He's enjoying the local Norfolk countryside. I'm sure Alex Taylor is wanting to get on with it, and you've got the two Sunbeam Lotuses right behind them. Again, very eager to get on with it. Come on, Stuart. He's not in a hurry, is he?
No, to be fair, he's probably just waiting for the RX-7 to run out of oil on the warm-up lap, to be fair. But
yeah, they've had fuel pressurization problems with that car. A couple of times they've had issues with that RX-7. And again, it let them down in qualifying. But now Stuart Deben has led the field onto the start-finish straights. And the safety car has actually nearly made it back to its position before Stuart Deben has made it back to the flag. So the Battleship Grey TVR Tuscan is ready to roar into life, and away we go. We are racing at Snetterton then, and a great start for Stuart Deben. Jeff Beale in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus right behind him has managed to overcome the Ellis and Ellis car as they come through turn 1. Looks like everybody has made it through okay so far. No major bangs and lots of tyre smoke, none of that. Everybody has made it through, so far so good.
Looking good out of the first couple of corners, and it's going to be interesting as well, by the way, to keep an eye on Robert Sadler and Luke Schlewitz a bit further down the order. That BMW E30 M3 in its old sort of DTM livery looks absolutely beautiful. They started at the back of the pack, and that car is very, very potent indeed. But that TVR, like a missile, has disappeared up the road. You've got the beautiful two Talbot Sunbeam Lotus machines, third and fourth, looking incredible at the moment, like they're made out of Lego. But then you've got that fantastic RX-7 screaming away as well. You've got brilliant variation once again in this sort of field, Chris, but a very tidy opening couple of corners. We've had some brilliant driving standards this weekend, haven't we?
That's absolutely true. A few mistakes here and there, but they have been genuine mistakes rather than some acts of blatant stupidity. But there's the Ellis and Ellis Talbot Sunbeam Lotus having an argument with the Maserati Porsche. It's just Miles Maserati. It was due to be Miles and Pierce, the brothers, having a go in that one, but Miles decided to dominate the car himself. Didn't get a chance to have a chat to them, unfortunately. There's the Dingle Porsche, so that Dad's car that they're running in, the normal one is broken. as the bright pink MX-5 right behind them. Oh, that looks like Bryant's MR2 has had a bit of a moment. We did see some dust being kicked up on the camera there. He's lost a spot to that black Porsche. That's the Livesey and Robinson 944 that's made the move. And Miles Maserati has gotten ahead again of the Ellis Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Not surprising, as there's a lot of power under the right foot of that Porsche. As we now look slightly further back, there's number 3. That's the Sadler and Schliwitz car. Trying to make its way through the field as well. A great scrapping, always early on, as we very much enjoy, but such a great mixture of cars. Oh, now look at this. Alex Taylor is closing back in on Stuart Dayburn for the lead. So once again, that RX-7's closed in on the twisty bits on the Battleship Grey TVR of Stuart Dayburn, but at the moment, it's still advantage Dayburn.
I just had to grit my teeth then as the noise of that 46 Porsche came past us. It's an absolutely wonderful sounding car. But to be honest, the other Talbot Sunbeam has gone quite backwards at the start of this race, if I'm honest with you. That's the number 4 car, isn't it? Yeah, he's gone down to 5th position now. The Maserati Porsche has gone straight past him. We've also got Bentley in a BMW, haven't we, further down the order as well? So we've got a few little confusions there. But yeah, the RX-7 and the TVR Tuscan, 2 cars that you would never expect to see together on a racetrack, making a pair of brilliant noises and being very, very quick indeed. 4th place now, though, for the Maserati Porsche, the number 46 car, going very well in the early stages. I think attrition is probably one of the main subjects of the day, though, because, you know, while these cars are fantastically maintained, you do see a little bit more attrition mechanically in these sorts of things, don't you, Chris?
True enough, true enough. These cars are a little bit more prone to breaking themselves into pieces. That's all part of the fun, isn't it? Well, fun for us watching, at least. Wow, Alex Taylor, very, very sideways, coming onto the Bentley straight, driving that car as it was designed to be. He's doing everything he can to hang on to the back of Stuart Dayburn. He's having a roaring success in that Tuscan. He's had that car for quite some time. There's a few Tuscans that are in the field. We should have had Tony and Aston Blake in their car, and their number 1. Sadly, that has had to be withdrawn. We were going to be treated to that twice, and it was flying well in qualifying, clearly too well, because it has chewed itself to death, unfortunately. So down to just Stuart Dayburn, and he is making full advantage of it. There is Mr. Bryant in the MR2. Does seem to be falling back a bit. The number 38 car may well be struggling a bit. There's Sam Smith in the Fiat Pink MR2. We're also muddling up some names, haven't we? So, he's going for the move. The MX-5 on the inside line of the MR2. And he's got him coming into Coram. Stuart Damon's got the fastest lap. That's not a surprise. It's a wonderful car that's doing very well at the moment. Yeah, Sam Smith, good move. And he's on the back of the Dingle Porsche now.
The battle for 3rd position is well and truly on now. Maserati is right on the back of Beale for 3rd place in that Talbot Sunbeam, looking very strong as things stand. It's really got the legs out of the corner on the Talbot, and he's actually right behind him as they go into the Wilson hairpin, so close together. I'm going to see which coloured roof comes out of the corner first over the barriers. We've got the blue Sunbeam. It does seem, though, like the Porsche, while I say it does have the legs out of the corner, the initial launch just isn't as strong. And he's actually got the other Sunbeam right behind him as well, actually, which is the number 4 Ellis car. So he's got to also defend while attacking here. It's another very fantastic combination of cars we've got.
Absolutely. Look at Taylor right on the back yet again of Dayburn, now coming down through Hamilton, heading towards the right-hander. And here again, it's the same game of cat and mouse we've pretty much seen all race long, where, or certainly all weekend long, where the bigger engines are just powerless in that middle section and then just open their legs and stretch their legs rather than off they go down the back straight. And again, Alex Taylor just getting very, very sideways through onto the Bentley straight, and that's just costing that little bit of time again. Hopefully the car's going to hold on, because he's doing a brilliant job keeping the leader company.
That's the thing, as you go onto that back straight, it really invites you to put the power down. It's a long right-hander. You take quite the late apex, and in a rear-wheel drive car with a lot of power, you just want to plant your right foot and get on with it to make sure you get a good run. But if you are a little bit too eager, it will absolutely bite you, and you will feel that disadvantage all the way down the straight. But the RX-7 going very, very well in 2nd place at the moment. Dayburn has not got this all going his own way. Still over half an hour to go. They're right together around Coram. As they come into the final couple of corners, hard onto the brakes.
Yeah, that's our newcomer in the MR2, having an argument with one of the BMWs, I think it's the Nardoni BMW that he's gotten past. Nice move.
Oh,
in
the RX-7's
177.
disappeared, sorry. The
Oh,
RX-7 has disappeared as they've gone into the last corner. He's into the pits.
Oh, no.
Dayburn got away, and I thought, he's had a really good run, and then suddenly the RX-7 didn't come into view. I'll see what happens in the pit lane. I can't see any sort of liquid or anything behind it. You mentioned the fuel pressure issues earlier. He's already got the door open. That is such a shame, because that car was looking really potent indeed. He's pointing to the back of the car with his sort of like saying something about the back of it. Oh, that's good.
Wow, that's the BMW. That's the 281 car going off. So that's the Josh Smith and Chris Woolley car that's gone off the road. There is the 66 now stranded RX-7. That's Trevor Taylor, father of Alex, stood by on the left-hand side with Heidi, which is Alex's partner, having a look inside the car yet again. It's not been a great weekend for them. Like you say, Chas, it's such a shame they were doing so well, keeping that mighty Tuscan company. And now Stuart Dayburn can dance off into the distance as we now look on stream at the number 6 car, which is Theodore Bridgman Williams and Ian Everett sharing the 944 S2 with that beautiful Rothmans flavoured livery on that one. And that's never a sight you want to see during a race, at least. Someone having to reach into the engine. A great shame, again, Alex Taylor's luck not holding out.
No, it's quite an interesting engine to work on as well, with it being rotary engines. They're very, very small engines for what they are. A lot of the time about 1.3 litres, but you get so much power out of them. Sort of modern day tuners get sort of over 1,000 horsepower, some even near 1,500 horsepower out of the RX-7 engines with 4 rotors, because they rev so high. It's almost 18,000 RPM in some of them. It's absolutely amazing the noise they make. And even, in the older engines that are in that RX-7 we see there, they make a great noise. I mean, it isn't at the moment, obviously, but they usually do make a great noise and rev quite high. However, you do say that Dayburn has completely disappeared up the road now, unfortunately. That has opened up a big gap, but second place still the way of Beale with Maserati. No, he's in a Porsche. In third place, and then the Ellis car 4, P4 at the moment. Now, I'm not one to start suspicion, but Dayburn's bonnet, as he came past, looked like there was a very large panel gap on the right-hand side of it. I'm not sure if that started moving or whether that's just my eyesight playing up again.
It's probably struggling to keep all the horses under control.
Yes, true.
A hell of a lot of them in under the bonnet of the Tuscan. But in fairness, Alex Taylor hasn't gotten that car out of there, so he's not retired it yet. It's too early for the pit stop, so if he's going to continue, he'll have to be in again, unfortunately.
Sounded like he's just fired it up again then.
It'll be good if he's able to continue. As we look at this continuing battle between the number 6 Porsche, that's been started by, double check the notes, that's Theodore Bridgman Williams that's started that car. There is Alex Taylor again. I imagine that having an interview with him would be a little bit colourful right now. Yes. He's a fairly straight-talking man. He's had a great chat with him previously at Thruxton, and also a brief chat with him earlier today. There's that gorgeous Escort.
Yeah. I was just going to say it. It just stands out so much as he came around corner. That beautiful blue colour 2.4 litre engine in the front of that thing, and it's got that great throttle body sort of induction growl, as a lot of these cars do. They're on more sort of naturally aspirated engines, older fashioned engines that just have that touring car growl as they come towards you. It's beautiful to have. We've got a good, actually, sorry to say again, Chris, we've got some fantastic BMW scraps going on here. The 188 car and the 281 machine, both of them E30 shapes, one a 325, the other one a 320. That's Joshua Smith and Chris Woolley in the 281 car, and Cristiano Nardoni in the 188 machine. Those two keep swapping around by the time they get to the straight, so maybe one set up a little bit more for the twisty bits.
Yeah, trying to spot a Range 2 red BMW is a bit of a task, but there we go. There's a third world problem, first world problem for us to have to worry about. The stream looks at the Ellis Talbot Sunbeam Lotus chasing and keeping company, in fairness, with the Maserati Porsche as they are coming down towards Coram now. And that is a battle for, that's the last podium spot they're having an argument about, as Alex Taylor, of course, has plummeted through the order and is still in the pit lane. They haven't moved it just yet. So we see that Porsche now has got the great opportunity to get those horses galloping, chasing on after Jeff Beale, who's just crossed over the line now. So second's not too far up the road, but I would imagine Miles Maserati would prefer not to have his mirrors full of the Ellis and Ellis Talbot Sunbeam Lotus.
Yeah, he was a lot closer earlier on in the race, wasn't he? And then he seemed to have dropped away. Either that or Beale has just found a little bit more play in the throttle and he's managed to push it down a bit harder. But he was flashing his lights as he came down the straight. The 66 RX-7 is staying inside. He is not going back out now. He's just pulled out at the end of the pit lane. That's a real shame. But yeah, the number 63 machine was flashing his lights as he came down the straight, maybe just as a sort of acknowledgement to the team that he's seen a board or something like that. Not quite sure why. Pit window is open, so the bright pink MX-5 is on its way in for its pit stop. The first car that we'll have in for a scheduled stop, that is Sam Smith. We ought to give him congratulations on his most recent album as well, but I'm not sure he'd want to celebrate it driving a bright pink car around Snetterton, but either way, I'm sure this Sam Smith is having a much better day of it.
Well, you could congratulate him if you like. You might look at you and question him.
Yeah, probably. Well, then again, everyone does anyway.
Well,
but
I didn't want to say.
Just reflecting on the TVR at the front of the field, the bonnet is definitely moving on the right-hand side. It's starting to come away a little bit, so hopefully for his sake it doesn't. Well, you know, you can always speculate. That's what our job is to do as commentators.
There he is on the stream at the moment. There is a little bit, as we're looking at it from the front, it does look like the bonnet is not quite down. There it is. There is a definite gap there on the right-hand side. Oh dear! So we haven't seen him hit anything. So it could be why he's not quite keeping up with his. He's still going very quickly, but he's not quite on his normal fast pace. Although if nothing else, the wind resistance will keep the bonnet shut. Expect some more gaffer tape hammering to go on with the number 70. He's still giving it plenty of beans over the line, in fairness. He was only a couple of tens off his previous lap. As we look at number 54 on the stream at the moment, that is the Bentley and Kidson BMW. That is being handed over to... So Tim Bentley started in that one, so it's Michael Kidson that will take that one over when it comes back on track.
Beale's in the pits, second place at the moment, makes his way onto pit lane. I was just going to say as well, I mean, it's a TVR at the end of the day. It has to keep things lively for you.
True enough.
So, you know, they tend to try and rip themselves apart just to be entertaining, because that's just what TVRs do. They are all truly bonkers. Anybody that knows about the TVR Cigaris will know exactly what a bonkers car is. There's a list of things about that thing, including a glass rear wing that is just mind-blowing to think as just TVR doing what TVR do. But we've got a few cars in the pits now. Beale and the number 54 BMW joining him on pit road. That's the Kidson and Bentley car.
Indeed, yeah. There was a beautiful TVR Cigaris at Donington Park, doing rather well until it caught fire.
Being a TVR.
The driver had a lot of trouble with the rear view mirror coming loose for a while. And sadly the engine decided it wanted to join in with the action and went back.
Well, did the rear view mirror catch fire as well? I've heard they do that. Common fault.
Well, I'm sure you had more things to worry about than what the rear view mirror was doing once he started seeing smoke filling up the cockpit. So we look at number 28, which is Chris Smith. Now
it's just gorgeous, isn't it?
It's a wonderful car.
I can't get over how gorgeous that Escort is.
Now that's actually father of Josh Smith, who's in the 281 BMW. So father and son. Basically, they just bought toys to play with. Is the long and the short version of their story, which is great to see. They do sometimes share the BMW. They occasionally share the Escort, but they've got both toys so they can have an argument over the bits of track themselves. But the 281 is being shared by Chris Woolley, so it's not Smith and Smith in it this time, and that's now being handed over to Chris. Well, we will be when it comes in. The 281 BMW will be in the hands of Chris Woolley. It's his very first racing experience, so way to chuck him in the deep end, I guess. Yeah. So it's quite a challenging circuit, this Snetterton, to get your teeth on, but they're having a good go with it.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of fast corners here, but also some very start-stop sections in the middle of the circuit. You've got high-speed corners at the end of long straights as well. The battle for what is now second place still going on. Maserati just ahead of Ellis in the Porsche, ahead of the Talbot Sunbeam. The number 40 car going well as well. That's Robinson and Livesey in that Porsche 944. That thing looked really quick in qualifying, but it sounded like it had some sort of issue towards the end of the session. I noticed they started a bit further down, but that thing's a missile down the straights. It's great to watch.
It was making a rather odd noise. That's Brian Robinson and Paul Livesey. Brian Robinson started the day in that one, so that'll go over to Paul Livesey in a little while. As we look at number 15, newcomer Stephen Thompson. It's his first race in this car. He's only had that car a month. So that's, if it breaks, then that's expected. If it does well, then bravo. So he's on a winner no matter which way he goes. He's being chased by the number 6. That's the Bridgman Williams Everett car in that lovely Rothmans livery. Yeah, I think it's an excellent effort from Steve Thompson. Bought it a month ago. Did little bits he needed to do, and then got it here. Great effort.
And it's a good car to race in as well, the Porsche 944. Obviously, it's not too overpowered that it's going to try and kill you every time you put your foot down out of a corner, but it's still got that sort of rear-engined Porsche balance where it teaches you just about how lively cars can be. Obviously, everybody knows and hails Porsches for being such drivers' cars. It's a great first car to have, and I'd say a very underrated one at that. I think the Porsche 944 and even the 924, they are absolutely stunning-looking cars, and they still have that whole sort of Porsche heritage about them, don't they?
Yeah, completely. That's one observation I've made of pretty much everything I've stared at all weekend is that every car looks, with the exception of a few scuffs and dings and stone marks, they look showroom new. They look absolutely incredible. Race leader is in. Stuart Deben has brought the mighty Tuscan in for its mandatory pit stop. Bless him, he's giving everyone else a chance. Look, that's awfully sporting of him.
Needs to get the duct tape out though for that bonnet. To be fair, it's weird because from the front it looked like it was still fine and level, but on the right hand side there was definitely a gap there. So maybe just one of the pins on the right rear coming loose. We'll see whether they do anything in the pit stop. We have a camera in the pit lane on the live stream, which is nice to have today, which is also going on. We've got the 351 BMW parking right in front of the TVR, but we can just see the right-hand side of it. Oh, she's opened the door now, so now we can't see it. But either way, they've got to do their stop. That's more important than us seeing the TVR.
In fairness, yeah, that's Darren Clayton that's brought the BMW in.
40 Porsche in as well, sorry.
Oh, yes, that's the Crudgington. Well, the Crudgington Shreve car should have been with us, but at number 14 we lost them due to overheating and problem with their big end, which is never a good thing to have in any circumstance. As we look at a great battle that's been going on all race long. That's that new Toyota MR2, the 177 car. That's Simon Spooner. That car was built about 5 years ago, and today is its first race. Oh, it's just commentator curse. That is exactly. If you didn't know what it was, that's a perfect example of it. Just he's overcooked that one coming through Hamilton. He's got that one back on the road. As long as it's still running, you'll be absolutely fine. Looks a little reluctant to get going. One thing these cars don't do in a hurry is start.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's the number 40. That should be going over to Paul Livesey now.
Just had an update, by the way, from my brother, who is down on the back straight just by the Snetterton Bridge. He's just told us that the number 2 Porsche is pulling off, unfortunately, which is the Dingle car.
The Dingles. Oh no, that's Dad's car. They've broken the road, and now they've ruined Dad's one. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting conversation when they get that one home. But, they haven't actually nicked it. Daddy Dingle is here, so he's not being driven without him.
I was going to say we'd be incriminating people saying, "Oh yeah, that car you can see there, yeah, stolen. Get him." Right, the TVR's coming back out. I'm going to have another look at its bonnet. Excuse the term. Just to have a see whether there is a gap. It looks like they've pushed it back down, but I'm wondering whether just when it's at speed, it does start to rise up with the airflow going under it. But
yeah, they're struggling to keep the horses under control.
That thing's just a missile, isn't it? Even the way it left the pit lane was exciting. It's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant to watch as the 351 BM follows it out.
Yeah, so Darren Clayton is going out there. Still going on is we saw on stream a moment ago, the battle with that red BMW still is raging on. Stuart Deben now is going to have pretty much a lot of free time to himself. Well, comparatively speaking, he's not going to slow down any because that's against his nature.
Oh, we've got the 15 and the 6 Porsche in as well, and the number 46. So we've got a Porsche party in the pit lane. Excuse the alliteration, but even still, great to see. And we do have the 177 MR2 still circulating.
Has managed to get that one
he's
back into life again.
Yeah, he's coming into the pits now, probably for an overalls change after that very scary moment through Hamilton.
Yeah, there he goes. You can see him on the camera shot there. As we're looking at the 281 car being handed over to Chris Woolley for his first go. Well, not his first go in the car. Oh no, the 177's actually just pulled straight into the garage. So that may not have been a driver error. Something may well have snapped on that one. A huge shame. You never want to see it. As we look at what I believe now is Matthew Ellis that's taken over the number 4, the black Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, as it chases off after Darren Clayton after Darren's just pitted.
Ellis now leads the race, by the way, in car 4. after not
so he's
having
not been in
not having a pit stop yet. Smith is also yet to pit in the number 28 Focus. Obviously, Dingle is going down the order after his little excursion, so that car will not be completing a pit stop at all. We then have the Bridgman, Williams and Everett car also due to stop, the number 6 Porsche, which is in now, so any moment now we should be completing the pit stops with 18 and a half minutes to go yet. And this is what surprises me about these races every single time, with how long they are. We get so much racing in just one go, and pit stops as well. It's got a bit of the best of everything here.
Yeah, no argument from me on that one. The two red BMWs are going to be side by side coming out of turn 1 as... Oh, that looked close from here, but it may have looked different down trackside. That's Chris Woolley. It's just taken that one over with the Nardoni machine right with him, as the cameras are looking at Jeff Beale in the blue Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Did pretty well running yesterday. He was somewhat outgunned, I think it's fair to say, but he's having a good old run here today. He's in 7th position currently at the moment, and we have seen him in the pits. Only a few cars have yet to see the pit lane. I was saying, the one that I was expecting to come in is the Ellis machine. The 177 MR2's come back out again. So maybe they had a look and decided, no, something hasn't snapped. That was actually your fault.
Yeah, stop making excuses.
Yeah, get out there and get on with it.
Yes. Yeah, may as well. Oh, the number 40 car, which is now actually ahead of Beale on the road, the Robinson Livesey machine. A bit of a turbo flutter there as he changes gear down the straight. Sounds absolutely awesome. It's a noise that we all love in the motorsport world. The 46 Porsche is out back on circuit as well, and I think he has held 3rd place on the road. He might overtake Ellis in the pits, so we'll keep an eye on where that Talbot Sunbeam is now. Another beautiful car that I mentioned earlier on that's making its way through the field gradually is the number 3 Robert Sadler and Luke Schlevich car, the BMW E30 M3 in the old Vorsteiner DTM livery, popping and banging its way out of the pit lane in a way that that's not going anywhere.
No, he was being a bit hesitant there. The car, it was very much like gargling fire.
That's broken.
That's not happy.
No,
dear.
That, to me, it looks like it's leaning on the front left for some reason. He's still taking it out on the road.
Very, very slowly. Yeah, he's still making a bit of a fuss. He's coming through the first turn very slowly. Has he managed to... Has the right foot decided to do what it's supposed to do? Yep, it looks like he's actually picking up a bit of pace now. So it could be that whatever gremlin is in there has decided to leave it alone for now. But trouble then for the number 3.
Yeah.
Great shame. Gorgeous car, that one.
Here comes our race leader. Now to cross the line, car 70 retakes the lead. That's Dayburn. And the number 4 car of Ellis is yet to move out of the pit lane. Smith just gets out there in the Escort. We've got the Rothmans Porsche still there as well. Now where is the 46 Porsche? I think it's just coming down the straight now. No, I'm mistaken. No, I'm not. I actually got it right for once. Wow, I'm a commentator. I got something right. The number 46 car remains in 2nd place then. Maserati has jumped the Beale Talbot in the pits, and he is now up into 2nd place on the road. The car 4 is actually still sat there with its doors open in the pit lane, and the other Talbot is just coming down the straight now with car 40 in front of it, making a hell of a racket as ever.
Yeah, that Porsche was making a fair noise in qualifying as well, and it now decided to do so again. Yeah, Jeff Beale is really hounding it and keeping it company now, so that's a battle for the last podium spot. And behind them, the 177 Toyota MR2 that's back on circuit. It's just coming past the blue BMW. That's Darren Claydon. That's minding his own business. That's on stream is the battle for 3rd position, the number 40 Porsche in the hands of Paul Livesey. Now having to go in there. And there's the Maserati Porsche that's now found and coming out there. That's in the form of, I think, is that the Nardoni BMW? Can't quite see as the car number has actually dipped below the horizon line there. And still, that Rothmans flavoured Porsche has not moved.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that were sitting there for a while, but obviously the 4 machine back out on track now. But it's a real shame for that. The number 6 has now dropped to the bottom of those that are running.
And there's the Maserati Porsche. He's in 2nd position. He's on 25 seconds. Well, he's on, as far as positions are concerned, he's very much in no man's land. He's 25 seconds behind Stuart Dayburn, but 22 seconds ahead of the Robertson Livesey Porsche. So Mars Maserati is just out there having a good old time, seeing what the Porsche can do. No pressure in either direction.
Yeah, the closest two cars on track last time round were Claydon and Spooner, nearly 0.3 of a second apart. But then near the front end, we've got Robinson and Livesey only 0.8 of a second ahead of Beale the last time they crossed the line. Be intrigued to see how that changes around. Our race leader has gone through once again, and now Maserati is going to follow him across the line in second place, albeit quite a way back, as he hugs the pit wall on the right-hand side in that great sounding Porsche. It was parked opposite me this morning in the paddock when I turned up, and I just couldn't believe my eyes when it rolled off the trailer. It's just a glorious thing. The radiator in the back of that car as well, really high up obviously with the wing as well, so all the airflow flows over the roof and then gets caught by the vents in the wing. Here comes car 40, just ahead of Beale, and look at the pace difference from the other Porsche that's on track with it. That thing is an honest, just a missile, absolute missile down the straights, and it looks like the Sunbeam's going to get stuck behind the white Porsche 944 as well, so the traffic not favouring him there. That's where having the legs in that black Porsche has really helped, isn't it?
Yeah, he's timed that one perfectly well, hasn't he, to maintain that second position over Jeff Beale, as we still look at Mars Maserati coming up to the back of the blue Escort. That's Chris Smith. That's in the lovely little Escort there. Hopefully he's not going to hold up the Porsche too much. And there we go. So Mars Maserati having a look on the inside, coming towards Hamilton. Yep, job done before they get there. Lovely stuff going on there. Now that four-way battle we were mentioning, so Jeff Beale has made his way through the back markers, just as they're coming down towards Agostini. So he now can concentrate his efforts. Chasing off after Paul Livesey. There is the number 40 black Porsche that cleared that traffic earlier on. Oh, I beg your pardon, he's just clearing that traffic, so he's just now working his way past the BMW.
Wait, so he's lost that position to Beale then? He's lost that position in the
must have
first
lost the
couple of
position to
corners,
Beale
yeah.
then, yeah, there was a head when-
he was right in front of him. He was only, well, he was 1.6 seconds ahead. He's actually done the fastest lap of the race last time round as well. No, it wasn't, sorry. It was it was his personal best, sorry, 2:11.4. So, yeah, he lost a bucket load of time then because he was a good 3 or 4 cars behind him there. So maybe he's gone straight on at Wilson or something, had an excursion on the exit of turn 1. But yeah, he's lost a lot of ground. I'm sure he won't have much problem making it back up. But yeah, he's certainly cleared off as Beale now.
Yeah, I've just seen the number 2 Dingle Porsche being pulled in by a recovery vehicle. So that's going to be a fun debrief for Sons to explain that to Dad.
Here comes second place across the line once again. Car 46 completes his 12th lap of the race. 33 seconds off the back of Dayburn. Some 4 seconds a lap slower at the moment. That TVR at the front so dominant. And it was in qualifying as well. I mean, when the first laps were on the board, I remember seeing it 6 seconds quicker than everybody else on their first attempt. Beale comes through in third place now after getting back ahead of Robinson and Livesey. However, he did it as a big pop and bang as the Porsche comes back past us again. But again, that thing is running so much power, and you can just tell because it's turbocharged as well, so much pressure going through the engine. That thing really letting out a humongous pop there. Maybe just having a bit of an issue because in qualifying there was a lot of crackling and banging from that thing, and it didn't seem comfortable when he was getting to the end of the straight. So I'm wondering whether he might have had an issue coming out of the first corner potentially.
Well, potentially so. He's lost a lot of time. So what's the lap time for... it was a 2:20 on the board last time for Paul Livesey, so he lost 8 seconds in that lap alone. As we look at Stuart Dayburn having a lovely Sunday drive out there in the number 70 with 10 minutes of the race still to go. Yeah, that Porsche was is continuing to make a lot of noise. Now that bang was really loud up here. I dread to think what that was like trackside. That must have been absolutely deafening. Not that it's a particularly bad noise, but unless it shouldn't be making that noise in the first place, unless it's a precursor to a problem, then you never want to hear it. But pressing on though, he's not shy to still give it plenty of beans as they continue to make their way round. Yeah, most of the field has spread out a little bit now as we hit the final quarter of the race. It's not that Stuart Dayburn minds that TVR still with the bonnet not quite sitting down right, but it's not bothering him any. All the horses are behaving themselves in that beautiful Battleship Grey car. He's had for quite a number of years. He's had varying levels of success, but generally towards the higher end. Now, is that a problem for one of the red BMWs? As the other one just flew past it. They've both got the novice cross on the back, so it's difficult to identify them at range.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we might have 3 red BMWs, mightn't we? I think there is a third one, but we've at least got 2, which is the Joshua Smith and
third
Chris
one's
Wheeler.
just come past us. That's the 54 of Bentley and Kitson, which also has Novice Cross on it. So,
right.
yeah, getting them at range is difficult. So, it's, Bentley and Kitson in one, the Nardoni's in the second one, and
Smith and
Woolley in the third one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know we had 2 battling before, but I'm sure there was a third one there. We've got
That's Stephen
Porsche.
Thompson's Porsche that seemed to be a bit slow, unless it was just getting out of the way. We'll keep an eye on it. It's just coming into Murray's now, behind the 2 BMWs.
Yeah, with 2 red BMWs in front of it. That's pretty much everybody's had at some point in the race, I imagine. Crossing the line once again, keeping a bit of daylight between the 2 of them. Back up to speed now in the Porsche, and this is, look at the pace of it down the straight. Really flying, maybe just having a moment out of the Brundle-Nelson complex. Car 15 finds the gap on the left-hand side. Straight through he goes. Car 4 across the line as well, in 5th place now though, Ellis, so they really dropped down after those pit stops, didn't he?
That 15 is struggling because he's just gone past Chris Woolley, and also bearing in mind that is Chris, if I can get the syllables out right.
Chris Woolley.
Yeah, that's the one. Chris Woolley's first race, so I can understand him being possibly a bit cautious, but that Porsche just flew past him and then slowed right down again. So there was a gremlin of some description in Steve Thompson's car, and he's now just gone past Chris Woolley again. Now it looked like Chris actually pulled over there.
Yeah,
Just let the Porsche go, which is, that's fair enough. It's his first go. He doesn't want to cause any issues. He certainly doesn't want that Porsche trying to integrate itself into the BMW. So yeah, he's doing the right thing, just letting him go. That's one of the that's the Ellis Talbot Sunbeam Motors that's also joined that little party. He should fly past fairly easily.
Race leader's just come through and completed lap 14 of the race, doing a 2:11.3 last time round, so he's a little bit off his ultimate pace, but at the end of the day he doesn't need to push too hard at the moment. We'll see what the gap is next time second place comes across the line, which is the number 46 Porsche of Maserati. He's just coming round the final corner now, planting his foot to the floor and getting a great run down the straight here. Although we do say down the straight here at Snetterton, but it's quite uphill. You always quite forget how much of an incline there is here. Because it's such a long straight, it looks very flat. The gap is now 37.5 seconds to second place, so it's a very, very dominant performance, as mentioned, by that Porsche. Sorry, by the TVR, apologies.
That's not a bad performance from the Porsche, but
yeah.
The day certainly belongs to the Battleship Grey TVR Tuscan. He can really calm down. He can turn the radio on, tune into a local radio station and just take it easy from this point on. Now, is that a driver that's being recovered there? I've just spotted by a marshal's post, or was it a spectator? I can't quite see from here. It might be a spectator, beg your pardon. It's great to see spectators back trackside after, of course, all the restrictions that have gone on through the world. It's wonderful that we can have spectators back trackside. And another step towards normality as the Ellis car comes over the line. I'd say being chased, but certainly being joined over the line by the Nardoni BMW. The number 15, if it is having trouble, he is dealing with it. That's Stephen Thompson in that white Porsche.
Yeah, he's still dropped off the back of that BMW again, though, hasn't he, now? He's got back in front of him and he's disappeared up the road again. So the difference between the 2 of them as they crossed the line was actually 4.9 seconds. So it's very sort of rubber bandy, isn't it, the performance from Thompson here. The Smith and Woolley machine behind him, actually. Apologies, got that the wrong way around there, because there's a red BM in front of him and then a red BM behind him. So he's actually ahead of Smith and Woolley now by 5.6 and behind the other one by 4.9. So he's very much in the middle at the moment. Not sure whether the clowns or the jokers are to the right or to the left, but he's certainly stuck in the middle.
Nicely done.
That was poor, let's admit it.
Sam Smith and Brian are having a great fight for what is 6th position. The MR2 actually gets MR2 being overtaken by the MX-5 on that time around. But yeah, Dave Bryant is having a great old scrap with the bright pink MX-5 for that spot. It's the closest battle we have on circuit for position, at least at the moment, as we see Jeff Beals, Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, trying to do something about the Maserati Porsche ahead of him, but that's quite a gap. Wow, the lead now 40 seconds as Stuart Abrams decided to wriggle his right foot a little bit more with a 2:09.6 on the board last time around. No one anywhere near that kind of pace.
That's incredible, really, isn't it?
Well, the number 40 car, that's the Robertson Livesey car, I've just seen from the lap times, a 2:26. He lost 15 seconds. that time around, and we didn't see the incident, but he's having quite a bad day out there.
Yeah, a couple of issues with the car. He's coming back across the line now at what is definitely full chat. I mean, that thing in a straight line really is amazing to watch, but it just seems like a bit of an intermittent one, and it is often that's the case. I mean, when you see in a lot of club racing, you have these cars that have an absolute bucket load of power and are so quick in a straight line. The ones with the more power are usually the more intermittent ones. These are quite older engines that you see in a lot of these cars. I mentioned the attrition earlier on. Speaking of engines, by the way, I had a look at the engine in the number 63 Beale Talbot Sunbeam earlier. It's an absolute work of art. The throttle bodies and the intake and everything on it, all absolutely immaculate. Loads of carbon fibre in that engine bay. It is stunning. I think it was Seaman Performance Limited or something that had prepared that engine. Absolutely glorious looking thing. So if you are about in the paddock and you can have a look at it, look for that blue Sunbeam, because it's just gorgeous. Really gorgeous engine in it as well. As our leader crosses the line again, Chris, while I reminisce.
Yeah, we're just watching the stream there. Is again the number 40 Porsche, a little bit deep going through Agostini. There is the Tuscan in the hands of Stuart Dayburn. He usually hooks up with David Trigg. We should have seen Dave Trigg's wonderful Lotus Exige with us this weekend. Alas, it withdrew before the weekend. I was bitterly disappointed to see that one withdraw, as it is a gorgeous car. The brand new vehicle that he got for this particular event, and usually Trigg and Dayburn are partners in crime when it comes to race preparation. Sometimes they'll share each other's cars. Dave Trigg, as mentioned, not with us this time around, so it was a great shame that we didn't see the Lotus. But Stuart Dayburn at the moment is just, well, very much one man showing it, isn't it? There's no other way to describe it. It's now nearly 43 seconds to the good, and that's not to say Miles Maserati is being slow in the Porsche. He is giving everything he's got in that car, that nothing can really touch the TVR at the moment.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. You can say that Dayburn's got a lot of daylight between them, to be honest. Absolutely gone.
How's the bottom of that barrel, Chaz?
I've got a few splinters, I must admit, to be honest.
Oh no! Wow, Mr. Ellis going sideways around the Escort there. Well, Chris Smith really had to keep that one under control. But,
yeah, it's a scary corner in the best of times, is Coram, especially when you're trying to go around the outside of them. I was actually here last year doing the Citroen 2CV 24-hour race, commentating on that, and the support race for it was the MSA British Superkart Championship. Now, those things go 100 miles an hour flat out round Coram in a cart.
Inch off the ground.
Yeah, in a cart in leathers. It's just, it's an unbelievably scary corner, but I could not imagine pulling 3.5 G in a cart going around there with my foot flat to the floor. There's bravery, and then I think there's some unbelievable mental capacity.
Yeah,
but
where the line between bravery and stupidity comes in at that
that
kind of stake is a little bit difficult to define.
Well, to be fair, one of them came into the pit lane. I was on the pit wall watching them, and one of them came into the pit lane, and I went up to him and I thought, I'm commentating for the day, so I need to get a bit of information off this guy. And I went up to him and I said, I've got a question, mate. I'm the commentator for the day. I just wanted to ask you a few things. He went, yeah, go on. What do you want to know? And I went, are you lot all right? Like just absolute nut jobs, but in the best ways, in the best of ways. And a bit of that there came out with Ellis chucking that Talbot around the outside, didn't it?
Well handled by Matt Ellis there to keep that one from slamming into the side of Chris Smith's wonderful Escort. As the checker flag is going to come out for Stuart Dayburn this time around. As quick as he is, he's not going to beat the flag in 10 seconds time from where he sits.
He'll certainly try.
Well, I would imagine he will.
He'd give it everything.
He's got the fastest lap by over 2 seconds between himself and anyone else. That's unreal kind of times. The only one that's been anywhere near his pace, I think, is the Robinson Livesey Porsche, which has had its fair share, or more than its fair share, you could argue, of issues this time around. The Dayburn is leading the way and is looking likely to bring home the top honours of this particular race.
Yeah, once the guys behind dropped off a little bit, he just did not look challenged at all, did he? Once that Taylor RX-7 came in, that was it. The gap just opened, it stretched its legs, and it has very truly disappeared over the horizon. The number 40 Porsche crossing the line once again and making a great noise with it. He actually, I tell you what, he's lifting off to get to turn one just after he crosses the finish line. That's how fast that thing is in a straight line. That's truly bonkers. It's a good, what would you say that is, about 400 metres, 300 metres to turn one?
Region, isn't it?
Yeah, that's bonkers, truly bonkers. But Into the final couple of corners, though, Chris, our race leader and undoubted race winner is just coming into view.
That he is. The mighty Tuscan has sailed him home to another race win, and deservedly so. That has not gone wrong at all for him. So your winner here for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics is Stuart Dayburn. Very nearly lapped the 188 Nardoni BMW, but that's got to do another lap before it sees the checker flag itself. Great effort from Stuart Dayburn. Second place is going to go to the Maserati Porsche car number 46, and again that's been pretty solid all day long. That was, as mentioned, that was going to be shared between the brothers, but that has been pretty much in the domain only of one Maserati. Still lots of popping and banging going on from the various Porsches around the circuit.
I was going to say that was the Sam Smith MX-5. That was sounded like gunfire as he goes into turn one. That was brilliant. He let off and it was just bang,
Wow,
bang, bang.
I thought it was one of the Porsches doing it.
No, it's probably all the pink paint in the engine bay. the number 46 Porsche just crossing the line now, just behind the 38 and the 3, which I think might have been positioned. Yeah, they were battling for position. That was Bryant just ahead of Schlewitz in the number 3 BMW making a recovery. They were for 7th and 8th. Third place goes the way of Mr. Beale. That's Jeff Beale, not brother of Ian, in car 63. Fantastic drive from them, to be fair. So consistent throughout, weren't they?
And bearing in mind that we saw that a few times.
I should say, sorry, it wasn't he. There's not two of him.
we did see that car come out yesterday, so that's already done quite a few racing miles this weekend.
Yeah, true.
So, it's done pretty well to hang on in there and continue the pace that it's doing. We do hope that it continues to do so throughout the rest of the weekends. It will reappear. Number 40 has come over the line. He's still pressing on. He does know that the race is done.
Yeah, just breaking the sound barrier as he crossed the line there. That was absolutely moving.
It has happened. It has happened where drivers have not seen the checkered flag. But as you can see on the stream, with the marshals actually waving the yellows in the middle of the road, it is a bit of a clue.
Yeah, it's very, very true.
That the race is done.
Yeah, you don't expect to have a marshal in the middle of the road, to be fair, when you do crawl your way around. But another very varied and entertaining race. We have the gorgeous number 28 Ford Escort across the line. Fantastic induction noise from that. Really, really beautiful car. He finishes the race down in... Actually, I say down. He's in 10th place, so he rounds out the top 10. We just wait for the Nardoni car to come through. Oh, it's been classified as finished, actually. I think he just got lapped as he crossed the line.
I would imagine he probably led off the gas, realised what was going on, and thought, you know what, all yours.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So unfortunately, we lost the Dingle Porsche from that, the Bridgman Williams and Everett car number 6, another one of the Porsche 944s, and then car 66 Taylor in the Mazda RX-7, the beautiful 1.3 litre turbocharged Mazda RX-7, the only car that seemingly could challenge Dayburn for that win, but that TVR reigning supreme here this afternoon in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Next up, we will have the longest race of the day, the Mintex Classic K race, which is going to be 1 hour long, and this is going to be a real treat here. Some true endurance going on. You've got a good 20 minutes extra racing from these guys, and to be honest, after watching qualifying this morning, I couldn't pick a winner from that lot.
Yeah, good luck with that. That could go absolutely anywhere. There's so much great experience and wonderful machinery in that race. I'm not even attempting to pick a worthy winner from that. So as the track gets cleared up and the cars get into the meeting area, we will be treated to the Mintex Classic K very shortly. Stick with us. We have lots of racing action still to come. On then with the next race of the day. So this is the Mintex Classic K, has been brought out onto circuit now.
I hope you like V8s.
Oh
That's all I'm
yeah.
gonna say.
So in the Mintex Classic K, our car's prepared for the pre-1966 Appendix K regulations from the FIA. So there's some great machinery, a lot of which you'll see in the swinging 60s category as well. So on the pole is car number 20, which is the Anderson and Thompson Shelby Cobra. It was a late addition to the list. 460 horsepower in that small shell, followed by an amazing TVR Griffith number 72 Jamie Boot. That car has actually been in the Goodwood members meeting a few years ago. It's incredible to see. Row 2 is number 19, is the Tice and Connolly Marcos. We saw Alan Tice yesterday sharing the Fiesta with his daughter, and he returns to his usual haunt, the Marcos 1800 GTS. Alongside him is car number 152. That is Mike Stevenson and Mark Hales in the Cortina. That's a new entrant to the club as well. Now 107 on row 3 is the Bloon and Nunn car. That's another new entrant. That's the TVR Griffith, the maroon coloured car. And 171 is Alan Ross Jones in another Lotus Cortina. That's quite a popular car in this category. Row 4 is car number 420. That is Neil Howe in the Triumph TR4. And car number 21 is Raymond and Wheeler to round out row 4. Then row 5 is number 32, Brian Lambert in the Ginetta G4. And 182 is Stephen Robinson in the MGB Roadster. I believe that car was due to be shared, but it's Stephen riding solo in that one. Row 6 is number 79. We see it again. It's the Fraser and Fraser red and yellow Cortina. And 715 has come out to play again. That's Simon Evans in his Mini. Row 7 is 141. That's Rich and Rory Longdon in their Mini. And in 14th position is number 63. That's the Thompson and Wolf TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. Row 8 is car number 35, Team Greenhill. And 261 is the Lotus Elan of Graham Brow. Row 9 is the 134 car of Wesley Butcher and Dave Griffin. They've switched from the BMW M3 over to the 1800 Tisa. And then it's Pickett and Pickett again in the 26 MGB Roadster. Row 10 is car number 18, which is Harry Barton. Now he's joined with Dunbar. I'm not too sure what that is, so they don't have a second driver for that car. Number 18, but it's good to see him again. We saw Harry Barton in the Swinging 60s race have some difficulty, but glad to see that one is back out. Then it's the 103, Mark Crutton and Simon Skeltonbury in their MGB Roadster. Row 11 is 145, the Edwards and Yeomans car in the second Marcos. And number 9 is Keith Waters in his lovely Porsche 911. And row 12 is car number 34, Barbara Lambert, wife of Brian, in the MGB Roadster. And number 10 is Davidson and Davidson Jr. in their Sunbeam Rapier, also new additions to the club. And on starting at the back is car number 58, the Fluid and Myers Lotus Elan.
And he's already put his foot down, actually. They're getting to the line now, and they are getting going. Single file start for this one, hour-long race, and everything roars into life very quickly indeed. And already looking down the inside, to be fair, is Boot, as a quick ganders down the inside of the Cobra into turn 1. So many fantastic noises pouring their way past, rattling the commentary box as they come through here. Now these are this is the race with the BMW in that I mentioned earlier on in the day, the 134 car of Wesley Butcher and Dave Griffin, the BMW 1800 Tisa. Fantastic sounding car, really raspy, really loud, but it's the rumbly, noisy V8s at the front of the field that are shaping the way at the moment. The Marcos still in third position, then a battle behind, including the two Cortinas.
Yeah, there's going to be battles everywhere at the moment, but look at that. The V8 monsters are running off at the moment from the field, which is rather what I thought they would do. The Shelby Cobra, it's currently keeping Jamie Boot in play. And look at that on the inside line. You don't often see Jamie Boot being challenged. It is the Marcos that was the Tice Connolly car that was having a go at Jamie Boot. My goodness me. So either Jamie's just being a little reluctant or there's an issue with it, because, wow, was that car singing its symphony so good in qualifying. So I'd be surprised if there's an issue with it. I think it's just the Tice Connolly car that's having a great time out there. Who has started? It's Alan Tice that's in that car at the moment. He's having a great old scrap with the TBR, getting side by side with it almost, getting onto the Bentley straight. Now, surely, is when Jamie Boots is going to plant his namesake. Yep, there you go. Look at the gap that Griffith has already got for itself over the Marcos. But if that's anything to go by, then Jamie Boot is going to have a fair amount of work here to get past that Shelby Cobra, because that's a bit of a lock up there from the 20. He seems a little reluctant to slow down. I would imagine, compared to how quickly he can get going again, the brakes are probably made out of bin lids, so it's struggling to slow down. But they've got an hour's race here. They need to kind of keep it on the road for as long period of time. Well, certainly compared to the rest of the races, I think we're in for an absolute spectacle.
I speak to Boot this morning, actually. They were saying that because they've got the regulation brakes on the car, it's discs on the front, it's solid discs on the front and drums on the back. So that thing really not the most handy on the brakes compared to modern day cars. Great to see that Marcos going well early on though, but across the line for the first time they go. Fantastic. Some of the world's best GT cars from back in the day. This is how it used to be, and I absolutely love it, to be honest with you. Fourth place at the moment is the 107 Bloon and Nunn car. Ross Jones in the 171 Cortina following him. Then it's the beautiful little 32 Ginetta G4 of Brian Lambert, just ahead of the other Cortina of Stevenson and Hales, the 152 car. Another great noise from that machine. 134 and 79 across the line as well. That's the Griffin and Butcher car alongside the number 79 Fraser Cortina, the red car. There's another one of the Marcoses a little bit further down the order, not quite having as much as a good start here, but again, a lot of the time, it's very difficult to make progress. All these cars differently prepared, some of them with different engines, and a lot of them sometimes different agendas to go into these races with. A lot of them do it for fun. Some of them, while it is for fun, they still want to win.
I would imagine everybody wants to do as well as they can, but
I
think some people just accept, you know what, I'm not going to have the money grant. Oh, we've got already someone in the pit lane, number 35.
That's Greenhill, it says on the window
Steve
anyway.
Greenhill, he was a late addition to the starting lineup, I think. Oh no, what a shame. He's barely made a lap, and already he's in the paddock, and that is our first casualty. That MTB has gone. That's a great shame, but looking up front, my goodness me, the Alan Tice Chris Connolly car is still really keeping the establishment under control. Yeah, he's doing a great job in that Marcos 1800 GT again. A car you don't really see in the wild at all. It's quite an interesting car to see side on as well, because it's, especially when it's under the power as well. The rear end is really hunkered down on that car. The front end looks like it's about 14 feet off the ground. It's this very wedge shape, almost like a Corvette Stingray sort of wedge shape at the front of it. It looks like it's just going to poke its nose down the inside of everybody every single time it's on the brakes. They're really pesky little cars to race against when you're in a big burly V8 Cobra or something like that. The two leaders are right together though. Jamie Boot right with the Allison Thompson Cobra as they make their way around Coram. They're not going to enjoy that with the huge V8s. Let's see whether the Marcos can do anything on the brakes. Can you believe our top three are right together? Boot smacks the curb on the inside, side by side with the Marcos. Now the Tice Connolly car doesn't quite get the run though, and look at the pace difference down the straight. It's almost painful to watch, but the massive V8s roar their way down again with the Marcos screaming, "Come back," as he gets to turn one. I'm in this fight too, as the Shelby Cobra has just set the fastest lap of the race, which isn't entirely surprised, but there's not a huge amount in it, in fairness. There's actually less than half a second between the top three. But, Shelby Cobra, TVR Griffith, and Marcos. What a great mixture. And again, does that not personify or epitomise what the Classic Sports Car Club is all about? All these different cars, beautiful marks, just giving everything they've got. No matter whether it's for the lead or for last, they will fight for every position they can absolutely find. As there's another great battle further down. That's Harry Barton in the 1800 Tisa with the Fraser Cortina as well. Then right behind them, another three-way fight going on. It's difficult to know where to look. There's so many battles going on as our cameraman's doing a great job of trying to follow all of them. That's Keith Waters in the 911 in the number 9 car with another one of the BMWs right with it. there's our leaders again, and I bet you, not far out of camera shot, that Marcos is still with them. Jamie Boot getting right close to the Shelby Cobra. As we said earlier, they get up to speed very, very easily. Slowing them down is a rather tricky task. As they now come through onto the betting. Yep, and there is the Mini Marcos. Alan Tice doing a brilliant job of staying with them. Now, of course, this is where the pace difference is really going to highlight itself, as we saw on the start-finish straight a moment ago. The Mini Marcos is kind of looking gloomily on and then just sneaks back up on them coming through Coram. Oh, Jamie Boot. Yeah, he's having a look on the inside. There's the Shelby Cobra says, nope, denied, sir. You remain where you are. That started by Charlie Allison.
It looked like he felt the need to go slightly defensive there as he came into the left hand of the Brundle Nelson complex. It's just great. We've got this wonderful large grid of GT cars from back in that wonderful era of racing, the golden age of racing, but then it's just sprinkled with all these BMWs and Cortinas in the middle. It's just perfection in my eyes. It's like touring cars and GTs all rolled into one. I absolutely love it.
Isn't it just? So we just saw the 107 Griffith there. That was actually Jamie Boot's previous car. That's been through his hands and done well, and that's thankfully reunited on track again as opposition. As our lead three come over the line again, Jamie Boot now has nicked the fastest lap back, but only by about half a second. And in fact, no, beg your pardon, it's actually the Marcos behind them. It's quicker than the two V8 monsters ahead of it. That's incredible. So that Griffith alone is 4.7 litres, I believe. That Marcos is 1,800. So it just goes to show power is not the be-all and end-all.
It's definitely not. It's absolutely awesome to see that Marcos so squirty through the corners, really, really flinging its way around. It's almost like a serpent-like front end on that car. It's just slithering its way through. But it's just great, really great to see. And again, it's that whole sort of David versus Goliath thing, isn't it, that we mentioned yesterday when you used to have the Ford Mustangs and Galaxies and these huge American V8s against the little Minis in the British Touring Car Championship when it was the British Saloon Car Championship. Even in GT racing like this, you still get the same sort of thing in the endurance races as well. Drivers pitted against one another in machinery that have their own strengths and weaknesses, and it's very entertaining racing to watch, but a wonderful, wonderful effort by the Tice Connolly duo there. Which one was that started by? Sorry, was that Connolly?
It was Tice that started the 19. Well, you had a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, indeed.
Now, looking at success penalties for this category, it's only Jamie Boot that has one to serve for our competitors. Paul Toombs won at Thruxton. He's not here. Jamie Boot won at Donington. John Wolfe, now he's in the Grand Tourer, so I don't think that one is going to serve because that's not the same car. Richard Bateman is not here, or Batman as he's nicknamed. And Joe Ward isn't here. Joe Ward, the custodian of the Big Bertha, Baby Bertha, beg your pardon. The Jerry Marshall car. So, you know, Big Bertha was the car Jerry Marshall had that met its demise a number of years ago. Baby Bertha was built from the remains of it, and what they could salvage from it. It was built on the Vauxhall Forenza chassis, I believe. So yeah, Joe Ward is the custodian of that. As we look at our two leaders still scrapping over the lead as that Shelby gets raced quickly on. Number 21, that's a tad early to be in the pits, but is getting going again anyway.
That's the Raymond and Wheeler Marcos. Going back out though.
He is going back out. So
Not
maybe
sure
it was
what caused that.
Well, it could be, please check this, if, you know, if he's felt there's been an issue there. Jamie Boo's actually got the lead. He's wrestled the lead from the Shelby. So the TVR Griffith is now up ahead of the Shelby Cobra. So you can just see as they go over the brow of that particular slope that the Shelby Cobra was having a go to try and wrestle that back. Jamie Boo said, "No, you've had your fun, right? I'm going to run off now." I'd imagine he's going to have a hard time trying to outrun that Cobra. Now, Jamie Boot, he's used to being up front. And like I say, that car is just unbelievably fast, but he's got a 30-second penalty to overcome. So keep an eye out for that towards the end.
He needs to get on with it now. And now he's got the fresh air in front of him and he doesn't have to worry too much about the Cobra. He needs to stretch his legs and just hope that the Marcos can just nip at the heels of that number 20 machine behind him, the Allison Thompson car. Obviously, as mentioned, being driven by Allison at the moment. The Balloon and Nunn 107 car, the TVR Griffiths, now got up into 4th place ahead of the Alan Ross Jones Ford Lotus Cortina. So that's a change within the top 5 places. Big moves in the field. The 182 car is dropping down the order very quickly. That's the Stephen Osborne and Christopher Ward MGB Roadster, unfortunately, that is absolutely nosediving down the field. Can't see anything initially on any of our cameras anywhere, so not sure what's happened there. I should look in the pit lane, seeing as that's immediately in front of us, but no, can't see him in there either. So
Oh dear.
someone's gone MIA, I'm afraid.
Did we just see it on the stream camera there? There he is. So I think that's the car that has had a problem. He's got his indicator on. Couldn't quite see it because the leaders came past it so quickly that I couldn't quite identify the number on it. So yeah, Jamie Boot then is doing what he needs to do to try and build up that lead. That's that Shelby Cobra is hanging on to the tyre tracks of the Griffith, and that Marcos, I'm stunned that car is doing so well. I mean, no disrespect to anybody, as mentioned previously, they're all great gladiators that are taking part in these races for all of us to enjoy. But just the growling V8s are trying their best to do something about running away. And that MG I thought was the retiree isn't at all the retiree. That's actually Barbara Lambert's car. So not sure where our potential retiree is gone.
Yeah, I think it's a similar livery, isn't it? They're both very dark coloured MGs, so I imagined it was the retiree as well. We've got another pairing coming around the final corner. The Mini having a go with a Lotus Cortina. Now that is an absolutely wonderful sight for sore eyes, is it not? Great stuff to watch. I think that's might be the 152 Stevenson Hales car. Makes a great noise itself. Really opens the taps down the straight again and overtakes the Mini in a straight line. That's the 141 car.
The Longdons. That's Richard and Rory Longdon in the Mini.
Look how much later he brakes.
I was going to say, has he even braked? The brakes are an afterthought in a Mini.
I was going to say. Just got to lift a little bit and throw it in. But honestly, the Cortina broke, and you could see him. He moved over to the right as soon as the Cortina broke, and he thought, not today, mate. You've got another 100 metres yet. Watch this.
Yeah, that was 5 car lengths, which isn't. It was only about 3 footsteps in a Mini, I grant you. But,
yeah, that's true.
But that was unreal. It was almost like he wasn't going to bother braking at all. But again, that's the art of Mini racing. As we switch back to the lead battle, that Shelby just four-wheel drifting its way onto the Bentley straight. Lovely shot there as they're screaming down towards Brundle under the bridge. And Jamie Boot can't do anything about it. Alan Tice is falling a little bit off the pace now. He's probably done his best. But then in fairness, Alan Tice was slightly quicker than the Shelby Cobra ahead of him by about 0.6 of a second. So there's still plenty of pace in that Marcos. But they're in an absolute league of their own. No one's anywhere near them on pace. That's not to say that we haven't got some amazing racing action as we cut back to the Longdon Mini and still doing what it can to shake off its competitors. So yeah, everybody, as we said before, is still scrapping for every available inch of space. And look at the drifting going on in the Mini. Again, just point the nose in the right direction and push the accelerator through the bulkhead. That's the way you drive a Mini.
There's never going to be any end of appreciation for a Lotus Cortina from my part, I must admit. There's just something so cool about them. You know, they are rear-wheel drive cars, I think. Yes, they are rear-wheel drive. For some reason, I just imagined that they would be doing front-wheel drive drifting with a bit of lift-off oversteer. It'd be hilarious to watch.
Mini's a front-wheel drive.
No, the Cortina's rear-wheel drive.
Cortina, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I was listening, I promise you.
It's just the way it slides out of corners, and even though it looks so planted most of the time because the wheels are quite small on those things, you know, the body's very low to the ground, it's just dancing its way around the circuit. We have got a car going slowly coming onto the straight. Now I'm wondering if we have finally got the 182 Roadster. No, I think it's the same car that caught us out a little bit earlier on. Yes, it is. Shut up, Chaz. It's car 34 across the line. We're just getting out of the way of some of the traffic, which is the Ginetta G4, the Brian Lambert car. Now that's a gorgeous little thing. Not even a 1-litre engine in that.
No, indeed. Yeah, that's wife getting out of husband's way. Then that's the Lamberts swapping round. But yeah, 1-1 there, Mr. Draycott. We both made that same mistake.
Indeed.
Yeah, where has that 182 gone? It is deemed as missing, so it is.
Oh man.
It is parked out there somewhere. It's only we haven't seen where it has disappeared to. And there is the 32 Ginetta we were just talking about. Brian Lambert has had that car for some years. His wife Barbara was prevented from racing due to a hand injury last year, but has returned to the track this year in that MGB, which is good to see.
Boots just set the fastest lap of the race by 0.08 of a second ahead of Allison. So the two of them both did 2:19.3s last time. It was a 2:19.338 by Boot and a 3:46 by Allison. So incredibly close to the two of them. Just for anyone's context that doesn't know how short 0.08 of a second is, that's less than it takes the time to blink.
Yes.
If I can word that correctly next time, it'd be better. But you know what I mean. It takes longer to blink than 0.08 of a second. So there you go.
Indeed. Yeah. We don't need coherent words as commentators. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's understandable.
We'll just wing it. That's what I do. Oh, we've got a time penalty. Car 20, 10-second penalty for a false start. That's Allison.
That's the Shelby Cobra.
It is.
He's jumped. Now, I did wonder that because he looked like he gunned it too early and then slowed back down again. That is definitely not allowed. So I've seen that before. I've seen people try and get a little bit too greedy on the gas. So that partly negates Jamie Boots' success penalty.
I was going to say, yeah, the thing that does is really level the playing field now. So in net, it's 10 seconds still at a disadvantage for Boot, but Allison now, being behind him, has to make sure that he's not 10 seconds behind by the time that the flag drops.
Allison's just nicked the fastest lap back by 0.4 of a second. They weren't going to leave that tiny gap between them.
Yeah.
So, that car, it's got plenty of life still within it. Yeah, Jamie Boot is not going to do his usual dance off into the sunset, despite the fact there's 460 horsepower under Jamie Boot's right foot. He's got a lot of work to do to try and overcome the just raw, unbridled power of that number 20. And every time those two come past the commentary box, honestly, it shakes.
It does, so do I.
I mean, that is measured on the Richter scale. It is unreal what those two cars are doing.
Yeah, it's that really low, bassy rumble of a V8. It's quite interesting, though, the evolution of the V8 engine over time. They have these massive American chunky V8s that just rumble everything. They just sound like thunder coming past. But then, the modern day sort of V8s that you get in your Ferraris and your McLarens, they're higher pitched, really high revving, turbocharged engines, and they do not sound like V8s at all. They sound more like a 4-pot or something like that because of their mid-range sound. But the V8 is obviously such a versatile engine. There's a reason that so many cars have them. The Chevy LS engine's so popular. Humongous lock-up into the final corner by one of the BMWs. I believe that to be the 134 car, the Wesley Butcher and Dave Griffin BMW 1800. It was a humongous plume of smoke. I thought he had some sort of failure for a moment. There was that much of it. But he screams its way across the line, and it's still going absolutely fine, but just maybe with a tyre that's like a 50p piece.
Yeah, that's Dave Griffin, the Thunder from Down Under that we saw in the Diet Coke flavoured BMW yesterday. And it's one of his first times. He has driven this car before, if I remember what he told me correctly. But I think it's the first time we've seen it in the CSCC, as we see that Cobra getting very up close and personal with the grass on the exit of Murray's. Jamie Boot, does he nick the fastest lap back? Yes, he does. He's now into the 218s. Of course, they're burning off fuel. The car is getting a little bit lighter. And the gap between the two, barely over 1/10 of a second. To put the blinking element into context, 1/10 of a second is as quick as you blink.
Yes,
so,
indeed. Well, one element, sorry, just to mention about the sort of development of this race now. Obviously, yes, they are burning fuel. Tyres are at optimum temperature, but with a lot of the cloud cover, the circuit might be cooling slightly as well. So that will really help these guys. Especially a lot of them, I believe, are on cross-plied rubber as well. So they do like to slide around a lot, which makes all the difference in cars like this. And I think that's actually part of the talent aspect we have to really respect in wrestling these cars about. They're a lot older, they're a lot more lively, and back then, people didn't have the sort of performance tuning that we have now. The cars are nowhere near as stable. There's a lot more movement on the brakes and on the throttle. These drivers have to wrestle that all race long. It's great to see.
Yeah, completely. No one had any thoughts about aerodynamics or anything like that. So these cars, whilst they look very, very boxy, you got the rotation done by getting the back end to misbehave.
Yeah.
So, which, well, I'm certainly not arguing about. It creates a brilliant spectacle. As the bigger the engine, the more the slide was. The only problem is no one told Minis that. And,
yeah, that's true.
They've always gone sideways. Brakes are almost an afterthought in those cars.
Yeah. They save weight by leaving the brakes off it. That's what they do with Minis.
Oh, is that trouble for the Fraser Cortina, or was he just very slow? I think he might have been just a little slow.
Yeah,
out. So he had to get out of that because he was going a bit too deep. going through Nelson, and he's being mugged by the Marcos. There it is.
You mentioned the body language, sorry, about these cars. You know, that it sort of gives a lot of visual feedback to us, not just as commentators, but all the spectators as well. You get to see what the car is doing more. You often see drivers in modern day machinery, they'll come in and they'll be interviewed on TV and they'll say, yeah, the car was moving around a lot, it was doing this, that and the other, and you'll think, well, no, it wasn't. It looked planted for the whole race. What are you moaning about? In these things, if someone gets out and tells you, yeah, it was moving around quite a lot today, you think, yeah, trust me, I know. I could see it from the outside, mate.
Absolutely. That's got the 18 going a little bit slowly. Oh, that's the leaders being stuck behind the other Marcos. I think that was the 145. It's in trouble. Oh, Tony Boot, he's managed to get past it. And that's allowed the Shelby Cobra to close right in, as we've got the number 10 car coming through. That's the Davidson and Davidson Sunbeam Rapier.
That's a great wagon, that.
It's an unusual
great wagon.
Looking car. Again, that's another newcomer to the club. Now the pit lane is open, so they've opted to serve their pit stop very early. I wonder if they've come out a little too quickly there. See if they have, they'll be penalised for it. That'll be a post-race penalty if that is the case. So, and also coming in, oh dear, the number 21, the blue Marcos. That's the Paul Raymond James Wheeler car. It's looking a little sorry for itself. Are they pulling it off? They just restarted it.
No, he's coming in.
Yeah,
unfortunately, that's the end of the race for him.
Yeah. Crawling to a hole in the pit lane. That's a great shame. That's the Fraser Cortina. Let's come in. Who started that? Ian Fraser started it. John Fraser.
I was going to say Fraser.
And,
oh, the bonnet's up.
The bonnet is up. It is not normally a heavy thing, unless they're going to maybe hit it with a hammer.
Yep, put some duct tape on a hammer and hit it.
Yeah, do that, why not? As we know, that fixes everything in this era.
Well, I suppose if they do have these the sort of minimum times for these pit stops, they may as well check something over. It doesn't always mean there's an issue, but yeah, it's always a bit of a worrying sight for any fans of a car when a bonnet goes up on it when it's sat in the pit lane, so fingers crossed there isn't an issue for them. 261 screams its way across the line. Absolutely gorgeous little Lotus Elan, and you forget how small a Lotus Elan is until you stand next to one again. They're barely at hip height for me, and it's just absolutely awesome. But then they really chuck them around corners. They look so nifty as well. It's a shame to see that 21 Marcos coming in, because it's obviously a very different ball game altogether. The fact it's moving under its own power in the paddock, but it may not be able to be at race pace comfortably. Now here come our leaders again.
You look at the number 18 Harry Barton BMW having its own argument out there. There goes the Fraser Cortina. That's the one that its bonnet introduced itself to its own windscreen at Donington last year.
That's probably what they were checking the latches underneath it then. That's probably what they were doing. Well, he seems to have had a little bit of contact somewhere, does the back of that Cortina, because one of the brake lights seems to have been either smashed or cracked or knocked off.
Oh dear.
Unfortunately, but I'm not sure whether that's happened before the race, but I didn't notice it earlier. I can tell you that for free. There's no one in the pit lane at the moment, so there's a few of them taking stops early, and then there's a bit of a gap now for everyone else, although it's not the biggest field we've got in this race. We've lost 3 cars so far, so we're down to 19. The Raymond and Wheeler car actually is also out, so we're down to 18 cars, but still, 18 wonderful cars.
Oh yes.
Quality, not quantity.
Completely. As we look at the 63 Grand Tourer, it's in the hands of David Thompson at the moment, of the Wolfitz racing team. That'll go over to John Wolf later on. They've shared a Tuscan, a V8 Tuscan in the past, bright white car number 13, if memory serves. That also makes a absolutely glorious noise. And there is the powder blue Lotus Elan of Graham Brown, mentioning earlier.
The Ginetta G4 has just screamed its way back past us again. It's such a curvy little car, isn't it, the Ginetta G4? Really does look like something that would just sort of float round corners and you can just guide it through wherever you need to, and it will just behave itself. Ginettas have always been that sort of car, though, haven't they? You know, they've got a fantastic history of making really good sports cars, and funnily enough, the Buds that we saw earlier, Charlie Budd races a Ginetta GT5 in other series as well. I think it was the GT5 Challenge he's raced that in, as well as Legends. So he's got his finger in a lot of pies with very different cars.
Lovely. We were just seeing on the screen there the 103 car, Simon Skeltonbury, getting very, very squiggly coming through Nelson. He has got that 18 BMW that's trying to kick its tail out as well. That's Harry Barton, as mentioned. So this is the second time this weekend we've seen the 1800 Tisa on track. And they scream over the line. The MG's just got the legs over the BMW, but Harry is all in the mirrors. Have a look on the inside, but doesn't commit to it as our leaders unmistakably roar over the line.
Oh, it looks like the Allison Thompson Cobra is going to get held up behind the 134 BMW there, although he might get a good run on the exit of turn 1 and clear him with ease. Oh, now it looked to me like there was a car stopped for a second, but I'm not sure if it was just one of the Marshall's cars or something at the side of the road. It looked to me like it was the number 10 machine, because it was quite tall. It was about 15 feet tall, so that would say that it was a Sunbeam Rapier. But
Yeah, we've
I
not
think,
seen that in the pits, the number 10.
yeah, I may be mistaken, but it was definitely a white vehicle at the side of the road. I think I might have just mistaken that one, so apologies, but I'll keep an eye out just to see whether it comes back through.
I can't see anything on the monitors at the moment. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the number 10 has the warning on the dash that it's disappeared. We will know for sure as Jamie Boot catches more back markers. There's the 103 that's going to be very popular in a minute.
They don't actually have a working transponder in that car by the look of it. There was an issue with the transponder location in qualifying. I remember seeing a notification asking for them to move it, so it actually hasn't been picked up on TSL. It says it's done one lap that was 20 minutes off the pace apparently. So yeah, 24 minutes it did a lap in, so the transponder obviously sort of clicked into life. No, he is actually still racing. He's coming around the final corner now, so it's a mistake on my part. Apologies, but we have to speculate.
Yeah, Jamie Booth's got some breathing space now from the Cobra, so he's used the back markers to his advantage. Number 20 will just look on and try and regain the distance between himself and Jamie Boot. So no sign of leaders want to come to the pits just yet. I mentioned Jamie Boot does have that 30-second success penalty he has to serve because of a previous victory, which was at Donington Park.
And the transponder in the number 10 car has actually just kicked into life again. He's done a 2:58.7 that time rather than a 24-minute lap. So
that's an improvement.
yeah, indeed. It's quite a boast actually to be able to go home and went, oh, I beat my personal best in that race by 22 minutes. Right, we've got the 152 car in the pit lane at the moment, and
the Cobra's
the 20 Cobra comes in as well. Makes its way down pit road.
Now he won't serve an extra 10 seconds in the penalty. That's just in the pit box rather. That's going to be added as a post-race penalty. So the number 20 car will be in the pits for 30 seconds less than Jamie Boot will be. So on track, they may well still be arguing for track position, but once Jamie Boot comes out of the pits, he's not carrying that penalty anymore as far as this race is concerned. As we see the Longdon Mini in its traditional plus 20 degrees around the corner position, as Minis tend to be.
On one wheel.
Certainly with one wheel wiggling around in the air. That's the natural habitat for a Mini. So Jamie Boot, once he's served his penalty, he doesn't have anything to worry about after that point for the rest of this race. Whereas the Cobra, which will now be handing over to Peter Thompson, will have to have that 10-second penalty bearing over him. So he has to beat Jamie Boot on road by another 10 seconds. Again, that 141 Mini giving a lovely display on how to corner properly through the bomb hole corner. That's the 145 car. That's the other Marcos, Nigel Edwards and Richard Yeomans.
Is that the same Yeomans that we had in the Super 7s yesterday?
I thought it was, but he tells me it isn't.
Ah, okay. I was going to say, he had a bit of a lively race yesterday in the Super 7s. The 152 Cortina makes its way back out of pit lane. God, I want to own one of those one day. It's just such an awesome car. 141 Mini also crossing the line, just chasing him down as he gets towards turn 1. But yeah, the Cobra that is sitting in the pits at the moment. It'll feel like an absolute age at the moment, but he'll be happy to get going again very soon and get straight back into race pace. He's actually just moving now, just pulling away. You can hear it just thundering its way down the pit lane, really low revs, and he's going to stamp on the accelerator, and away he goes, almost ripping the concrete up as it goes away. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
They probably felt that one in Brazil.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it's just a symphony, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
an absolute glorious growl that comes with these things. Jamie Boot is continuing to scream his way around for another lap as he goes through turn 1 himself.
The Tice Connolly car, by the way, he's just done another lap now with a 2:18.9, but last time round he did his best lap of the race. Same with Ross Jones in the 171 car. So some of these guys putting in their ultimate pace even at this stage of the race. We're over half an hour in now, so we've got half of the race left to go. Pit stops being completed, and the 103 car is into pit lane. That's the Scantlebury and Prutton car.
Yep, that's going to be going over to Mark Prutton. That's a lovely sky blue MGB. Changing hands, as you can see. These things are not the easiest thing to get out of. I know I'm a big fella and I don't get out of anything easily, but it is so small and tightly compacted in there. And there you go, you can just see the first-hand struggle, because of course they got proper, racing seats in there. They still have to do the harness, so of course not period, but for safety reasons they have to continue. Oh, that's a lot of smoke. Yeah. That's a hell of a lot of smoke coming out of the 145 that's just come out of the pits. That's a big engine problem there. That's the Nigel Edwards Richard Yeoman's car, and I would imagine that is going to pull over. There it is on the stream. As it's just gotten away, there's absolutely plumes of smoke has just come out of it. So Nigel Edwards has managed to drive not even half the length of the straight. He's had 30 seconds in it, and the engine said, no, I've had enough of this game.
Well, there's 30 seconds in it and about 30 minutes out of it, unfortunately. The red arrows display didn't look too great actually leaving the pit lane, but it was certainly a good effort and a good replication of it. But I think there may be some fluid or something down actually. We've got a few marks on the exit of the pit lane, but I'm not sure whether they're new or old marks, I'm afraid. So fingers crossed that there is nothing down there, because when people are lighting it up, there is actually a sort of slippery surface flag going out here at the end of the pit lane. So drivers will have to think twice about putting their foot down out of here. Interestingly enough as well, you've got to think that Jamie Boot's going to be affected by that with all the power that car's got.
It'll make it squirm around somewhat, which will be fun to see, and probably quite a lot of fun to hang on to. As the number 20, that gloriously growling Shelby Cobra, has just gone past us. And the number 18 BMW, that's Harry Barton's car, is now leaving the pits.
On a bit of assessment, actually, there is a lot of liquid down. The main black mark we can see becomes a very shiny mark further down, which suddenly turns right just where the Marcos is. So there is a lot of fluid down. Cars are being urged to stay over the left-hand side of the pit lane when they come out, as we've got a couple of cars all bottlenecking a little bit through turn 1. The sky blue Lotus Elan involved in that fight as well. But it's certainly added even more spice to this race, Chris, as as the fluid is now poured down onto the pit lane.
There's the Fraser and Fraser Cortina in the hands of John Fraser. He's having a bit of a scrap with the Pickett and Pickett. Lots of family teams going on. Oh, wow, very nicely done, sir. That's which Pickett is in there at the moment? That's Dennis Pickett. If it's been through the pits, it's Daniel Pickett if it hasn't. Has the 26 been in? I've lost track of who hasn't.
No, the 26 has not been in.
So it's Daniel Pickett that is in at the moment. Oh dear, and there is an image of that's fluid coming out of the 107. Oh no, that's the other Griffith.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of it.
Is that trouble, or was that left by something else?
Well, the 107's got going again.
Well, he's running.
Yeah.
But that doesn't look healthy. That looked much like oil that's been left behind. So, and there is the stranded Marcos on the side of the road as the Ginetta of Brian Lambert comes past the Porsche.
I'm just looking down the pit lane, actually. The fluid is being cleared up that came out of the Marcos, and there is a hell of a lot of it. There's a humongous puddle that is starting to run across the pit lane. They're now clearing it up, luckily. Great response by the marshals here, and we must thank once again our Orange Army for being able to allow us to go racing with their fantastic volunteer work that they all do. We appreciate every single one of you out there and hope you all enjoy your day. But yeah, that's a big old puddle in the pit lane, I'm afraid, from the Marcos there. I'm surprised it had any fluid left in it by the time we got out of the pit lane, judged on what's down there.
It probably didn't, which is why it went bang by the time we got to the end of the pit lane. As we look at Brian Lambert, that's having a good old run on his own, as the number 63, the Grand Tourer, now in the hands of John Wolfe, has come back out on track, or coming back out on track, I should say.
That's a great looking car, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? It's a predecessor to the Griffith. So that's where the styling comes from. They've had that car quite some years. That car is now on track.
I must say the Griffith, the shape of the sort of late 90s or mid 90s, the TVR Griffith, it's always been a pretty car, but I think it peaked with the final shape, admittedly.
There is Jamie Boots. He has decided to bring that car in. So that's going to give Alan Tice briefly the lead of the race. There's only a handful of cars that haven't been in. Richard and Rory Longdon in their Mini has yet to see the pit lane, along with Brian Lambert. Beg your pardon, it's the Pickett and Pickett MG that hasn't been in. So
Cleaning the windscreen on Boots' car quite quite thoroughly there, to be fair.
it's probably picked up a fair few flies from the local area.
Indeed. It looks to me like there's a bit of a... Actually, no, I think the trail of what looked like to be fluid was actually from the car before that. Obviously, one of the... it was the other Griffith, wasn't it, that was putting down a little bit of fluid. Yeah. So there's a bit of fluid come out of that. We've got the 171 Cortina exiting the pit lane now as well.
There's Alan Ross Jones. Now rejoining the circuit.
The wheels look so small on those things, don't they? The wheels look way too small, but it suits it so much. I can't even make my mind up on that.
It's 152, which is Mark Stevenson. He's also doing that. There must be a tradition of indicating right on this circuit. There is the Longdon Mini.
I'm wondering whether that's a way of saying that they've been in for their stop. In the British Touring Car Championship, we used to have yellow strips into their windows when they had the feature race pit stops. Now, when you've pitted here, you have to flick your right indicator on. Oh, the bonnet's up on the 134 BMW, sorry. That is potentially just a bit of a maintenance check as he's going through. I'm not sure if he's already pitted. He has, actually. He has already pitted before this, so that's going to be a problem.
Dave Griffin and Wesley Butcher in that one. That's a shame if they've had trouble, as it looked like. I think I just saw on the stream there, the 141 Longdon Mini is coming in. So who started in that one? It was Rory Longdon that started there, handing over to Richard.
There's a lot of cement dust being put down in the pit lane at the moment to try and clear up that fluid. Marshall's standing in the pit lane doing a great job of directing people away from that spillage on their way out. Because, as mentioned, a lot of these cars, on cross-ply rubber with a lot of power, rear-wheel drive, if you put your foot down a little bit too aggressively, you can have a big old moment if there is some fluid down. Everyone doing a great job of avoiding it as Boot comes back out of the pits. Now, where is the Cobra in comparison?
Well, Jamie Boot very nearly tripped over Graham Brown there. Graham actually sort of indicated, yep, go on then, on you go. And out comes the TVRs. The Marshalls in the flag stand on the start-finish line are actually still waving the slippery surface flag and beckoning drivers to go over far to the left-hand side to avoid the trail of fluid left down by the now deceased Marcos. So everybody has been through the pit at least once that is still running. A few have visited twice. As we now see Pickett. Oh, is that trouble for Jamie Boot? No, it is. He's gone off. That's down. It's Wilson. That's down. He's still running, but he's gone about 3 miles too deep. So I wonder if he did pick up some fluid on the tyres. And as he's going to hit the brakes, the tyres have not hung onto it. They're now putting some cement dust down in the pit lane to cover the trail that's leaving. My goodness me, hopefully Jamie Boot is able to continue.
There's a lot of it being put down as well, which just really highlights the extent of the spillage. I tell you what, I've got slight OCD, so I'm really pleased with how straight a line he's done that in, and now it's going to get brushed out of the way. That's like disturbing undisturbed snow for me. That's like when you put a footprint right in untouched snow.
Cardinal sin.
Oh God, yeah. But we've still got a few cars in pit lane. The 141 Mini, well, that's not going to have any issue avoiding the line of cement dust in the pit lane, because let's face it, the Mini's about 14 inches wide, so he can get 2 of them down the inside of that. Foot down, front wheel drive, obviously he doesn't have to worry too much. He's got the 9 Porsche closing in on him. That's the Waters car, but they're not fighting for position currently.
Yeah, there's Keith Waters, we've just seen go through the shot, as now Richard Longdon has gotten hold of the Mini. Oh, that's one of the Cortinas coming up behind. I think that might be the 171 car. Oh, as he kicks up a bit of dust on the exit. The 19 Marcos, that's Chris Connolly now has taken that one over and going on his way. Jamie Boot, thankfully, after that excursion of Wilson, is continuing at a pace. But like you say, where is the Shelby Cobra is the big question.
Yeah, he's come through and been registered ahead of the number 19 now by 9 seconds, but in all honesty, with watching a few other things go on at the moment, I've missed him. I've heard it, but visually
we didn't see it. Yeah.
Boot's coming out the final corner now, so it's good to see that whatever the excursion was for has not affected him. And yeah, the number 20, rightly pointed out, was just coming into Agostini now, isn't
Yes, that's spotted. So that's the difference. And now we should know what the difference is between Boot and
it? 47 seconds.
yeah. So that'll be the main pit stop penalty for Jamie Boot. So minus 10 seconds for that is what he's got to overcome. So technically, Chris Connolly's in the lead.
He is, yeah. But I think with Connolly getting going again, I think that was just as they crossed the line last time, so he wasn't up to speed when he was coming out of the pit. So we'll get a true representation of that gap next time round. But this is the wonderful thing about having pit stops in this, because while we do get the cars obviously racing on track with the different pace they've got and they all start to spread out, and sometimes we get a bit of an accordion effect, the pit stops just throw that extra bit of mix-up into the mix.
Yeah, the 134 BMW, that's Dave Griffin and Wesley Butcher, is still stationary as well. That trail of cement dust is continuing pretty much all the way down the pit lane now.
Yeah, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, that shows how badly it went for the Marcos. There's the number 20, current race leader. So Charlie Allison and Peter Thompson. It should now be Peter Thompson in that car. There's the 152. That's Mike Stevenson.
I've just noticed the bonnet latches on race cars are often these little metal pins on little round things that you can get, if anyone's not seen them before. But the way of holding the bonnet down securely on the number 10 Sunbeam Rapier is a massive leather belt with a traditional belt buckle in the middle of it. It's absolutely fantastic. It goes the whole width of the bonnet. It looks amazing. I love that. Love that touch. Race leader has just gone through, the number 20 Cobra. So now we'll see the Tice Connolly car coming through in a moment or so. Headlights ablaze. It looks so fast coming down the straight as that Marcos makes a wonderful noise. Lent back as it is, foot pinned to the floor, and the gap is 16.9 seconds. He was some 8 seconds slower than Allison last time round, but obviously he came out of the pits. So again, we wait for another true representation when he completes his following lap. Jamie Boots just coming into the final corner now, Chris.
That he is. We'll feel the rumble very shortly as the camera was looking into the engine of the 134. And so, well, something was certainly turning. And over the line, catching up to the back of the Grand Tourer is Jamie Boot, and dispatches of the number 63 fairly nicely with a new fastest up of 217.3.
Wow.
So, yeah, plenty of Boot going on there. Yeah, that one had to be used
Yes.
at some point. But even still, the pace of the top three is just unreal at the moment. Chris Connolly is taking over the Marcos then with Peter Thompson in the Shelby Cobra, still keeping up an absolutely blistering pace. But Jamie Boot has turned everything up to 11. He wants to close that gap down. Penalty or no, he wants that lead back.
Yeah, a minimum, they're about 5 or 6 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field, those top three. They really are the class of the field at the moment. Just want to mention as well how impressed I am this weekend with how quickly things are being sort of dealt with between races and how everybody's keeping things on schedule. As mentioned, we finished 25 minutes ahead of schedule yesterday, and this sort of spillage in the pit lane is the only sort of thing that really could have hindered the timetable in any way with it being cleaned up. But the marshals and all the organisers are doing such a good job that it's being done mid-race, so I don't think we'll have any delay afterwards with this. So hats off to all of you officials, marshals, and everybody else helping out by that respect.
Wow, that's sort of not meaning to interrupt the again, the very secondary message there to the marshals and all the crews. But that number 10 was fully tripod mode. It seems the front wheels are determined to lift off the ground as it's trying to corner. So the back suspension seems to be dipping down quite a lot on that Sunbeam Rapier. The Davidson pair having quite a bit of fun. There it is. You just saw it at the back of the shot there as the 141 Longdon Mini is on the back of Keith Waters' Porsche 911. Is again. It may not be the quickest thing out there, but wow, they're having a lot of fun with it. Fair play to them. And that's, again, really what's the drivers get out of this the most. It's a very different atmosphere to some of the championships that go on. Again, not slating any of the other organisations in this field, but a lot of the drivers do enjoy the sort of more relaxed nature that goes on here at the Classic Sports Car Club. It's run in a very professional manner. Of course, you have all the safety regulations and all the categories split into classes to promote fair racing, etc. But it does allow drivers just to let loose a little bit and have that element of fun that may be denied in other series. As Jamie Boots just come over the line with a monstrous 2:19 lap on the board. He's gained 4 seconds of Chris Connolly, but not sure of that. I think our Marcus is snarled up in a bit of traffic at the moment. Yeah, that Marcus is just caught the back of the Longdon Mini, and is also making his way past the number 9 Keith Waters Porsche. And again, the new tradition of signalling right whilst you're doing so seems to be in place.
Yeah,
Well, if the headlights give you an extra few tenths, then surely the indicator must.
Well, yeah, as long as you turn the aircon off as well. That's a known feature. But it's still quite a big spread between the top three now. Obviously, the Allison Thompson Cobra nearly 20 seconds ahead of the Tice Connolly Marcos. Then you've got Boot in third place, another 24 seconds back. But the question is now, can Boot use that pace? He's almost 4 seconds lap quicker with 14 minutes this race to go. I think that Boot could catch and overtake Tice Connolly as long as he has a smooth run through the traffic. If he doesn't get held up majorly, he could take second place, and with penalties for Allison and Thompson, he could still win this actually.
He could actually do, penalties aside, he could actually do this on track. So it wouldn't be the first time that Jamie Boot's done crazy things like that, where he's come back from a massive deficit and decided to stop playing around and use all the horses at his disposal. As seeing various of our competitors come over the line. And there we go. Oh, that 107. Wow, did that get lively on the brakes. Struth.
I just saw it out the window there. I was watching it because it sounded a bit sort of hesitant to change down a gear, and then all of a sudden it was wobbling around. The 134 car is actually leaving the pit lane, so the BMW's got going again. That's great to see, making a hell of a racket. Cement dust everywhere. Lovely dramatic re-entrance to the race.
Yeah, well, he's not really got much of a choice, unfortunately, because they've... Oh no, the 107's gone round. The 107 has... we saw that getting very squiggly, so that's something that's gone.
He's pulled it over to the side.
He's pulled over. So, and he's done it right by a gap in the wall, so hopefully that'll be recovered pretty quickly. That may well trigger a safety car if they do have to get a snatch vehicle out to it. We will see. Hopefully the marshals can deal with that under localised yellows. It's a great shame for the 107. Oh, it's going again. Has something broken, or is he going to reverse it? Jamie. He's going again. Okay.
He doesn't rejoin at
with
90
with
degrees.
Plenty of right foot going on as well.
I think we may. I'm just going to check down my list, down the entry list here. I think we may have lost one of the other cars out there, number 32. I think we may have lost, which is the
Brian Lambert's Ginetta.
Yeah, that's reported missing on TSL.
It is, and as you just said that. Now I did see the roof of a Cortina as the 107 Tuscan was.
That's what I was looking at to see whether I could figure out who it was, but then I noticed that BrianLambert's also missing as well.
Well, you wouldn't see Brian Lambert. That car so low to the ground, you need a microscope to find it. It's, oh dear. Another one's fallen by the wayside. Oh, that 134, that's the Griffin Butcher car has gotten all kinds of out of shape again. So whatever they tried to fix as they are heading through. And that's not the Tice Connolly. That can't be the Tice Connolly Marcos right behind the 107. It can't be. Unless it's coming to put a lap on it, I suppose. Yeah,
he will be. He will be putting a lap on him pretty soon, to be fair, because the gap back to fourth place from the race leader is 1 3/4 minutes. So the Balloon and Nunn 107 could very well end up a lap behind second place at this point. The Allison Thompson Cobra still leading the way by 23 seconds. But yeah, the gap now from Tice Connolly to Boot has come down to 18.7 last time, and it's going to come down again, I think, because Boot last time did the fastest lap of the race again, a 2:17.3. That's ridiculous.
Scary pace yet again from Jamie Boot. Now we've just seen the Allison Thompson car come over the line. So he's still got a lead of... What's he got? Look at the
it'll be a good 35 seconds when Tice comes over the line.
And there is the number 20, the Shelby Cobra just going through Wilson.
Oh, it's Connolly now, isn't it? 26.9 it is now. I said 35 seconds. I was very wrong. Sorry.
That's the Marcos that Chris Connolly is in. The number 20, Shelby Cobra, still giving it plenty as he comes onto the straight heading down towards Agostini. There goes Jamie Boot over the line.
Oh wow, it's 14.7 now. He's taken a lot out of the Connolly Marcos, and he's actually taken only 3/10 out of Allison that time round.
Crikey.
So he's, to be fair, the lap times are fluctuating from both parties though, so it's all it could take is one bad lap for Thompson, who's at the wheel of that car now. One bad lap from Thompson and one good one from Boot, and it could really level the playing field again.
We will see, but Jamie Boot doing everything he can to level aforementioned playing field. And there is the 107, and it's still misbehaving, isn't it? That TVR does not want to brake. That seems to be his issue.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. I'm wondering whether it's got an issue with the gearbox because, as you know, when a race car doesn't want to change down a gear, it really unsettles the balance of how you want to get it stopped into a corner. And it did sound a bit iffy on the way into turn 1 earlier, just before it had its spin. So I'm wondering whether he's struggling to get it in a gear when it's changing down, and then all of a sudden, when it does snatch a gear, it just lights up the rears, or at least locks up the rear axle and spins it around very quickly. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. But it's certainly, like you say, it wasn't behaving itself at all, was it?
No, and it is losing time. That was indeed the 19.
Oh,
Marcus has gone past it.
we've had a Cortina versus BMW mess in the final corner, unfortunately, which I believe would have been I think it might have been the Fraser Cortina or even the Alan Ross Jones Cortina. The 18 BMW gets away with it. It is, I will confirm it, yeah, it's the number 79 car, so it's the Ian and John Fraser Cortina that's just went down the inside of the 18 BMW, locked it up and ended up on the grass on the infield for a second there, but he carries on going, so it's not all doom and gloom, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're never far from the action, the other Frasers. Now, is the 134 showing up as missing? Because I think that's the one that's parked. We look at our monitor. That is parked on the outside, heading up towards the Bentley Straight. There's the number 10. Oh, is that in trouble? Or is that just taking its time out of continue? That camera angle is a little bit deceptive because it looks like people are being very, very slow. And Longdon is still on the back of Waters. That Porsche Mini battle is still raging on. Look at that, Porsche 911 versus Mini. Absolutely brilliant.
Al Thompson's just done his best lap of the race for that car, a 2:18.5, 2:18.4 for Boot as he crosses the line. So he's now only 10 seconds behind Connolly, but Connolly is now 31 seconds behind Thompson. So really, Boot isn't catching the race leader by much. It's more that he's just catching Connolly, who is falling away from the race leader. So it's, again, that reverse Newton's cradle I spoke about yesterday, where it's the middle ball that's moving rather than the outside ones.
As over the line comes Keith Waters, and I think it's Richard Longdon that's in the Mini at the minute. Continuing their scrap. What position are they scrapping for? That is for...
That's for sixth and sixth and seventh.
The Longdon is in 7th, and the Porsche is listed as 14th.
Yeah.
So they're actually not on the same lap, but they're still having a good old scrap anyway.
Yeah. Why not?
Unless one of them's got a transponder issue, which, I mean, that is is a little bit difficult to track the progress of some of these cars in these multi-class races because not all of them pit at the same time. Of course, there's quite a big pace difference top to bottom, so it gets a little tricky to figure out who's on which lap. But those two have been locked together for absolutely ages. They're not really too fussed on what lap they're on. They're just having an argument anyway. As the 171, as Alan Ross Jones comes over the line to finish another lap. As we look at the wonderful Shelby Cobra that's, despite its early challenge from Jamie Boot, has just been absolutely unchallenged up top. Alan Tice did a great job in the Marcos to stay with him. Now they're bringing the flag out. Now that's quite a bit early.
That's a 6.5 minutes early.
That's...
Wondering whether we've had anybody off or any sort of issues.
I wonder whether it's the 134 Cortina. That's the Griffin and Wesley Butch Cortina that's part
the BMW.
BMW, beg your pardon.
It does look like a Cortina, to be fair, in shape. To be fair,
I wonder
if
it's that's caused the issue, but we don't know. We just know the checker flag is out. Well, that saves certainly the Alan Thompson. That certainly saves the Connolly Marcos from being challenged for second. So the winner of the Mintex Classic K 1 hour race goes to the Allison and Thompson number 20. Beautiful Shelby cover, and right at the death of the race does Jamie Boot get a 2:16.1 on the board.
Oh my God, that was 3 seconds faster than Thompson on the last lap.
Crikey. So it is the Alan Tice and Chris Connolly Marcos in second place, and Jamie Boot in his nuclear-powered Griffith. And there is that's the Janetta. That's Brian Lambert. That's bothering. You did say that he disappeared. I think that's on the Bentley Straight that's pulled off on. So I wonder if that's what's triggered the checkered flag to come out. Now, of course, if we're close to the end of the race, rather than bringing out the safety car to neutralise it, they can opt to finish the race a little bit early, which is, of course, what they've done.
And also, that's another benefit of this this great club, with no sort of championships or anything like that to worry about, with the drivers often doing this a lot pretty much for fun is the easiest way of explaining it. They don't have to sort of think about championship implications or anything like that. It's like, put your hands up and sort of say, sorry guys, the race needs to be ended early. We could sit around behind the safety car for 3 laps, but that'll take 9-10 minutes off the race anyway. So, like you say, there's no point. So they made the right call there. Great work from the officials, but the drivers got 54 minutes of a fantastic race anyway, which was truly enjoyable. The cars again on show here, absolutely great. And a great win by the number 20 Cobra. Awesome recovery by Jamie Boot, but still, that's number 19 Marcos still hanging on to a podium position, which I'm really, really pleased for. Great to watch.
Absolutely. It's that car stuck on the exit of Oggy. So, yeah, I think that is the 134 BMW. That is indeed. We just had confirmation that has what has brought it out. So, I'm fairly sure that is the 134 BMW of Dave Griffin and Wesley Butcher. Where that
no wonder we can't see that. That's behind the giant tree that is right next to us. So that is just before you get on. Oh no, sorry, it's over there. It's the Oggies is the tight right-hander just before Williams, isn't it?
Yeah, you're thinking of Hamilton that's behind the tree up here. So Oggies is that one.
I was thinking of the right-hander after that when you get onto the Bentley Street. Yeah. Because if everyone's trying to put their foot down there and all it takes is someone to run wide, and then that'll be a big one.
A little ugly, but with the runoff area there's Oggies. If you get Oggies wrong, you're going to be in the back of that BMW. So yeah, that was an absolutely fair call from the organisers. So there it is, confirmation. The Allison Thompson Shelby Cobra takes the win in Class B. Winner of Class A was the Tice Connolly Marcos, and Jamie Boot rounding out the podium 3. The winner of Class E, Alan Ross Jones, beg your pardon, in the Cortina. And throughout the first year, we did lose quite a few towards the end of that.
Yeah.
Although that Sunday Arabia we lost a little while ago, but a great shame. And hopefully we will see those cars again at later dates. So not all of them will have had huge issues, of course. And the Marcos, that one's going to be a little bit uncomfortable to clean up for them, I imagine.
Yeah, to be fair, the marshals have got a long walk down to where that Marcos is, so we commend them for their commitment in that, because it's not cold out there. It's very, very warm, and obviously marshals' overalls as well, very quite sort of heavy and thick, aren't they? So fair effort to them all. There's a lot of cement dust being put down, but we have to make sure this thing is safe. It may not be the prettiest solution in the world, but at the end of the day, it's the right one, and that's what matters. So I can't believe we're saying this, Chris, but there's only 2 races left to go. 2 40-minute races, the first of which is going to be the Kartech Motorsport Modern Classics, another amazing grid. And then we round out the day with possibly the best grid of the weekend, which is the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. It's going to be an absolute corker, isn't it?
Very, very true. So, yes, it's a shame that we're getting towards the end. All good things must come to an end, as they say, but still 2 amazing races to come. This may take a little while to clean up, so do bear with us whilst our marshals do their amazing work in getting the track back in tip-top fashion. So we'll be back as soon as we can for the Kartech Motorsports Modern Classics.
Learned to drive then, right? And then my daughter was born in Germany, and then found out the regular school go back to Belfast. So I come out. Yeah, don't blame you. And then on the second time, some of the guys that was with me the first time got killed. So I think, should I have been with them, or should I do the right thing and come out to say the back? I took my daughter growing up with a dad. I mean, did the right thing and get really, be your aunt for your daughter. Yeah. Scary, that is. Scary place over there. Wasn't it? People at the end of the world. We was on a road one night in a housing estate. Next moment, machine gun opened up. Went all the way along the armoured vehicle. Because used to booby trap like flags and everything, didn't they? Oh, anything and everything. Right. I had a mate who, he used to sell Yamaha parts. A guy called Jim Patch, he's an ex-Special Forces guy, and he was in in the desert at one point, and then he finished in Belfast, in Ireland, before he left, but it was absolute carnage. Yeah. He said the stuff they were up to, you couldn't believe. No. got 2 IRA floats one night. Got them in the back of the arm and head. So about a barrel car. Bye-bye. That's the we got them to talk. We wouldn't talk, so we just put them out the back of the door. Put the doors up. Talk, so put them out. Put them out. Kept on going. Got,
To be honest, what he deserves.
yeah.
Big time.
Yeah. Put the door on anything.
Off you go. Yeah. No use to us.
Wow. You never knew from you never knew from one day to the next you could come back to the barracks or not.
Poor lad, in a trial. Both got across the back.
I used to ride and try and follow them.
Jesus. That thing, I've ridden one of them, it's got a gearbox like a tractor. Christ almighty, it's awful.
Is it?
Yeah, the engines are nice, being a triple again, but the gearbox is a dreadful piece.
Yeah, I used to ride and try and follow them and bolt.
Jesus. That would have been good over there. Nice. How long were you in Gibraltar for?
9 months is like a chicken prison.
Was it that bad?
Yeah.
So how big's Gibraltar? It's not big, is it?
No, outside of London it's that.
I think I'd go insane.
There was more miles inside the rock. There's loads of things inside the rock that people just don't know what's inside that rock.
Not that, isn't it?
Pardon?
Not that.
Yeah. There's just things in there you just wouldn't even think about. To start with, it's full of rainwater storage tanks.
Really?
Yeah.
I hate it when people swear at me, I'm like, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, inside and there's rain storage tanks. That's great. Because when it rains on the rock, you've got all these like plastic covering inside the rock, goes channel and goes into the rock.
And what they keep up with it for? Why are they collecting it?
So way up, any way up there, getting rain.
Makes sense. Right. I knew that was too small though. I knew it was small.
Runway light, runway lights, when they come into Gibraltar, they come in over the sea, over the beach, and onto the run strip. And as it goes along the strip, it goes out. It comes in on the Atlantic, right, that's the Atlantic Ocean, relax. You get down to the end of the runway, you run straight into the sea.
Madness. So how old's your daughter now then?
What?
How old's your daughter now then?
38.
Oh, so you've been out for a while as well.
Oh, yeah.
No. Still doing all that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't get rid of my mum and dad. My mum and dad live about 5 miles from me, but my dad does this for me. And my dad rides motorbikes as well. So my mum goes on the back and I go out for a ride with them. I go fishing with my dad sometimes, I can't skate.
Yeah.
And I've got an older brother. And he lives like 30 seconds from me. Hello, Dan.
The modern classics now take to the field, and there'll be a few familiar names in here and a lot of roaring horses ready to go. On pole position is the number 5 BMW of Carl Catliff. That was absolutely flying in qualifying. It's even outdone the mighty number 17 Stuart Dayburn. We saw that beautiful Tuscan out earlier, and it did out again. Number 34, it's Griffin and Butcher again. So they've handed one car over, jumped in the other one, and got going. Assuming they've made it to the grid. Can't see from here if they did or not. And then in fourth is Alan Thompson in the number 56 BMW. Oh, we've got an issue already. We've got a stopper on the field. That's,
Lotus.
That's the Lotus Elise.
I realised I should have put my mic to my mouth before I shout up. Sorry.
One of the Lotuses has not made it through past the pit lane exit, or barely past the pit lane exit. We'll figure out who that is now. Number 66, Alex Taylor. Did he come back out? Let's going to see as the field comes back round. Is there a Mazda RX-7 in it? I can't tell. I think the stopped Lotus is also David Sharp, but we will get to that shortly. It's starting, or should be starting in 5th position, would be Alex Taylor. Is he there? Yes, he is. They have got that RX-7 back out there. Brilliant to see. Followed by number 31, Paul Livesey. On row 4 is 129, Tommy Grout. Usually seen in a Turbo Mini, but I believe he's gotten rid of that now. And he has changed car to the BMW M3 E36. And he is alongside number 63, which is Roland Jones, in another BMW M3 E36. Number 67 is Colin Philpott in his beautiful Jaguar, alongside Brian Robson in the number 40. We've already enjoyed that Porsche once, and we're enjoying it again. Row 6, number 170, the plumber from Luton is Matt Nossiter. And alongside another plumber is number 58 of Luke Plummer that's joining us in this one. Now, I thought that car wasn't going to be taking part, but he is on the grid. Hopefully he's able to continue. Number 6, Rodney Frost, the other Jaguar, is with us alongside number 10, John Cockerton in his BMW. Number 44, Stuart Jeffcott. We saw that Porsche yesterday, and we are seeing it again, the 993. And at 271 is Roger Hamilton. Now, there's been a bit of a change to the Roger and Nick Hamilton lineup. They were supposed to be two-car team, the G20s. They're now going as two separate entities. So they may well have had a falling out sometime in the paddock. Number 2, Richard Hayes in that beautiful Celica GT4, alongside the other Hamilton of number 27, Nick Hamilton. So one of the genetics is red and the other is blue. David Sharp in the number 20 car seemed to have stopped. His car is now gone, so it's either been recovered or he's managed to get it going again. Unfortunately, I didn't see. Oh, he's killed it, so that has been recovered. Alongside the number 9, the beautiful Farrell and Whelan Porsche. Row 11 is the 556 Cobra of Alan Lee. That's been shared by quite a few drivers throughout the season. Ben Sharridge, I believe it was, had that earlier in the season. So Alan Lee, who actually owns the car, is being allowed to drive it this time. Alongside number 47, that is Stuart Gibbons in his Ginetta G20. Row 12 is car number 15, John Milbank in the Morgan 44. Beautiful, well turned out car from 1976. He's had that car since. Alongside number 54, another regular, is Robert Allman in his E36. On the final row is 152, Richard Brown in his Lotus Elise. And finally, Daniel Birch, who didn't have a good run in qualifying. His TVR Chimera playing up on him. But he is with us, rounding out the 26-car grid.
And what a grid it is as well. Some very good-looking cars out there. Plenty of different engine sizes once again. Obviously, we had the swinging 60 separated into two different races for the sort of different engine sizes, but this time we've got a bit of everything, and it's great to see it. But they're just about to get going again now, Chris, for the penultimate race of the day, race 11.
Indeed, the Cartec Motorsports Modern Classics. Here we go, the safety car's pulled in, and it's going to be up to the number 5 BMW to floor it, and away we go, and it's Stuart Dayburn that got the jump. Now, did he get a jump start? We will see if he gets given a penalty for that, but my goodness, he was quick off the line as they scream on down towards turn 1. Stuart Dayburn takes the lead as they're going into the first turn. And we're seeing if everybody's made it through. So far, so good, as they now scream up towards Palmer for the first time in anger. My goodness, Stuart Dayburn was really keen on it, but hopefully he wasn't too keen. And get himself a penalty. That's Alan Thompson in his green BMW, number 56. Trying to muscle in on that top three. Carl Catliffe trying to hang on to the back of the Tuscan. We saw how difficult that was earlier on. Stuart Dayburn may well have a bit more of a difficult time keeping the lead to himself. There we can see in the background Alex Taylor up into 4th position in that RX-7. We saw that being recovered earlier on, but it is now running strong. Oh, just as I say that, he's locked up. I'll take the commentator curse for that, Alex. Apologies for that. As the rest of the field then starting to stream their way through. No major incidents so far. The top two are sprinting away. I think we've said that once or twice during the weekend. There's a bit of a performance difference in some of the fields, but even still, what a great lineup of cars we've got as we look at, Dave Griffin in the Diet Coke car. Now, was it Dave or was it Wesley Butcher that started that one? I'll check the notes shortly. He is hustling the 31 Porsche as they're coming. That is very, very close. They're coming onto the back straight. That's Paul Livesey in the 968 CS. With number 40 right behind them. That's Brian Robson. Now, they shared the Porsche last time. They're running their own Porsche this time. Look at this. Carl Catliffe on the back of Stuart Dayburn. So they're the pole man and the front row starters just running off into the distance. Then Alex Taylor with Alan Thompson having the arrows scrapped side by side almost, heading down towards the bomb hole. Dave Griffin can't quite get alongside the Porsche. Expect this all race long, I suspect.
Yeah, trying to get down the inside in the corners, and then that Porsche is going to stretch its legs and absolutely fly down the straights, as we've seen this weekend. That thing, I've described it 1,001 times as a missile, but trust me, it really is. But the missile at the front at the moment is that fantastic TVR roaring its way down the straight. Dayburn still with the bonnet having that sort of issue that it had earlier on in the day. Taylor now up to 3rd place in that number 66 RX-7. I really have my fingers crossed for that car that it can complete this race and complete it well.
It's doing the right steps to be able to do exactly that, as we were seeing the Jaguar, or one of the two Jaguars, having an argument with the BMW. That's John Cockerton in the shot in the number 10. He has an army of Porsches for rental through his company. He actually sponsors the Special Saloons and Modsport series, which sadly isn't here at Snetterton this weekend. As we see Carl Catliffe making his car very big in the mirrors of that TVR Tuscan. That's no way through as they head down towards Agostini as the BMW gets very, very close. No joy just yet. The Tuscan is fending them off. Well, look at the gap between them and Alex Taylor. But now that Alex is free of competition in that beautiful and patched up RX-7, he could well chase off after the lead too, as again that BMW is so good on the brakes, closes right in on the Tuscan, and then the Tuscan can stretch his legs. Stuart Dayburn uses the roaring power of that TVR as they come through onto the Bentley straight. Now this is where the Tuscan should start to get a little bit of distance between himself and Carl Catliffe, although no one seems to have told Carl Catliffe that. He's staying right in the tyre tracks of Stuart Dayburn. Yeah, I suspect, like I said earlier, I think we're going to have this all race long. That is not a criticism whatsoever. Let me just double check the success penalties. Do they have any? No is the answer to that. So it is all on track.
And that's the best way for it, because it doesn't leave any speculation from us to the end of a race either. The car that crosses the line first is the winner. But look at this, the leaders now coming around Coram and around the outside. Catleffe's going to try and get it done, and he has done it round the outside of Coram. That is absolutely gorgeous stuff. He gets it stopped for the final corner as well. Now let's see what that TVR can do. Stuart Dayburn is going to have his foot so hard down to the floor, he's going to bend the pedal as he gets down the straight now, or should I say up the straight, gets in front and back into the lead. But this is an amazing battle already by Carl Catliffe. They're leaving everybody else for dead, everybody else being Alex Taylor at the moment in that wonderfully raspy RX-7, and behind him, headlights ablaze, it's Alan Thompson in the BMW, then the 31 Porsche doing a smashing job in the opening stages. Side by side down the straight is Phil Pott in the 67 Jaguar and the number 63 BMW of Roland Jones. He's putting up a good fight too. There's just duels everywhere. It's amazing.
Absolutely it is, as that lead battle continues on, as we now look at Rodney Frost in the second of the Jaguars with Matt Nossiter in that wonderful red BMW. Oh no, a casualty already as one of the black Porsches is number 40. That's Brian Robinson in the 944 that has come to rest as we see again side by side at Agostini is the TVR and the BMW. Stuart Dayburn has got his handful, keeping the mighty Carl Catliffe behind him. And Alex Taylor's got a decent view behind it if he can catch up with him. He did lose a bit of ground, but he is 5 seconds clear of Alan Thompson. So the RX-7's not under any pressure. No. Stuart Dayburn would rather he wasn't, I suspect, but they are having a great scrap out there. That BMW, it's the braking efficiency. Ooh, as he gets very, very squiggly coming onto the Bentley straight. Now, Dayburn's not managed to get too much of a gap between himself and the BMW this time around. And I think, as Carl Catliffe has proven, he's not shy to stick around the outside. Thankfully, that number 40 Porsche has actually come back out again. So whatever issue that Brian Robson had with the car has seemed to have disappeared, or at least for now.
Yeah, that's good news to see it back out. Fingers crossed that it can continue that way. We have got battles all over the show at the minute. That 31 Porsche still holding on very well ahead of the number 34 Dave Griffin, Wesley Butcher, Diet Coke branded BM, although he's got a great run out of Brundle and Nelson, I should say, and down the inside. How pretty is a Porsche 968? Wow, it's again another car that you don't really see much in the wild. But Catliffe now leading the race from Dayburn, who is still chasing down the straight. But look at the speed of that TVR down there. It's got to be so menacing to see in your rearview mirror. But Carl Catliffe this time holding on as they get down to the first corner. Taylor still in the background, absolutely screaming down there, saying, just please wait for me, I want to get involved in this fight. Because he had a great fight shaping up for him earlier on in the day, didn't he? And then unfortunately the car said no. Well, hopefully it'll stay with him this time, as Dave Griffin is side by side almost with the 31 Porsche of Paul Livesey. He's defending hard that particular position. He's won quite nicely. As we see the leaders then heading down towards Agostini. That's the 129 car of Tommy Grout. So that's Tommy Grout's new BMW. He's gotten rid of his Turbo Mini. John Cockerton was actually informing me of that one. He's had some success with it, but he's had enough of it, he was saying. Unless that's John Cockerton winding me up, I wouldn't put it past him.
John Milbank, by the way, in that Morgan 4.4 is one of my favourite cars out there this weekend. I just had a quick chat with them earlier this morning, and that thing is so much quicker in a straight line than you would imagine it to be. Like, no disrespect to the driver or car, it looks like it's got that really, really old traditional shape of the Morgan, and you just think it's going to just sort of stutter along a little bit. But my God, it flies down the straight. It really caught me off guard, though, I should say.
Look at this, Alan Thompson, Dave Griffin having a great scrap here. Now that is a battle for fourth. As Dave Griffin says, you know what, I am pre-93 touring car champion for a reason. And he has bounced on the inside of the green BMW, and here comes, oh my goodness me, coming through, says Paul Livesey in the 34 Porsche. He's going to try and take both of them. No, he's nailed one. Can he get the other? Not quite, and that was so close to impact. Well driven from all of them. Wow, Paul Livesey, there's a lot of horses in that Porsche, but he's a bit slow coming out of Nelson. Side by side, there's impact between himself and Alan Thompson. Round goes Paul Livesey, and Alan Thompson just managed to avoid contact with the Porsche. My goodness me, here comes the Jaguar then. Which Jaguar will it be? It'll be Colin Philpott has gone past him as Carl Catliffe sets an ungodly lap time in that BMW, 2:07.9 on the board. Oh, that's a shame. That was shaping out to be a wonderful scrap there. But Dave Griffin now has got a lot of clean air around him to chase off after those ahead of him.
I was wondering whether the Porsche had any sort of damage there, because it looked like it was really hunkered down on the right rear after that contact. It was a real shame. I just don't think that he knew that the 56 BMW of Thompson had the overlap. He just turned into the corner as if everything was fine. It was the tiniest of touches, and if I'm honest, the luckiest bit about that was that they didn't make more contact again afterwards. Thompson could have taken to the grass around the outside, but he opted to stay on the circuit, not thinking that 31 Porsche was suddenly going to be across his path again, and he did a great job to avoid hitting it a second time there. Fair play to him.
There's Daniel Birch in his TVR Chimera. Didn't have a good qualifying session. He's on the back of that gorgeous 911 993 RSR of Aidan Farrell and David Whelan, beg your pardon. As they're coming through Coram now, that's a lovely display of power from those two.
And wing.
Or lack of wing in the Chimera. This is very much Germany versus Britain.
Well, the Porsche, to be fair, it makes up for the amount of wing that both of them could have. To be fair, the Chimera's got none because the Porsche's got all of it.
Got all of it,
wing on wing on wing. Absolutely flying down the straight. Great looking car though, really, really great looking machine, really
Absolutely.
wide arches on it. Proper looking race car, that a big amount of aero on it. I love that, love it.
And that Chimera has got enough grunt to satisfy everybody. It's it makes a wonderful noise as he goes. He's had that for a while, as Daniel Birch. He's actually got hold of the Beetle RSI that the Severs family used to have. He's run that a couple of times. As we now look at, that's John Cockerton in his BMW that's being hustled by the 63. That's Roland Jones. So the battle of the Beamers as they go onto the Bentley Straight. There's a lot of Beamers in this field, as people will probably notice. That's Alan Thompson in the green one in fifth position. He's got Colin Philpott, that huge, great big Jaguar XJS. He used to take part in the Jaguar GT Saloon Championship that used to be part of the CSCC up until this year. So it's good to see that he's still with us. Slightly further back, that's the 58 car that is really being hustled by one of the Hamiltons. That is the 271 of Nick Hamilton, I believe that was Roger Hamilton. They kind of interchange who has the red one and who has the blue one. So I think that's Nick Hamilton that's in the 271 as the red one. My notes have actually got the colours the wrong way around, so that's going to confuse me a little bit. As the interchange between the blue and the red one.
Oh, I copied your homework and I've just coloured them in red and blue as well, so I think I've gotten the wrong way around now as well.
I'll take the F for that one then. Oh, and lights have just gone on the white BMW of Roland Jones, so he's just gained another couple of horsepower there.
Yeah, indeed, at least 5. I like the number 44 Porsche as well, the Jeffcoat machine. That was going pretty well yesterday. I think they had a bit of an issue in the race, but they managed to get the car back out, didn't they? And then it's obviously racing again today. So very persistent, a lot of these drivers, but it's great to see even the older machinery can still put up with 3 really hard-fought races over the course of a weekend. They don't half kick some of these cars' heads in, and they do put up with it really well. I love it.
Absolutely, they take a fair amount of battering, these cars. As we see down in Agostini, that's 4 BMWs all together there. Now that is John Cockerton in the 10, that is Jones in the 63, Grout in the 129, and Nossiter in the 170. And then another battle. Look at this. Not often you see a Jaguar in Ginetta G20 sharing the same bit of track. That's Luke Plummer in the 58. That's a new car for him. And now he's following. That's Rodney Frost's car. And then right behind them is the 271. That's Nick Hamilton in the red Ginetta. The blue one's out there somewhere. And look at that. That's very close. Carl Califf, another 207 on the board. He's starting to stretch his legs as far as time is concerned. There's 2 seconds between himself and Dayburn now.
We've got the number 40 Porsche back in the pit lane, unfortunately. So it's been out for a few more laps and tried to get things rolling again. But I'm afraid now it seems to be a return to the pit lane for good this time round. Although, again, I could have been caught out by the pit window opening. I've done that pretty much every race this weekend.
He has been in twice, in fairness. So he could be that he's actually doing his scheduled pit stop now, rather than, and the first one was just an examination on whether everything's okay. We will see as the number 2, that wonderful Celica, don't see many of those still running, is right with that Ginetta Battlers. That's Hamilton. That's not often I get to say that in a commentary sense, but Hamilton trying to look on the outside at Murray's not coming off, and here comes 58. My goodness, that Luke Plummer having a go at the Jaguar, as we just briefly saw the number 40 Porsche there. Oh, look at the Jaguar, that's unbelievable. It's a gorgeous car, and there's the Celica catching up with it as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see that Celica going well, the GT4. Now it's been quite interesting. I was looking at the livery of that car. Now in modern day GT racing, a lot of cars will have a little white square on them that designates what class they're in, and it'll say it up the side of it. And they've actually written they've got a GT4-esque number board up the side of that. Obviously, it isn't an official GT4 car, but you know they're still playing to the car's name, which is great.
Oh, why not? It's a stunning thing to see. There is Daybird. Oh, Catliff has got that one wrong. He's made a mistake. We saw the dust being kicked up, so he's gone in too hot on the exit of Brundle and it's compromised him through Nelson. Here comes Alex Taylor. He's not close enough to sideways, of course he is. Coming through Nelson himself as we see the 152 Elise. That's Richard Brown. Rather minding his own business there. So Dayburn will have closed in a bit on Carl Catliff following that mistake from the BMW. Let's see where the gap is when they come over the line. No, never mind. He's coming to the pits. There's Stuart Daybent to serve his mandatory stop.
He stayed out quite late early on in the earlier race, didn't he, if I remember rightly. The 129 car is getting a black and white flag, which is Tommy
That's Tommy
Grout
Grout.
in the M3 E36, so he's not going to be too pleased with that one.
And that's a warning. So he wouldn't have got the penalty yet. But do as you're told, or you will be a 5-second penalty. Now that does accrue, so 5 becomes 10. And then becomes 25, I think, after that.
Yeah, it ramps up very quickly.
It ramps up pretty quick. Yeah, if you keep on doing it, they will pull you in eventually. As Stuart Daybent has the car checked over, tyre pressure's checked. So we look at the Whelan and Farrell Porsche having an argument with Daniel Birch's Chimera.
Thompson and Philpott quite close together as well as they go down the main straight here into turn 1. That Jaguar, again, another car that's really good in a straight line, but it's about as long as a cross-channel ferry, so it doesn't go around corners very well. We've got a BMW coming into the pits, being waved down here. That's one of the white BMWs.
That's 129, that's Tommy Grout's car. So now that, great scrap going down into turn 1. That's the 2 Ginettas and the Toyota, as well as this three-way squabble going on. Now that's Carl Catliff coming past the back markers that we were just looking at. The Aidan Farrell and Whelan car, as well as Daniel Birch, who started the Porsche, was David Whelan that's in that one at the moment, fending off the advances of that white Chimera.
Rodney Frost is in the pits, by the way.
And there goes the number 40 Porsche, so it is still going. So that was its scheduled pit stop.
As a great commentator Charlie Cox once said, you couldn't kill that thing with a stick, could you? You really
I wouldn't
couldn't.
want to try.
No.
And the black and white warning flag is come out now. Is that a second warning, or is that just the first warning actually being served? Because when that warning came out was when the 129 then came into the pit. So it could just be that one warning being given to him. Stuart Dayburn now back on the road, and away he goes, roars the TVR into life, and back on circuit. As David Whelan continuing to keep Daniel Birch at bay, which is no easy feat. That Porsche has got a fair amount of grunt, but so does the TVR behind him. There is that gorgeous number 6. That's Rodney Frost's Jaguar XJS being looked at to his team member discussing what have you. Maybe what radio station to tune into.
Yeah, most probably. Or whether to turn the aircon on or off.
Yeah, well indeed, yes. Remember to turn your right signal on. That seems to be the way forward.
Yeah, that's true. Once you've pitted, you've got to indicate right.
The Toyota's ahead of the 2 Ginettas. So that was the battle we were indicating at the start of the lap, as it's going a little bit wide there.
Following its rally heritage off the
just about to
circuit.
say that. You're not four-wheel drive, but fair play for trying. And the Ginettas are swapped round as well. Now Hamilton, who's still in the middle, is now got the 58. That's Luke Plummer right behind him. So the Toyota was at the back, and Luke Plummer was in the lead, and they've just completely rotated round now as those three come around. There's that Morgan. There's the number 15 car of John Milbank. It's still, he's got a lot of horses, about 250 horsepower under his right foot. As Hamilton comes in, that's Nick Hamilton. That is bringing the G20 in.
He thinks, right, I can't look at the back of that Celica anymore, which has disappeared off up the road. That thing is an absolute weapon in the straight line.
Yeah,
Looks great in that old livery as well. Yeah, big spit of flame down the straight. Certainly running nice and rich. Turbocharged engines, of course, in the Toyota Celica GT4s. A very, very popular car for car tuners and modifiers alike. The number 44 Porsche is just making its way into the pits now. That's Stuart Jeffcoat.
Indeed it is. Bringing that one in for its scheduled stop.
And the Morgan as well, the number 15 Morgan of John Milbank.
There's only another minute left of the pit window, so... incident between 56 and 31.
That was the BMW and the Porsche earlier, wasn't it?
It was indeed. So that's Alan Thompson. Yeah, and Paul Livesey. So yeah, that will be when they came together at the bomb hole a few laps ago. So that one's just popped up, or at least I've only just seen it. That's the only downside of commentary, is you can't look absolutely everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, indeed.
As we see, that's the Jaguar on the back. Is that John Cockerton's BMW that's being hassled by the BMW, by the Jaguar, beg your pardon, as they come around? It's not. That's the 129 car. That's Tommy Grout, BMW, being hustled by the other Jaguar, that's Colin Philpott in the 67.
We've got a black and white flag for car 2 as well now, which is Hayes.
Richard Hayes, that's the Toyota Celica.
Probably the track limits.
Yes, indeed.
or pretending to be a rally car.
One or the other.
That lovely Powerbell Services Limited sponsored car of Rodney Frost. It's making its way past the Lotus Elise.
We have
His Dayburn.
Sorry, we have the RX-7 in the pit lane all of a sudden, which is Taylor, and he's parked at quite an angle. I'm not sure whether he could have just moved a little bit further down the pit lane, but he is parked at quite the angle here. We've got the Ginetta of Hamilton coming out. We also now have the Jaguar of Philpott coming in. So a variation of cars from all up and down the field, making their way in and out. It's such a dramatic sight watching cars leave the pit lane over that cement dust. That's fantastic to
It
watch.
does create a great whirlwind effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially now with this Morgan going over it as well. This is going to look brilliant as it comes out of the pit lane, roaring its way down there. It's a 2-litre engine in that Morgan, and you'd be surprised at how little room there actually is in the engine bay of that car with a 2-litre engine in it. It's,
Yeah, the 2-litre Zetec engine in there. That's why it's in modern classics, because he's had to. Yeah, I think he was fed up of rebuilding the original one. When I spoke to him earlier. As, look at that! Look at the dust coming off the back of Stuart Jeffco's car. That's absolutely gorgeous. As the number 47 of Stuart Gibbons comes out in his G20. As the Celica number 2 has now come in. There's the Taylors.
The 159 Lotus is also in, as well as the white BMW, which I think is... It's not Tommy Grout, I don't think. Just trying to see which one of them that is. He doesn't have any numbers in his number boards on the car. I'm really not sure, to be honest, but either way, the Mustang is in as well. The Mustang, one of the cars we've not really touched on too much, the Ford Mustang Cobra, the 556 of Alan Lee. Now, I was speaking to the owner of that car this morning, and it actually has one of the factory-built Ford Motorsport engines. It was one of the Ford factory cars, GT racing in 1999 in America, and it was imported over here during the start of the COVID crisis last year. And he's actually got a guest driving that car today. So he said it's not the fastest thing in the world. It's not got all of the grunt you'd expect from a 4.7 litre V8 engine, but still, he wants to keep it in period and make sure it's correct. And it's a great car to see racing. I think it is the only one in Europe that actually races in that shape, the Cobra Mustang shape. It's a great thing to see. Really aggressive front end on that car as well. I love it.
Yeah, that's Chris Tilley's car. Who we saw Chris Tilley out yesterday with Phil Knibb. Sharing a few things, it's Alan Lee that's behind the wheel of it today. It's been shared by Ben Sharridge earlier in the year. So we see a few cars coming out. That is the Philpott's car. Yeah, that's Colin Philpott that's come out.
Roland Jones. That's the mystery of the BMW that we could not.
I wondered
identify.
if it was his car. Yeah, he's one of the few plain white ones. The number 2 Toyota is coming back out. Does he have his right signal on? No. Well, you failed.
That's quite disappointing.
A horsepower deficit then for the Toyota, as Richard Brown in the white Elise also comes back on circuit, as does the number 21. That is the
27.
Second,
That was sorry.
27. Beg your pardon. That's Roger Hamilton in the blue. Again, I must make an assumption.
Yeah,
I've
got the blue one as Roger.
Yeah, I got 'cause when I originally did my notes, Roger had the red one and Nick had the blue one, but they do interchange between them. And they were actually two-car teaming it, so they've decided to run both of them at the same time. Why not?
Just to confuse us.
Absolutely. There's Catliffe. And now, is he on the back of... Is that Stuart Davids on the back of?
It is.
It is, yeah. So Stuart Davids back in the lead. Oh, that's Stuart Gibbons and Alan Lee. I think you guys need to behave yourselves. You've got a lot of company around you, which they do. Nicely done.
Catliffe around the outside, swoops through there at turn 1. But I'll tell you what, the first corner here at Snetterton is a scary corner without having cars on your inside as well. As Griffin comes back out of the pits in the number 34 Diet Coke branded BMW. Makes a great noise.
It does indeed. That will now be in the hands of Wesley Butcher. Swap that one round. That is John Cockerton's car. That is on the camera at the moment. The number 10 M3 Evo E36. There's a whole range of Porsches that we've seen entered from John Cockerton. There's the 67 Jaguar, Colin Philpott. Coming out Nelson. Out comes Alan Thompson in the green BMW. The number 56 car has done its stop. Wow, as we see the red Ginetta, the red Hamilton. We'll refer to that, red Hamilton, blue Hamilton.
Just Hamilton.
Yeah. So we're not entirely sure which one is in which.
We've got the TVR Chimera into the pits, car 50. Great example, that car as well. Really do love the Chimera. We've also got the number 9 Porsche
coming in as well, hoping not to hit its wing on either side of the pit lane as it makes its way through. They're going to do their necessary driver swap now. That was Whelan starting that car, wasn't it? So it's going to be Aidan Farrell that now gets behind the wheel.
We can hear that Chimera singing its song with the right foot getting twitchy for Daniel Birch. It's an absolute glorious noise. And here we go again, Jaguar versus Ginetta. It's Red Hamilton that is on the back of, which Jaguar is he on the back of? I think it's Rodney Frost.
Oh, sorry, the Chimera's retiring.
Oh no!
He's bringing it in now. He's just driven into the paddock.
It sounds all right. It looks okay. There's something unhappy with the Chimera. Now, Daniel Birch did start from the back of the field, so he had a disaster in qualifying, and whatever gremlin is stayed with him.
Maybe the rear mirrors caught fire.
TVR, innit?
Yeah, must be that. Must be that.
I think the Porsche 968 has just been in. Either that or it's another visit to the pit lane for the number 40 car, which I think is more likely, to be honest.
Yeah, 3 times through the pit lane now for the number 40. So Brian Robinson is having a disastrous run this time around. Oh, you can hear that Cobra from a mile off.
Sounded great, didn't it? Side exit exhaust as well on that thing. Really, really good racket that it makes. Speaking of exhausts, by the way, in the earlier race that we had with the TVR Griffith, the 107 car, speaking to them after the race, and they said they've got silencers on that car. Well, they said honestly they have to run them just because of any noise limits they go to with other tracks. But yeah, that's it. Makes a racket without the silencers on. I can imagine it makes a silencer. It makes a racket with the silencers on anyway.
Yeah,
so
absolutely does.
yeah, take them off, boys.
That's John Cockerton in the number 10. He's on the back now of that 129 BMW. That's Tommy Grout's car. Now that's changed hands this year. That was in the hands. I'm trying to remember who was on the hands of. I want to say it was Matt Smith that had that one previously. I can't quite remember who had that one. John did tell me, and it's escaped me. But they are having a great old argument now. And, from what I gather, Tommy Grout's quite happy with the fact that he's ditched the Mini. It's a shame. It was a gorgeous-looking car, but he was having no luck with it. As Cockerton on the inside of turn 1.
Oh, he's not quite done it yet, though, has he?
He's made people work for that, as that's the number 5 car.
That's Catliff
in. That's Catliff, yeah. Is there a problem for the race leader, or is this his scheduled? Not certain.
It's a bit late for a scheduled one, is it not?
I would have thought so. Well, the bit of the window is closed, and I think it has been for a few minutes, so I think that's a problem.
Although,
for Catliff.
In fairness, last time round the gap was 2 minutes and 7 seconds, which is basically a lap, so I think he's just missed his pit window.
Either that or he was just very, very late. We'll see. He's now underway again. Again, if you pit outside of the window, I believe it's a 2-lap penalty that's put on. If you miss it entirely, you're disqualified. As in comes number 6. So the problem for the big cat of Rodney Frost. That looks pretty terminal. The big cat crawls its way, I think, into retirement. Yeah, another has fallen by the wayside. Rodney Frost Jaguar is out. Ah, goodness me.
The car's giving him the cold shoulder.
Yeah, unfortunately so. Into the bits it comes.
You two are going to be glad to be rid of me after this weekend, aren't you?
Oh, look at this fight for the lead. So Catliff is actually still in the lead, but only just from Stuart Dayburn. So once again, these two resume their battle for their top spot as they're catching the back of John Milbank in that beautiful Morgan. Oh, yes, please. They had such a great scrap, but it does look like, judging by the times, that Carl Catliff has got a little bit of a pace advantage, but it really is not a lot. The best lap times from these two are only 0.3 apart in Catliff's favour. So it's going to come down to traffic management and lack of mistakes, I would think, between these two. There's not a lot in it as far as overall lap time is concerned.
Oh, Catliff's just been held up. Now, Milbank has actually done a really good job and tried to get out of the way, but Catliff took a really tight inside line at Oggies, and he slowed himself down a lot on the exit, and Dayburn is right with him as they go onto the back straight now. Going to have to see how much of a run he can get. I think he's not cleared him yet. I thought he was just out of shot then when we look at the live stream, but Dayburn got a really nice run on him, and I think he might have it done down the inside into Brundle and Nelson. Bit of a lock-up, bit of smoke. He's run a little bit deep. Catliff has to avoid. That was great avoidance from the number 5 BMW driver there. Carl doing a smashing job of it. But to be fair, that was a very scary moment. Just maybe a little bit too much for Dayburn's handle. But look at Catlif's car very sideways through bomb hole. Round Coram now, he's going to have to hang on to it. We saw him quick round here earlier on. He's going round the outside of him.
He's done it
again. That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely amazing. The audacity of Carl Catlif is amazing to watch. I love that.
That is unreal. He's pulled the same move again to pull the lead back ahead of Stuart Dayburn. I bet you there was a few select words going on in the number 70, but yeah, now Stuart Dayburn cannot slow that down quick enough. That's where the BMW's just been strongest on the brakes. But that was that was a great move actually from both of them, from Dayburn. Oh no, that's the Griffin car. That's Wesley Butcher that's behind the wheel of the 34. That's not going anywhere. Oh, don't sit on the racing line. That's down at bomb hole. Get out the way.
Get it off the road.
No, that's a shame. That thing's usually fairly bulletproof. That actually managed to win the race at Thruxton minus driver's door when someone came back on track in front of him and T-boned him. But no, that has finally failed, and yeah, that doesn't look like it's got the drive to go anywhere.
No, it could have saved us a safety car and got it off the road a bit sooner, in fairness. But yeah, it's parked on the right-hand side now, out of bomb hole, still on the road. Now I know these things are low to the ground, and you don't want to damage it. There is double waved yellers as they go down towards bomb hole now, but it's still in a bit of a precarious place because a lot of people will catch traffic there and try and move out to the right-hand side as the other two E36 cars go past them. Having a great battle still. That is Grout just ahead of Cockerton. Those two BMWs really entertaining so far this race. Looks like Cockerton gets a nice run out of the final corner. What's he going to be able to do? Doesn't quite get it down the straight here. Looks like the bonnet is, I think he's just got a bit of tape over the front of it to hold it down, but misses a gear slightly, does Cockerton. He tries to go later on the brakes, then Grout looks down the inside. Grout says, not in your life, sunshine. Watch this. Round the outside he goes, holds that position, but yeah, that was the Griffin car, wasn't it? That was just stationary for a minute. It's a real shame. Yeah, the Diet Coke car has run out of fizz, unfortunately. Oh, we've got safety car out. Yeah, I'm not surprised of where that position. And with the amount of time left, I'm not surprised the safety car is being deployed on this one. We may not have too much of it left. That's the first time we've seen the safety car all weekend. It took till race
today.
11. We had two yesterday.
Well, true. Well, it's the first time today. Yeah, beg your pardon. It took till now for the safety car to be deployed. It's a shame, though, really, because admittedly, I have to say, I think Butcher could have avoided having the safety car there and just whacked it onto the infield. Well, it'd probably been better if he'd gone onto the outside line, but either way, I mean, it's all well and good us saying it, but it's a different matter when you're actually in the heat of battle. Either way, the safety car is now out there, and the race will now be neutralised. Even if you're not directly behind the safety car, you can't fly around the field, and still the 34 car yet to be attended to. So the marshals will get out there. If it can be pushed, they will. If it needs a snatch vehicle to be sent to it, then of course they will be getting on that as quickly as they can, but they don't want marshals running around on a live track, quite rightly. Alan Thompson, slow down, sir, as he's no doubt noticed it's been there by now. So we may have the race finished behind the safety car. We will see, with just under 7 minutes to go. So the lap will become about 3.5 to 4 minutes. So we might. It depends how quickly the marshals can get that car shifted. We may have one more lap, but I get the feeling we're going to finish behind the safety car on this one.
I think, to be fair, they may just give it one lap behind the safety car and realise that it's going to go over on time, so they'll just pull them in.
Could also do.
You know, the organisers, to be fair, all weekend have been so on it. They've been absolutely brilliant. They've curtailed races a few minutes short, like we saw earlier on, just because it would have been an easier situation and it wouldn't have wasted anybody's time, especially the drivers sort of sitting around at like 30 to 40 mile an hour everywhere. But you know, they've got the safety car out now, maybe just to test the waters, just to see how quickly they can get it resolved, like you say. Fingers crossed they can do it quickly, and we'll at least get a 1 or 2 lap sprint to the end, which will be very exciting. But Catlif's done a great job. I'm just intrigued by that pit window, because he had, 12.5 minutes, nearly 13 minutes left when he came in. So it was certainly out of I'd have thought so.
Well, we certainly saw him leaving even if he did his pit stop the right length of time, he left the pit lane with I would think a good 3 minutes after the pit window had shut. So he's either been in there a very long time, we didn't see when he came in, or he's mistimed it, which does sadly happen.
Yeah.
And while the snatch vehicle was on the case for the 34 car pretty quickly, it's now being pulled away That's a sad sight to see for anybody, but that car's done brilliantly well all weekend. But alas, so that's both of the cars that Dave Griffin and Wesley Butcher have been in. We saw the 1800 Tisa in the last race, and the Classic K sadly has failed, and now the BMW has done the same. Like I say, that car is usually absolutely bulletproof, but even the greats will fall eventually. As we see there's Carl Catliffe. So the safety car's picked up the leader of the race.
There's quite a lot of the field still spread out around the circuit, a number of them still on the infield here that haven't caught them up. So I think even if they do give it another lap just for people to catch up, I'm not sure that we'll get all of them together. We still have, by the look of it, 18 cars running. Robinson is still out there in the number 40 Porsche, gradually picking off the ones that have fallen by the wayside. But then Whelan and Farrell, the last car running at the moment. Now we've had Griffin and Butcher exit the race.
As the safety car brings them, of course, through Murray's. I can see from our commentary position, you just see the top of the stream there where the snatch vehicle has recovered the number 34. So that has got it out of the way. And of course, the safety car is going to miss the pit lane entrance unless it has actually come in.
No, he's
gone on, yeah, which is absolutely right. You wouldn't want the safety car to suddenly change its mind like that and catch everyone off guard. So that's going to be one more lap behind the safety car. We should get one more racing lap in, I would think, depending on... It's going to take around about 3.5 minutes at a guess for the safety car to do the lap at safety car speed.
So what they've done here is set us up for a really amazing one-lap dash.
What a shame, eh?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So it's going to be very much Catliffe versus Dayburn. It's a shame Alex Taylor's not involved in it.
Yeah, Taylor's actually retired. He's been in the pits ever since.
He never reappeared.
Yeah, I didn't. No offence to Taylor and his team, but I didn't notice.
No, I didn't. I was just trying to think. Should I have known that? And I don't think. It was a particularly obvious. It was obviously with so much we're trying to concentrate on. Everyone's been fighting everyone else around them. We missed that one. Sadly, the RX-7 has failed him again. Yeah, turning around, there it is in the paddock area, with the driver's door open. So again, that has failed him. So it's actually Alan Thompson that is up into third position, but there's cars in between him and the safety car, and already it's Carl Catliffe has already given himself an almighty great gap behind the safety car. Now he can't give himself too big a gap. He might get a bit told off for that if he leaves too much space.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's usually you expect that in sort of the final sector, but maybe he's just thinking about the rest of the field catching up. I mean, he might not even know at this point, but yeah, usually you see that in the last sector, don't you? But
there's a long way between him and that safety car.
That's quite an excessive amount of space at this point.
Visually, I'd say that's about 3 to 5 working days.
Yeah, maybe he was tuning his radio in. Maybe he got distracted.
Or turning the aircon off.
Yes. And,
or indicating.
And no one has actually got their right indicator on, so they're all losing power because of it.
It puts the car off balance, I've heard.
The extra lumens.
That must be it, yeah. Draining the electrical energy of these cars.
As you can tell, everybody, we're having fun up here.
Back to professionalism. Do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. Right, so as you say, it could be because there's still people circulating that haven't caught the back of the pit of the safety car yet. But again, there's a bit of a no-win situation there because they can't go too fast because they will be penalised for speeding behind the safety car. I've seen that one pop up.
To be fair, Dayburn is right behind him, sort of like pushing him along, saying, "Come on, stop being silly now. Let's just go after it." The safety car is going through a bomb hole right now, and they're not even under the bridge.
That's how far it is. So
that's quite some considerable gap, and you can see the flags being ready. But is the lights on the safety car off? Yes, it is. We are indeed going to have.
Not that Catliffe can see them.
Not that, yeah. I think Catliffe is assuming that. Because they don't have pit car radio, so
now even the safety car slowed down.
Yeah,
slowed down loads to be like, look.
Was I going too quickly, or no? You weren't, sir. You were doing your job absolutely fine. But Catliffe wants to really hit that at pace. But again, he knows that Tuscan, to use your phraseology, is an absolute missile on the start-finish straight in particular. So Catliffe wants to give himself the best advantage he can. And looking at Stuart Dayburn's start, he was absolutely lightning with his reactions. Green flag waving.
Oh, he's nailed it.
Here we go.
He's nailed it.
One lap to go then here for the Kartech Motorsport Modern Classes. And Catliffe has managed to keep Dayburn at bay. That was probably one of the best opportunities that Stuart Dayburn had to get into the lead early. And of course, everybody else is now fighting for their bits of space. Alan Thompson is working his way past the White Elite. The White Elite is actually just staying out of the way. The Aidan Farrell car right behind them as well. And the 3 cars. Oh, wow! 3 wide. The Celica almost on the grass, getting past the 2 Ginettas, heading down towards turn 1. My goodness, that was absolutely close. Again, cameraman not sure which battle to look at. I don't envy you at all as they're continuing their merry way. But the leaders, Catliffe is stayed ahead of Dayburn. The checkered flag is going to be ready for them next time around through Agostini, and that's a decent gap that Carl Catliffe's got for himself. But this is, of course, where the BMW is strongest. Right behind them is a great old scrap going on as well. Is the number 40 car. Well, that's not a battle for third. That's just a battle for space, if nothing else.
Yeah.
It's again, it's just these wonderful scraps. They don't care what lap they're on. They're just having a good old race out there, and fair play to them until the checkered flag falls. And they've got no space there. There is Carl Catliffe. And look at the gap he's got between himself and Stuart Dayburn. I know that car's quick, but that's going to be a difficult gap to overcome. And now he can get the TVR engine growling away to close a gap down, but he's not going to be enough. I think Carl Catliffe may well have done enough to keep the win to himself. We will see. Don't throw it off the road now.
It's going to be difficult to make sure that he gets it planted out of Brundle and Nelson as well, but he's actually got that really well sorted, hasn't he? Looks to me like he's going to have this in the bag. He just needs a good exit out the final corner to ensure that that gap stays there, because we know how well Dayburn can get out of that final corner. But round Coram, this is also where the BMW is strongest. We've seen him go round the outside of the TVR twice there today, but hard onto the brakes into the final corner. Carl Catliffe, who has been really strong all race, pending any sort of penalties from the pit window, which we still can speculate on. Carl Catliffe comes across the line and takes the win in the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics, and that race was a classic. Second place goes the way of Stuart Dayburn. Third place is going to be for Thompson. Catliffe does the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 2:06.8. Wow. That's absolutely mental pace. And we've got a big failure across the line for the 44 Porsche.
Stuart Jeffcott's car is let go.
There's fluid. There's a lot of fluid.
Oh, that could take some time to tidy up. There's a lot of smoke and fluid there, as everyone else is figuring out their final finishing positions and getting off that line. Oh dear, that's messy. There's the number 44. That could take a bit of time to recover, because that's not really anywhere near an easy access point for the marshals.
It's like the car sort of saw the checkered flag and went,
I can let go now.
I'm
Bang.
done.
Yeah. So, well, it was well timed in that respect, but that's going to need a bit of tidying up. But what a finish to the Cartech Motorsports Modern Classics. What a great race. For those that saw the checkered flag, at least, it's certainly great fun for us, and we hope those watching along enjoyed it as well. And there is the smouldering number 44. Goodness me. Yeah, Stuart Jeffcott looks on in dismay. But there it is, confirmation Carl Catliffe. That's before any kind of steward's intervention, with the top spot, lights the flag with fastest lap as well.
Get in.
To himself. Stuart Dayburn did what he could, but could not quite overcome that mighty BMW. And it's Alan Thompson rounding out the podium 3. What a great race that has been. And still one more to go.
Yeah, Grout, Philpott and Jones just behind as well, and then Nossiter and Cockerton, they all had a fantastic scrap amongst themselves. Every single lap there was different ones of that battle, of that sort of quintet, if you will, having a good scrap with one another. Now hopefully we can get that fluid sorted quite quickly that the Porsche has put down. There's no real knowing of how sort of slippery said fluid is. Sometimes it's just coolant or something like that, and when it is just coolant, it's not often the slipperiest of things to have down, so sometimes it will dry out quite quickly. But we do have marshals over there now with the cement dust. I hope they've got a big bucket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of work for them to have to deal with. And that's a long stride. That starts just before the start-finish line, goes all the way through pretty much to where it expired, which is past turn 1. So fair play to them. And again, we're always appreciative of the work of the marshals and all the recovery crews, everybody behind the scenes, and the broadcast team that's with us for Snetterton. So whilst our incredible marshals do their work in tidying up the mess and getting the track ready to go for our final race, we'll have a quick break before we have the final race of the weekend, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. So then the final grid of the day, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2 cars. Those with the bigger engines get to play and see off an amazing weekend of racing with an incredible grid right ahead of us. On pole is newcomer number 99 John Files and a Triumph TR6 alongside regular for this category is number 9 Jamie Keevil, who had a horrible incident here a couple of years ago where diff snapped on him and through the bomb hole, and so wheel went one way and car span the other, so hopefully he's not going to repeat that dancing escapade. Row 2 is number 43, which is Steve Hodges in his Lotus 7, and alongside him is 67 Jonathan Crayston in the Lotus Elan S4. Row 3 is 240 Dean Halsey in the Datsun 240Z, and number 6 we see the return of the 107 TVR Griffith of Jonathan Bloom and Andrew Nunn. Row 4 is car number 149, that's Malcolm Johnson in his gorgeous Lotus Europa, and 125 is Neil Sinclair in the Lotus 7, so 2 of the Lotus 7 cars out there. Row 5, number 28 is Wayne Langridge in one of the red and black Mustangs, and in 10th position is 167 Ellison and Parsley. That is John Ellison and Mark Parsley in the yellow Triumph TR6. Row 6 is car number 60 Bill Watt in the Lotus Elan S2, and number 53 Roy Chamberlain in the Triumph 250. On row 7 is car number 13 Wolf and Thompson. That is John Wolf and David Thompson in the Triumph GT6, a new car for that duo. And number 49 joins him in 14th position, that's Stephen Atkinson in the MGC. Row 8 should be number 27, which is Martin Reynolds in the Ford Mustang GT350. He's already left, so he will not be with us. He's wasn't sure whether it was a brake failure or diff failure on the back of that car earlier, as it just refused to move. On that row is 331, which is Brian Cohen in the Lotus Elan S1. And finally, it is car number 127, which is Simon Roos in the second of the Ford Mustangs. A great welcome to the club for you.
Now, if I had a quid for every time somebody got told to get off the pit wall before the start of a race, these poor marshals in front of us have had to scream at the top of their lungs and whistle as hard as they can to tell people to get off the wall before pretty much every race today. It's the only thing I would criticise. But either way, not everybody knows the rules, but yeah, thankfully, there is nobody on the wall. You're just not allowed on there just in case anything happens off the start. It's where the cars are most bunched up. It's where contact can occur, and that is why they have the bright red lights all the way down the pit lane fence before the start of the race.
Working their way through Nelson. They head towards Bomb Hole. There is the lovely Lotus Europa. Very few of those ever seen. Yeah. So I did ask why he didn't opt for the Lotus Elan, and he said, well, this one was cheaper. So it was a pretty good answer, I thought.
That's as good as you're going to get with an answer from a driver.
Absolutely. So safety car lights are off, of course, as that's being led around towards Murray's. Through all the dust that's still down there from earlier incidents. That's not the brakes locking up on the BMW. That is earlier incidents being tidied up.
It'd be a good effort if you locked them up coming into there at that speed.
Yeah, especially for that long as well. Through the dust, through the fire and the flames, the cars come. For the final time at Snetterton. The lights will hit green, and we are racing, and it's a great start from the Triumph. Oh, that's a wonderful start from the second row for the Lotus S7. That's a great move. Now, unfortunately, we can't see a great deal because a lot of the dust has been kicked off, but it's difficult to tell who's where. But wow, Jamie Keevil, that's a terrible start for the number 9 Lotus, as we see the 149 of the Europa of Malcolm Johnson having a go. Now, it's very rare for Jamie Keevil to lose positions off the start, but it is that new Triumph TR6 of John Wolf and David Thompson that still leads the way. Up into second is that Lotus S7. There's Crayston and Dean Halsey. Now, Dean Halsey did say he's been taking driver coaching. He's aiming for the top spots. He has been steadily improving his results since he got hold of that Datsun back in 2017. He's got 300 horsepower under the right foot, so he's got plenty of grunt in it. And he's had a good start. But what a great effort, though, from John Wolf and David Thompson.
Yeah, really, really good start by those pair as well. Like you say, That Lotus S7 had a fantastic launch off the line, just really planted the back end to the floor, and it just went like the wind.
Oh,
the
great effort.
240 as well, 67 alongside him. That's Jonathan Crayston. They're having a really good scrap now, the 240Z on the inside. That's a gorgeous car in such a really, really cool livery. It's about as retro as liveries get, isn't it? It really looks the part. They've got a lovely Jaguar X KRS as well next to their awning in the paddock this weekend. But fantastic field of cars once again. Just so many wonderful marks and just incredible machinery on offer this weekend. I still cannot get over it, and we're up to the last race of the weekend already.
Absolutely, it's definitely one to remember as we look at, briefly looked at Stephen Atkinson and his MGC. The field, of course, beginning to spread out, but not as quickly as some of the groups we've seen. There goes the Triumph through the shot there. We see Malcolm Johnson is trying to make a move, or trying to regain the ground on Jonathan Crayston. There's that 107 Griffith. We did see that earlier. It's taking a bit of a leisurely run at the moment, but there's plenty of power in those cars. There's the 99 that's being driven very cautiously through that dust. I imagine that's going to upset quite a few people, actually. That's Josh Files in the TR6 that he's still leading the way. Now, a few people are going to be a little bit cautious coming through that cement dust, as the last place you want it is coming through Coram into Murray's. Over the line then, Files leads Hodges, then ahead of Halsey. So Dean Halsey's had a pretty good start. He's up 2 positions from his starting position. There's Jamie Keevil, who we're used to seeing up front. He's having an argument with one of the Mustangs. Jamie Keevil down into 7th position. I would think that Lotus Land, having seen it in action in the past, is really struggling. And there goes that Mustang. That's having a go at him now.
107 is in the pits.
Well, that would be why he was going a bit cautiously.
Yeah.
So that's a shame, and it's already signalling right. I'm assuming he's trying to indicate he's coming into the garage. Well, no, he's put it in front of the pit stall.
They don't have any of the garages this weekend, so he'll just park
true
it
enough.
up, figure out whatever they need. Now they did have. I spoke to them after the race earlier, and I'd like to boast that I very correctly imagined that they had issues with the gears, getting it down into 2nd gear, so it was snatching the rear axle, just over-rotating the car. They couldn't get it stopped. Maybe having similar issues now. They had problems with the brakes as well, and as you all know, getting the car stopped is just as important as getting it to go. So unfortunately, the 107's day has ended short.
Sadly so. There is Malcolm Johnson again getting the spotlight from the cameras. Now, is that Jamie Keevil behind him? Wow, if it is, he's suddenly got back going again in his Elan. He's going into it is. That's number 9. That's Jamie Keevil. So now on the back of Johnson. So he's dispatched of Wayne Langridge. That was the Mustang we saw hustling the little Lotus at the beginning of the lap. So now Jamie Keevil seems to have rediscovered what the right foot's for, and he's chasing on after the Lotus Europa. There you saw Jonathan Crayston at the top of the shot in his Lotus Elan. There's quite a few of those that are sprinkled through the swinging 60s in both the groups. So a very popular car. Generally Jamie Keevil is towards the sharper end of them. Slightly further back, a lovely scrap going on there. Oh, that's number 67. That's, I beg your pardon, there's 167. There's John Ellison and Mark Parsley in their TR6, along with the 13 car, John Wolf and David Thompson in their Triumph.
Files across the line once again then, completes lap 2 with a 2:15.9. Hodges in 2nd place, car 43, does a 2:18.2. So Files absolutely flying. Then it's that magnificent 240Z of Halsey in 3rd place, car 67, Crayston 4th. Then it is number 149, Johnson, at the wheel of that great Lotus Europa in 5th position. So many smoke screens down the straight. All we need now is an Aston Martin DB5, and it'll be like 007.
The way that Wayne Langridge's Mustang came out of the desert tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be. and there it was, roaring its way along the straight towards the hairpin. There it is. Probably somewhat peppered now by the cement dust, but at least the cement dust has served its purpose. And on goes the Mustang along its merry way. Jamie Keevil still doing what he can to close in on Malcolm Johnson. There's Dean Halsey. He was certainly aiming for class win, and he's doing a good job of it at the moment in the 240 car. But he's aiming for the top spot. If not today, then certainly in the near future. He's been getting tuition. Oh no, there is the 167, and is definitely before pit lane is open. So that's the John Ellison Mark Parsley car. Mark Parsley started in that, so there's trouble ahead, sadly, for the yellow TR6.
Yeah, that's a real shame. And again, just a bit of the attrition creeping in that we've seen this weekend. You know, a lot of these older cars not able to deal with as much punishment a lot of the time, but they're so well maintained. I cannot really drill that home enough how well maintained and how well built these cars are. But as you all know, with racing, it can be very, very tiresome for some of these cars, and they're not quite making it through the day. But the drivers don't have to worry about championships or anything else to compete for, other than just coming out and enjoying the racing for what it is. Josh Files is certainly doing that right now, still leading the way in his fantastic Triumph TR6. There's a wonderful array of Triumphs actually on the way into the circuit, and there's a lovely dark red one with one of the best interiors I've ever seen. It's a very modernised interior in it, or at least it looks it. It might be the interior from the actual period, but still. This Triumph TR6 at the moment, Josh Files, car 99, off into the distance. The gap back to Hodges now is 6.1 seconds, Chris. He is moving.
Oh, isn't he just? Needs 2 seconds quicker than anyone else out there, at least. Absolutely flying in that TR6 as we're looking at the battle between number 60, that's Bill Watt. Oh, way too deep into Murray's. He didn't get that one slowed down at all. He's kept his foot in it. Good boy. Get that one back on track. Well, that's let through the new addition for Wolf and Thompson. I keep thinking there's smoke coming from something, of course, because of all the cement dust they're kicking up. There's number 53. That's Roy Chamberlain. He's a regular in the Triumph TRT50. He's been to many a meeting in this category, and still rather on his own core, comparatively speaking, out there at the moment.
So too Stephen Atkinson as well in the MGC, just going across the line, completing his third lap of the race. 11th position for him at the moment. Not the biggest field we've had today, of course, this one, but it's even still very competitive near the sharp end. There's a hell of a lot of fast cars that if you're making a mistake in front of them, they will be there to pick up the pieces tenfold.
There's that wonderful Mustang from Wayne Langridge. It's coming through Agostini in towards Hamilton. Of course, this will be where the Mustang is a bit disadvantaged compared to the likes of Jamie Keevill's car. Not able to get those horses galloping. But give it a few corners, and then that's where, of course, the Mustang will shine. And they make a wonderful growling noise. If you've enjoyed the V8s we've had up to now, those Mustangs will certainly suit. And there is the 99 car as Josh Files continues to, well, quite frankly, he's dominating this race. He was 6 seconds ahead of Steve Hodges in that Lotus 7. He was part of a great five-way scrap at Donington Park that Simeon Kodosh in his wonderful Chevrolet Corvette eventually won. And Steve Hodges was second over the line, but both of them actually got penalties. And that win actually went to Malcolm Johnson in the Lotus Europa, and because of it, he's the one with the success penalty.
So a penalty that led to still getting a win gives him a penalty.
Yeah,
basically.
very much so.
It's very savage sometimes, is motorsport, as you all know. There goes Hodges through again in second place. How long back now to Halsey? Quite the gap indeed. Halsey actually, I was going to say he's coming under pressure for a second there, but I think that Elan is not for position, is it?
That's Crayston, yes it is.
Yes it is for position. Apologies, there was another off-white Elan near the back of the field I do not recall seeing go through, so I thought he was putting a lap on him already. I think that was the 331 of Brian Cohen, or Cohen I should say, but no, that is for position indeed. Crayston, fourth place at the moment. It's the big beefy Datsun 240Z against the tiny little nimble Elan. They're right little understated cars, aren't they, these Lotuses?
Absolutely, but yet again we see the David and Goliath story, the big engine having the rule of the roost on the straights, and the little guy making the best of the twisty section as we look at Steve Hodges and that lovely Lotus 7. Looking back down the road, now that's the gap, second to third, and Dean Halsey has lost the position to Jonathan Crayston, so that is now third in the hands. And look how heavily the Crayston's having to defend coming into Agostini. So the 67 Lotus Elan really committed early to prevent the Datsun to flying up the inside line, and that Datsun is mighty quick. And as I said earlier, because Dean Halsey has been getting the driver coaching, he's getting quicker and quicker and quicker in it. It's amazing to see the progress, but Jonathan Crayston is a very experienced hand in that Lotus Elan and has continued to fend him off, whereas this car of Josh Files, rearranged the surname, and he is flying at the moment. Yep, I'll add my name to the bad pun list. in that TR6.
Hey, you're absolutely right, though. He is out front and he is reveling in it at the moment. 9.1 seconds to the good. His best lap was a 2:15.1. His last lap was a 2:15.2. So he is still on almost ultimate pace for this race, lap after lap. And he doesn't seem phased. It's actually one of the cars, I'd say, this weekend that has given us the least amount of body language to look at. It just looks so planted and so stable. It looks very purposeful as it screams its way along. Completing another lap. That's 5 in the books now. We have less than half an hour to go, 28 and a half minutes.
2:14.9.
That's, wow. That's vile pace.
That's beyond words, isn't it? And a 2:17.4 from Hodges, who is mighty quick, and he's still quicker than everybody behind him by quite some way. But my word, that is unreal pace from Josh Files.
There's only 2 cars that have done quicker than a 2 minutes 20. And that is Hodges with a 2:17.4 and Files with a 2:14.9. So it really does show that he has, as you called it, Chris, very rightly, the rule of the roost at the moment. It's fantastic to watch. A real dominant display so far.
That is true. And there he is, coming through Agostini. Unchallenged at the moment, but again, we've seen how many times over the weekend someone having a good old run and suddenly they're facing backwards at a corner. So anything can go wrong. And not that we're, of course, wishing it on anyone. And we got a pitter in the books? Yes, we do. That is Wolf and Thompson, I think, in the 13 car.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yes, so
the pit window is open, so they're okay for that.
Yes, they've decided to pit early in their new acquisition. That's a Triumph GT6. A TR6 I've heard of, but that's the first time I've come across a GT6.
Yeah, it looks quite a bit rounder than a TR6.
Keeps making me think it's an MG in the front. But,
no, I'm with you on that. It really does look like one at the front end.
Bonnets come open, that's never a good sign. How's the number 13 bitten them?
You'd hope not, but fingers crossed for them they can get it out even if there is a problem. We'll have to see. But nice to have the sun back out with us again. It has actually been quite the Snetterton sizzler so far. It's been nice and warm up here in the commentary box, that is for sure, this weekend. Bonnet is back down on the 13, door is closed, and away he goes. But is he coming into the paddock? It looks like he is, unfortunately. Straight into retirement for the 13. That's a real shame.
Yeah, that I thought he was making that a little bit too short if he was doing his normal pit stop. As we see the race leader on the back of Brian Cohen. That'll be the white Elan we thought it was earlier. As Brian doing the right thing and staying out of the way. He's allowing Josh to continue along his merry jaunt. As he's set yet another fastest lap, 2:14.7, as that's going to continue to plummet. And that gap between himself and Steve Hodges is climbing alarmingly quickly. And last lap for Hodges was, I mean, you want to talk about consistency. He was 13 thousandths between that and his best. So he is pushing and wrangling everything he can out of that Lotus 7. And the battle for third is still shaping up quite nicely. Oh, is this a problem for Jamie Keevil? Has Snetterton bitten him again? That's very slow. I know sometimes the camera angle has caught us by surprise, but that is very, very slow for Jamie Keevil. Is he pulling that one onto the grass? He'll be coming into our view. No, he's going to limp that one back round to the pits. Oh, what a shame. He's usually such a strong contender in that Lotus, but it has denied him a performance today. Oh, it's a great shame for Jamie Keevil.
Yeah, I was going to say, out the corner originally, it just looked like he got a bad run, didn't it? But the further and further it went round, it just didn't look comfortable at all. And yeah, like you say, now into the pits. That battle for third place, though, is a real corker at the moment. Crayston just trying to hold off Halsey in the 240Z. One of the absolute stars of the paddock this weekend, in my eyes. But the two of them, again, it's just the David and Goliath thing is just so true. We may be playing it like a broken record, everybody, but honestly, it is so true. You've got the tiny little Elan and then the big beefy Datsun. You get these cars with loads of power, and then you get the ones that are nimble in the corner. It's just such an entertaining thing to watch. Week in, week out, no matter what sort of motorsport you're in, you always get this sort of thing going on, and it's just phenomenal. It's amazing to witness it here at Snetterton today.
Steve Hodges has brought the Lotus in. Car number 43 is getting that one into the pits, we think. As number 9, well, is he being indicated back into the pits? We will see. Oh, there is 43, beg your pardon. So that's the white Lotus 7. It's carrying on its merry way. There's Brian Cohen. That's had quite a bit of company.
The number 9 car's just done a wonderful little burnout in the pit lane to
Yeah,
get
I
moving
thought I
again,
heard
but
that.
it's not going back out by the look of it. He's back into the paddock and into retirement for car number 9.
He was in a hurry to get back to the transporter.
Yeah, indeed.
Beg your pardon, it was 49, Stephen Atkinson and the MGC that's has seen the pit lane, not 43, my mistake.
Yeah, he's still parked there as well at the moment, unfortunately for him.
67, that is Crayston. Is still fending off the advances of Dean Halsey.
They're all still avoiding the cement dust on the left-hand side of the circuit as well. A lot of them.
Well, I'll say that just as the Lotus Europa
So
kicks up a
Malcolm Johnson
load of
flies
it.
through it.
There's a lot of them staying right in the middle of the road and getting to the apex quite early for turn 1 here. So some of them still very conscious that could affect the car, which is all fair game. You know, it's their own decision. It's personal choice really when you go down the straight. Sometimes hard to avoid. I am wondering, whether that MG is just doing a bit of an early pit stop and it's just going to be a scheduled one, because the pit window has been open for a little bit now. We're nearly at the halfway point even, and we've only got 5 cars that have visited the pits, and most of them are out of the race.
Yeah, a lot of them have seen the pits and then seen the paddock straight afterwards. So
there goes the 49
There goes the
back
49. Yeah, that's Stephen Atkinson rejoining the race. So his pit stop is dealt with. A lovely plume of cement dust as he comes out, making his exit rather dramatic. As we continue to see this great battle, Jonathan Crayston has built up a bit of a lead. It's just shy of a second when they came over the line between himself and Dean Halsey. And Dean had that great start. Now the field has got into its rhythm. He's not giving up on it though. Dean Halsey doing a great job of keeping that car going. There is our leader, splashing his way through the dust. He doesn't really have a choice because that's on the racing line. Easy coming in this time. No, he's carrying. I thought he was there. He looked positioned to do so, but he's opted to carry on. Still plenty of the pit window left, so no issue there for him.
That thing sounds really good at
sounds
high
wonderful.
revs. Great high-pitched noise as well.
The bonnet's a bit askew.
Yeah, seems a bit iffy, doesn't it? I thought, to be fair, they do have this sort of groove down the front of the car. I thought it was a shadow casted from that earlier, but I think you might be right that it is a bit off. And it's the front right again, isn't it? A lot of the bonnets we've seen go up this weekend have been
on
front
that
right.
corner, yeah.
There's the 43 in second place. Sorry, go on.
Well, Josh Fars has set another fastest lap, so it's clearly not bothering him any.
Yeah.
He's 4 seconds faster than Hodges is. That's, like we said earlier, unreal pace. That car is just absolutely monstrous. Look forward to seeing how that goes in future races. Dean Halsey is really getting onto the back now of Jonathan Crayston. There it is. That's a battle for the last podium spot in this race. Dean Halsey has really closed in very well. That is Brian Cohen directly ahead of them. Hopefully he'll stay out of the way. Well, hopefully for his sake, at least he'll stay away. There's Malcolm Johnson as well. Now, is Johnson closing in? Let's have a look at the last lap times. Well, they're pretty much even on pace. 2:19.5, 2:19.1, and 2:19.9, I think. So not a lot of difference between them. So Johnson isn't closing in, and then Crayston and Halsey aren't yet costing each other massive amount of time. They've worked their way past Brian Cohen now. That scrap for third is getting very, very tasty indeed.
Yeah, that Datsun really filling the mirrors of the Elan at the moment. He's not making too many sort of dives or anything down the inside at the moment. I think he's just happy to sit with him for now and just see where the race takes them, because they know that they're both on good pace. So, like you said, with driver coaching, it's not all just about making yourself faster and improving your lap times and hitting your apexes and so on. It's about how you keep yourself in a mental state in the race, how you assess the situations that you get into, and how you react to them as well. Sometimes you will see drivers try and work together. If they're both on good pace, there's no point spoiling it if there's cars in your rearview mirror as well. So these guys at the moment, to be fair, the situation being controlled by the 240. There's car 60 in the pit lane. But yeah, Halsey at the wheel of that Datsun, it's all up to him at the moment. Whether he chooses to attack is up to him, and it looks like he is actually deciding to now, with the Elan to his left-hand side, but nothing doing that time round into Brundle and Nelson. He's not making any sort of strides into the twistier bits, though, as you might have noticed, Chris. It's all just down the straight when he's using the power, because that's the easiest time to do it. That doesn't cost them both time, isn't it?
Absolutely, and there's Malcolm Johnson that he's hopefully going to capitalise on the fact that Halsey and Crayston are now crossing swords. They're not just following each other. And Brian Cohen is just about in the nose of the Lotus Europa. A little bit of a wide line there from the 67. As now the 43 of Stephen Hodges has come into the pits. Are these other two going to do the same? I've gone out of camera shots, I can't quite tell.
One of them is, one of them isn't.
Has, yeah, Dean Halsey has chosen to continue. He's now got some free air ahead of him, see what he can do. Johnson, I think, has just come in as well. The camera cut away just as I was observing that.
Yes, he has.
There is Stephen Hodges, and there is Lotus Alan.
Cohen's in
Jonathan
as well.
Grayson.
Cohen in behind Johnson.
Indeed, indeed. And Malcolm Johnson in that lovely Lotus Europa. He used to be in the construction business. He's done various things in lots of cars. He used to be in special stage rallies. He switched to circuit racing in the 80s. He's had the Europa for around about 10 years or so. He's got 185 horses under the right foot. So quite a bit of grunt to deal with, as most of the field have actually come into the pits now. So very much, well, I was going to say leaving the 99 car of Josh Files on his own, but he did that to himself, rather, by building up a monstrous lead. And on he goes.
I was going to say Norfolk is quite flat and plain
is
anyway.
that trouble? That looks like a lot of smoke. There wasn't any cement dust out there. That's issues. That's problems on the rear right corner. Has he pushed that one too far? There was a lot of smoke coming out of there, unless that was just a very big lockup.
It might be the bodywork rubbing on the tyre even for a moment there. You do see it a lot with cars that don't have much wheel arch clearance, but we'll keep an eye on it as it comes around Coram. I thought there was a bit when he was turning into Coram earlier. I know there's no cement dust there, but it looks like he's going a lot slower than usual there. Either that or I'm looking for some sort of placebo effect from it. Out the final corner he goes.
His hands out the window is that's usually a bad indication. Has he pushed that car too hard as Steve Hodges is back on circuit? Oh no, has the mighty run of that TR6 come to an end? There he is coming into the pits. We'll see what he does. Maybe if it's just a bit of bodywork that's gotten stuck on the wheel, nothing else is wrong, then he may well be sent back out again. His crew will have a look. But that would be a huge shame if that car has to retire.
TR6 definitely files its complaint, you could say, as he comes into the pits. That'll be the last one, I promise. But I really hope for him that they can carry on. He's actually getting out of the car. So he's having a look at the right rear, and there is definitely something wrong with it. He's certain he's out of the car, gloves are off, everything. So our race leader is out of the race. It's not the way that Hodges would have wanted to take the lead, which he ultimately will, but at the end of the day, this is motorsport, and you have to take it when it comes to you.
Absolutely. You don't ever look the gift horse in the mouth. As Dean Halsey will temporarily lead. Malcolm Johnson in the Lotus Europa now underway as we look at Wayne Langridge in the 28 Mustang just coming past the pit entrance. The Lotus Europa will be underway well before the Mustang gets there, but that Mustang does make a lovely growl as it comes past us.
I tell you what, for something with the aerodynamic properties of a Lego brick, it doesn't half shift down the straight, does it? The Mustang.
It might corner as well as a Lego brick as well, but it goes straight pretty damn well. It's got Malcolm Johnson indecisive, and there is the wounded number 99, now driverless. No, you can't help but feel for Josh Files and what I believe was his maiden race with the club. What a great opening round he's had, but sadly has not ended the way he would have wanted to. Number 53, Roy Chamberlain in the TR250, comes back out of the pits and continues on his merry way.
That's one of the best sounding cars in the field, that I think. I was on the exit of the final corner earlier today while these guys were qualifying and listening to that thing. I just couldn't help but pull a face every single time it went past. It's absolutely wonderful high-pitched scream. A lot of these cars do have that sort of noise, but that one, for some reason, it's just a smoother noise with a tiny bit of a rasp to it as well.
It's one of the smallest cars here too.
Yeah. Well, that's
smallest car and biggest noise.
Yeah, indeed. Big things come in small packages, they say.
So, what will be the new race leader is finding as much cement dust as he can along the start-finish straight.
I'd hate to clean the air intakes of these cars after this.
So currently in third, but both cars ahead of him, which is Dean Halsey and Langridge, Wayne Langridge, have yet to come into the pits. So they will have to come in and serve the 2-minute pit stop, which of course Steve Hodges has already fulfilled. He continues to eat the distance away. There is Dean Halsey coming through into Murray's now. Is he going to come in this time? Over the line is 67, Jonathan Crayston. What is Dean Halsey going to do? Is he coming in this time?
He is, by the look of it. He's not come into view yet. Yes, he is in the pits, yes.
There's a tiny bit of the pit lane where they turn right on the way in, and it's almost like a chicane, and we can't see them.
We
for
can't
a
see
second.
it.
Yeah, so we have to just wait and see. I have to bang my head on the monitors at the front of the commentary box. But Halsey is into the pits. He'll be quite pleased, I think, to see Josh Files' car still there.
Or was he nearly clouts one of
I was going to
his
say,
one of his crew?
it sounded like it was really rattling then when he stopped it. So hopefully all is good. Tyre pressure's being checked and everything.
Just a quick once over of the car before it goes back out. And we've also got Langridge in the Mustang following him in.
Oh, and his right indicator's on, so he's following the tradition that seems to have been formed today.
We must have been listening. Now, I thought for a moment there Josh Files was going back out, but no, he's moving the car through the garage, which is now obviously empty, as a lot of people have gone home. He's moving the car through the garage and into the paddock, and that will be the end of his day. That's a real shame, though, because like you say, his first race with the club, and he has made an incredible debut. Certainly made his mark. They'll be all worried about when he comes back for the competition sake of things, but still, great performance by Files as we look now back towards the Europa. Going well out there, to be honest, is the...
That's Cohen. That's right behind him. That's not for position.
Yes, yeah, indeed.
I did wonder which of the allowance that was, and that's Brian Cohen.
Yeah, 67's got the big sort of gold strip on it, hasn't it? It just gives
That's
it away,
right.
but in certain light, you can't see it because it reflects with the body of the car.
Also true, Bill Watt's car's got the red, sort of burgundy stripe down the centre. So new race leader, or what will become the race leader, Steve Hodges comes over the line. How long will Dean Halsey be stationary for? I think we've just heard that engine roar into life.
Yep, there's a bit of a
Should
knock on the bonnet, closes the door, and out he will go in just a moment, counting him down. I think he stalled it as he got away,
There
but
we
no, he
go.
keeps it running.
Yeah, these cars are designed to be quick. They're not designed to be slow and get off the line comfortably. But there we go, right indicator ablaze on the 240.
What is it with that today? Honestly, what is
A
it with
lot
that
of
this
people have
weekend?
done it today.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Maybe to be fair, they do it to indicate when they're coming into the pits. They indicate right when they're coming in and then just forget to flick it off. I think that's the most
Easy
logical
done.
explanation.
Easy done, but either way, it's something that we observe. Malcolm Johnson, now he had company from Brian Cohen earlier, as we saw, but the Lotus Europa now back up to speed. He has got quite a bit of time to continue on his merry way.
Langridge coming back out now in the Mustang. Filters his way down pit lane, told to move over to the left-hand side, which is the fast lane in the pit lane, and he's going to put his foot down and make that Mustang rumble and roar away if he can get it into gear.
I was going to say, it sounded a bit reluctant, didn't it? Unless
Yeah.
he was just being cautious on the cement dust, which goes the entire length of the pit lane exit due to an expiring Marcos we had earlier on. It could be that, but he did sound very reluctant. But once it started to sing, it sounded completely in chorus. So that's all good. Over the line is number 60. That's Bill Watts. He retired airline pilot. Retired some 20 years ago. He's had that car since 2007. In such a small car, it's got 175 brake horsepower. Oh, that's trouble. That's
a 53 car.
53. That
Chamberlain.
is Roy Chamberlain. The TR250 has failed him
Oh,
right
no.
at Brundle as well. So he's trying to pull that off away from the racing line. Has he got any drive left in it? He's got enough at least to get it away from the racing line. So hopefully that can be recovered by the marshals without the need to deploy the safety car again.
Yeah, he's used the runoff area there, which is good because at least it's not too in the way at the end of the straight. So marshals, if they do tend to it while the race is still under green flag conditions, they'll just have a local yellow and move the car out of the way safely. But we have quite the small field right now. We've got 8 cars running of the 14 that started at the moment, so maybe quite a bit of space between cars coming through for Marshall to get that done. It's more when you've got your bigger fields of 30-odd cars that you don't really catch a single moment to be able to do it. We're 75% of the way through the final race of the weekend, the last 10 minutes of racing, Chris. It's been an absolute wonderful ride, hasn't it, so far, mate?
Hasn't it just? In the Swinging 60s has certainly put on a great show, along with all of our categories in the Classic Sports Car Club. As the attrition rate has been a little higher than possibly we would normally expect, but that is the nature of motorsport. It has been pretty warm here at Snetterton, as we look at Malcolm Johnson coming through Coram, heading down towards Murray's without much of a challenge. So as far as positions are concerned, the field is relatively spread out. When I was speaking to Malcolm earlier, He was saying that he's had that car for about 10 years or so, and he had the opportunity to buy it. He did think about the Elan, but he found the Europa cheaper to maintain. So with motorsport getting more expensive, it's a pretty good route to go down, and as far as I know, it's the only Europa we've seen in the CSCC.
It's a really good looking car, very, very distinct shape as well. Obviously quite the boxy rear end on it as well, which houses the engine. And it's certainly an interesting thing to look at. It's sort of, it almost looks like what would you call it? It's a car that sort of precedes the later Lotus Esprits that came along, and holds that sort of supercar-esque shape. It's a very, very intriguing bit of kit, but the Esprit obviously a bit longer, a little bit wider with a wing on it as well. Really balanced the shape out, but yeah, the Europa it sort of paved the way for a lot of great cars for Lotus, didn't it, with that shape?
Yeah, we have seen an Esprit a few years ago in the CSCC. I would love to see that one return. Yeah, that's awesome cars.
Yeah.
Alas, we haven't seen it for a few years, as we see Steve Hodges continue on his merry way, enjoying the lead he would have loved to have had at Donington. There is the stricken Triumph TR250 of Roy Chamberlain. Dean Halsey trying to close the gap down to our leader, and he's quite some distance back, but he's well in charge of that spot. He's some 5 seconds ahead of Jonathan Crayston. Have a look at the lap times last time around. Crayston was actually 1.3 seconds quicker than Dean Halsey last time, when they were held up by something. Now, there will be yellow flags down at Brundle, so they probably would have backed off a little bit until they knew what was going on down there. But at that kind of pace, Dean Halsey may get some company from Crayston before the checkered flag falls.
I think the gap's gone up. Yeah,
it has,
pretty much an exact second, hasn't it?
Well observed indeed, yeah. 1.1 seconds to Halsey's favour there. Still no one matching Hodges' pace at the moment. Steve Hodges wringing the best he can out of that Lotus 7. As mentioned before, he was in such a brilliant 5-way scrap for the lead. Well, Donington had quite a number of leaders in that race for the swinging 60s. Hodges was one of them, Simeon Chodos was one, Malcolm Johnson was one. I think Dean Halsey was in there as well. In the end, the victory was given to Malcolm Johnson. I mean, a win's a win. You still want to do it on track. It was a wonderful scrap that lasted for lap on lap on lap. It was Halsey and Johnson for quite a period of time. You know, Dean Halsey would overcome the Lotus Europa in the corners, and then Johnson would just pick his moment right and reverse the order. It's a great race to see. And at the moment, they are still pounding around to maintain their positions. Only 8 runners still in the race. But we have had it worse. It's probably the most fragile of the categories is the special saloons and mod sports. We had 3 finishes at Thruxton.
Oh, wow. Which, well, Thruxton is known as a car killer.
Absolutely. There's a hell of a lot of right foot that goes on at Thruxton.
Yeah, indeed. And very little left foot.
Very little left foot, especially if you're in a Mini.
Yeah, well, that's true. Minis are flat round Thruxton, I thought. Yeah. Even still, great race from this field. Just showing you that you do not need a big grid to have a good race. There's still intriguing battles going on, still stories to be written here with 5.5 minutes of this race and the weekend's racing to go. Looking down the order, we've got Watt in 6th place. Chamberlain obviously now retiring from the race, so now we have 7 cars left in this one. Half of the field has retired, unfortunately. It's a real shame for Chamberlain there, because we were just talking about how good that car sounded earlier on. There on our stream is the number 60 car of Watt, 6th place at the moment. He'd be quite pleased with that if he picked up championship points. It'd just be a case of surviving, just poodle around and survive. Yeah. But he's still pushing the Elan as hard as he can. Now, Halsey are back across the line, nearly 30 seconds off the lead. It was 6.080 last time. And what's the gap to Crayston now? That's gone up a lot, I think over at least 8 seconds. 9.8.
9.8.
Wow, so Halsey's got his foot down. He actually did his personal best there, 2:18.9. That was 0.6 of a second quicker than Hodges.
God, what a cracking effort there from Dean Halsey. Yeah, referring to Bill Watt in the 60 car, he's a retired airline pilot, as mentioned. So he's had that car since 2007, and we've seen that car in the CSCC for quite a number of years. When I remarked that, retired airline pilot, that sounds flash, that sounds glamorous, and he just looked at me and said, no. Quite simply, this is one of those where the glamour on the outside is not matched by the reality on the inside.
Yeah, I've got a friend whose father is a Virgin Atlantic captain, and he says the same thing. To be fair, he's like, "Oh, you did think it was great flying across the Atlantic and back every day?" Nah,
Nope.
He's not quite. Obviously, when it's your job, you sort of downplay the glamour of it. I mean, I think we'll both agree that being commentators is incredibly glamorous. It's all sequins and glitter and all sorts
course,
of
yeah.
dancers and all things. Yeah, but no. To be fair, we get an aircon unit and we get excited, don't we?
Yeah, but that's a luxury. Yeah, luxury work for our parts.
But in fairness, we get to come and watch the motorsport from one of the best seats in the house, and obviously relay our information and our findings to all you wonderful people watching and listening as well. So we hope you are enjoying our sultry tones this weekend. They'll only be around for about 5 more minutes, I'd imagine. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race left to go. It's Hodges from Halsey, Crayston in third, Johnson fourth in the number 149 Lotus Europa. Then it's Langridge in the Mustang ahead of Watt and Cohen in the 2 Lotus Elans at the back of the field.
Yeah, so penultimate lap for Steve Hodges, unless we have some kind of incident out there that's going to slow him down to that kind of degree. So he's built up an almost enough gap that he can actually be awarded a pit, a short pit penalty and still inherit the win. But there's Dean Halsey doing what he can to slow the advance of that number 47. See where the gap is as he roars over the line. So it's come down slightly as it's a 220.6. So Steve Hodges has very much gone into bring it home mode, and you can't blame him with such a lead. So 219.3 for Dean Halsey. There goes Jonathan Crayston with a 224.1. So he either made a mistake or got held up somewhere, but he's been losing time against Dean Halsey. So might there be an issue with the number 67? We will see. There is Wayne Langridge in 5th position in the 28 car. There is Malcolm Johnson in the 149 Europa coming over the line. Let's see what his last lap is. That is a 221.2, so only about half a second slower than he was last time around. But everybody pretty much just keeping the cars going. Over the line comes that roaring 28 Mustang of Wayne Langridge.
It's incredible how early he has to brake for turn 1, because that thing gets some real velocity going, but he's braking at least 400 metres before turn 1. It's fantastic.
And he starts braking a week before he needs to be there. As we jump back to the 67 car, Jonathan Crayston, as he's working his way through Hamilton. There's our race leader. He's enjoyed that spot for a while. I would imagine he probably consigned himself to second quite a while ago with how the mighty 99 was flying of Josh Files. But fly no more it shall. Through Coram comes the Lotus 7 for the penultimate time.
Looks very planted around Coram, that sort of car, doesn't it? The Super 7s that we saw yesterday, they really did move around quite a lot, but in this race he's really made this thing look so planted everywhere. He's just sort of carefully caressing it now around the lap for the final time. One more tour of Snetterton to go. Looks very laid back in that car, doesn't he? He's actually sat quite sort of far back for something like that. Usually the people are quite upright in these caterhams. But I say caterhams, you know what I mean. That sort of shape. I'm so used to calling them caterhams, so apologies. But he looks very relaxed in terms of his driving position. There is the 3rd place car of Crayston on our stream right now, car 67. That Elan doing great. And there's the other 2 Elans out on track. That's Watt and Cohen. There's a lap between those 2, so that is not for position, unfortunately, but they can fight together. Halsey onto the final lap now, and Crayston will be along in just a moment.
That was personal best there for Dean Halsey at 2:18.9. So again, still getting gradually quicker and quicker. He's been in that car for a number of years now. So since 2017, he's done great things with it. He's an airline parts manufacturer. So it's a great way to see off the stress of work. Well, it's a great way to do that for everybody, granted.
Yeah, true.
But when you're in a manufacturing industry, I would imagine that there's a fair amount of doldrum that goes on.
Yes, indeed.
So what a way to blast off the cobwebs as Malcolm Johnson comes over the line to start his final lap of the day. Screaming down towards turn 1. There is Dean Halsey coming into Agostini, and that car has just not missed a beat. It's a very well-loved car, that one. As we see race leader Steve Hodges head down towards Brundle. That's John Cockerton's transporter that's going over the bridge. So final bit of camera time for the JMC Racing Squad. as through Brundle and Nelson. It's pretty much just coast from there almost. A little bit better than Wesley Butcher did in the 34 BMW earlier on.
Yes, indeed. Well, only a couple more corners to go then, and to be fair, again, I have to say, while this ended up being the smallest field of the weekend, it was still a very entertaining one at that, and Hodges has held on very, very well here. He's just been so persistent. It's a shame that Files retired, which is what gave him the win, but Hodges is going to take this one, Chris.
Absolutely is. So your winner for the final race of the Snetterton Sizzler here at the Classic Sports Car Club for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s is Steve Hodge in the 43 Lotus 7, and you cannot deny a great consistent performance from Steve Hodges to bring home the silverware for that one. And some 27 or so seconds down the road, another great performance. There he is, the number 240 Dean Halsey. Started towards the top end of the mid-pack, and he's going to come home a great second position. That wonderful Datsun 240. And third, he's going to go the way of Mr. Grayston. He's just coming through Coram now, heading towards Murray's. There he is on shot now. From that angle, it still looks showroom new. I'm sure there's a decent fly collection on the front of it, but from the camera you can't quite see it. Here he comes to take the flag. He's Jonathan Grayston, and probably kick up a bit of cement dust for a dramatic effect as well. Why not? And it's going to be Malcolm Johnson in the Lotus Europa for fourth position. It's the way the field spread out by the end is having to look down the road to find them, but there he is.
It's easier for us to call this way.
Yes, that is also true. They must feel like they're kind of out there time trialling or something. But there's Wayne Langridge in that growling Mustang. Wonderful noise as it rumbles over the line.
And then we should have two Lotus Selans very close together, which will be Watt and Cohen, as we wait to see the sprightly little white machines over the horizon. They're just going through Bomb Hole now and entering Coram. I think that's Watt, the first of them, and then Cohen in the second to round out the field. These Elans have been tough little beasts this weekend, haven't they?
That they have, and there's a fair representation of them throughout the CSCC, and it's easy to see why. Great little cars, and comparatively easy to keep on the road, although some of the drivers may disagree with that. But here comes Bill Watt to take his position in sixth place in the 60 car, and Brian Cohen is the last one on track. So 7 finishes from the field of 14. It's a bit higher attrition than we normally see in the swinging 60s, but a great race nonetheless.
Indeed, and to be fair, it's been a fantastic way to round out the weekend, to be fair, Chris, and it's been an absolute joy up here in the commentary box. There's been so many amazing cars and so many fantastic drives that we've seen all weekend. I have to ask the question, is there a favourite car for you from all weekend?
Oh, put me on the spot, why don't you? Truth alive. It's very hard to say. I am a bit of a fan of Jamie Boots' TBR.
I thought that would be up there.
I love that thing. But the Shelby Cobra that it was racing against was also wonderful to see.
Incredible.
It's I'm a fan of a good noise, yes, but so many cars do make great noises.
They do.
Either rumble or scream. It's a difficult one to pick a single one, but of our current lineup, I do quite like Malcolm Johnson's Lotus Europa because it is that unique shape in the field, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Really is. It's a gorgeous looking thing. He's already back in the paddock and ready to pack it away, actually. He's reversing it into the trailer already. I can see it from here. But that is unfortunately all that is ready and planned for the weekend, which is all ready and done. To be honest, everybody's now leaving the circuit. Obviously, we do urge everybody to just drive carefully home, take it easy on this wonderful Sunday evening. Thank you, everybody that's been watching the stream. Thank you, everybody that's been joining us trackside. Any final words from you, Chris?
Well, just thank you very much to those that were able to come along and enjoy us at trackside, and those watching on the stream either live or post-event. We very much thank you for your attendance as well. Thank you to the Orange Army. As always, we couldn't do it without you, all the officials, all the safety crews. We very much appreciate all your efforts. But that is going to wrap it up for this time. Thank you very much to everybody taking part in the Classic Sports Car Club, and we'll be back very soon for more of the same. Until then, my name's Chris Buxton. Thank you very much, Chaz Draycott, for keeping me on the straight and narrow. It's always a difficult job.
You're very welcome, mate. Thank you very much.
And we will see everybody again very soon. Thank you very much, and goodbye.